wonders of life got the prettiest side.
Hi! I think I screwed that one up, but we are live, and let's see if I can manage to get our introduction moving. Music.
The wonders of life got the prettiest side for everyone to enjoy. Standing up close by the Christmas tree, glimmering light, I am right where I wanna be. I will be home for a couple of days, wander around with you. You and me in the cold, thought it'd never be true. Wherever I go, I got you. Oh, I have stopped running, there is no way trying. You better loosen your belt. Drinking hot wine by the fire, don't care of anything else. It's Christmas, and some kind of love, my friend. I'll pray it will never end. Do you like to be here too? It's Christmas, and outside snow's glistening. It's just you and me tonight. I'll spend all this Christmas with you. Oh, it's such a charm, got you up in my arm. There's nobody at the door. You said I wish this will never be over. Darling, it's time for your present. Come over here. Now it is time to get out in the snow, lighting a light with you. Choirs will sing and the joy bells will ring. Nobody loves you as much as I do. It's a wonderful feeling from floor to the ceiling. It is that time of the year, drinking hot wine by the fire. Here on our own, we got nothing to fear. It's Christmas, and some kind of love, my friend. Pick up some candy canes and hang a wreath on your door. It's Christmas, and outside snow's glistening. It's just you and me tonight. It's just you and me tonight. It's just you and me tonight. I'll spend all this Christmas with you.
While the snow is gently falling, we keep busy until late, 'cause tomorrow keeps on calling, and the red man will not wait. So we better get to move on.
Do I really have to wait till it's all over before I come in? Another 4 minutes and 12 seconds? Wait a minute, I own this show. That means I can come in whenever I want. I'm not going to wait another 4 minutes and 3 minutes and 39, 49, whatever seconds. I want to start now. Good thing the mic's not on and nobody can hear me throwing a hissy fit back here. I want to join now. I've been waiting all week. Let's see if I can figure out how to do this. One of these buttons. Oh, hi! It's Friday. I just remembered I own this show. I could start when I want. And I want to start now. I want to say hello to all of you because I love you guys. I missed you all week long. I had no one to talk to. Did I comb my hair? Kind of looks all right. Not the best. Steven, where are you? I need my hair done. Well, welcome. It's Friday, October 16th. We have got a show going. The music is still running. My cords are out in the middle because I was trying to straighten them out. Welcome. It's Friday. How is everybody? I am happy to see you. Wait, we got a new camera. First, you like my new shirt? Sly gave me this shirt for my birthday. That's right. As a matter of fact, I got birthday gifts. This Tuesday was my birthday. I know you guys are going to start with the happy birthday. So thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So I put some of the birthday gifts over here. And let's get started. It's Friday. I've got my little stool over here. I got my other stool over there. I got the ice. I got the computer on ice. And it's, what? Do I need to do anything else? Well, let's check out the cameras. Okay, so this is the Z6. But this is the Sony A7S Mark III. Welcome, Sony A7S Mark III. This is your first Friday night live. Why is the applause so low? Seriously, what's up with that? When we want to applaud, right? Yeah, we do. That is much better. Still not right, though. Let's wait. Let's get the applause here. You know, let's get the applause. Wait, that's not the applause. Just in case you think there's something wrong with yours. That's much better. Still not loud enough. I mean, when we applaud, we need to applaud. That's it. Welcome. It's Friday night. So who's on deck? Who? Brian. Brian's the first guy tonight. Which camera am I on? This is the new Sony A7S Mark III. Hi, Brian. How are you doing? Thank you for saying hello on a Friday night. You look great. You look like you're in a kind of a green mood, maybe a little bit of a green mood, but you look great. I'm trying to stand tall and make Sly's shirt look good. She gave me this shirt for my birthday. She mailed it to me. And she mailed me $50, so I put down in the donations over there. People have been giving donations to the Christmas, and she gave me this. This is so when I get older, I know what my name is. So if I get lost, they'll say, where's the man? Where's the myth? Where's the legend? And I'll go, huh? And they go, oh, it's Peter. There, his shirt. His name is on his shirt. Thank you, Sly. You are, I don't care what they say about you. I don't believe any of what they wrote about you. No, they didn't write nothing. That's my standard joke. It's getting old. So that's the t-shirt. And she sent me, apparently she's trying to get me to dress better. So, hi, Brian. And here's Lewis. I happen to know that Lewis is entered into the dessert contest tonight. And I think I got fatter just looking at his pictures. I didn't even have to eat anything. All I had to do was look at Lewis's picture and I would get fatter. So he says, happy birthday, Peter. Thank you, Lewis. You shouldn't have. That was so nice. How did you know it was my birthday? So I got the blue thing running on the bottom and it seems to be doing very well. And Lewis is saying, hi, everybody. And we got Raymond, my favorite Raymond in the whole wide world. Happy belated birthday. It's not belated. It's my birthday for the whole month. So happy belated, happy belated. I disagree that your favorite color is ice cream. As you said on your A7S3 stream this week. Your favorite color is Christmas. By golly, Miss Molly, Raymond, you are right. My favorite color is Christmas. Welcome, ho, 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 to the Christmas room. Oh, Sly gave me this too. This is Mr. Elf. His name is Peter. Did you see it right over here? And I hung it right here. I put it there special, so every time I see it, I think of Sly. I was going to put it on the wall, but I wanted to put it up front and center. So there it is there. So you guys had a sneak look to find the, which camera am I on? That one, okay. Let me make sure. Yes, that's the right camera. So you guys had a sneak look to find the Windex bottle. It's hidden pretty good. It's honestly, it's hidden pretty good. It's going to take quite the eye to find it. My hair doesn't feel right, but it don't look bad. Okay. So hi, Ray. I'm thankful that you're here tonight. And that's right. You have corrected and straightened my rear end out. It is Christmas. My favorite color is Christmas. I've got to say, when Ray is right, Ray is right. When Ray is right, Ray, I feel a song coming on. Now, I'm not going to sing to you, Ray. Just take it easy, take it easy. Here's Kippy. I talked to Kippy this week. Kippy called me on the phone. I answered the phone, and this is what happened. I said, hello. And he said, I'm Kippy. I said, Kippy, how are you doing? He didn't do that. I'm the one, I'm being kind of like, you know, sensationalizing the news. So I got on the phone, and it was Kippy, and he called, and his little girls, his daughters, were there, and they were singing happy birthday to me on the phone. And Kip is just a few houses down from my house. He's like, I'm in Miami, and a few houses down, he's in Malaysia. I like your new video. I didn't know you guys drove on the wrong side of the street, Kip. We drive on the right side, you guys drive on the wrong side. I had never seen traffic or highways or anything in Malaysia before your video. You guys have got to go and watch Kippy's channel. See right there, the green is his YouTube name, and his comment is in white. So he's saying, I might as well read his comment now that I've been talking about him. Hey Peter, hi everybody. He's busy making my short review on the EM1X now. So you've got the Olympus EM1, EMX1. Nice, easy names they came up with these cameras. So I know you've got the R5. I saw your video, and I do recommend people go and see the video of Kippy with his R5. He even took it to a wedding and shot wedding pictures, and he even put the wedding pictures right there in the video. So, yep, Kip's on the ball. Kip's on the ball. He's right up on top. David, I haven't seen you in so long. Now, for the rest of you guys, I have talked to David on the phone, so I knew he was all right. But everybody else was going, I wonder if David's all right. Where is he? What happened? Oh my God, something terrible happened to David. Nope, he's right here. He's right there. You see? Look, I can see it on my monitor. I got a big monitor that I look at over there. Okay. You know, I didn't check all the cameras. We'll do that in a minute. So he's saying, hey, Peter and family. Well, we have been praying for you. I told them that you were a little under the weather. You've been having a hard time with that back surgery. And just want you to know we love you, David. We do. We're praying for you. We're thinking about you. And I personally am grateful that you're here tonight. You stayed up. What time is it? It's 10:16. Well, it's not too bad. I know you're getting up in age. So 10:16, you know, maybe 9 o'clock is when you're getting sleepy. But I'm glad to see you're in here, David. And I see you're wearing your mask. You're making me feel like I need to put my mask on. Hi, David. How you doing? Can you hear me? I got a mask on. Whatever. Yes, I do wear the masks. I love the president. I'm voting for him, but damn it, I'm wearing my frickin' mask. Here's Ray. Also, congratulations on your Nikon video getting a great like to dislike ratio. I didn't look that up. Usually I get slammed, but I was very nice on this video, honestly. I didn't want the guys that own Nikon to feel bad because the camera, the Z6 that we got, which is right here. Okay, so this is the Z6. I tried to get them close, and I did on the Raymond Tower computer, which is a PC, but I switched over to this tonight to go live so I can put the comments up on the screen, because only on the Mac can I get the comments to go up on the screen. So I had to quickly start to recolor, the cameras, the different cameras. So I'm kind of watching what's going on as I talk. And I noticed that once I get involved, like in one camera, if I leave it on here, it just kind of like, it melts into me. And it's like, that looks pretty good. And then when I go to a different one, like the new A7S III, I guess the logical question is, Peter, how do you like your A7S III? And I have to say, I have two comments on that. I'm going to say the second comment first, and then I'll say the first comment second, okay? So the second comment is, the camera's almost bulletproof. What are we on, the A7S III? I can go over here, I can come out of the frame, and you know what? I don't even give this camera a second thought. If it's going to be in focus, I could come and walk across the frame, all right? And I've got it tuned in quite a bit. I'm up against the wall, and you can kind of see me flapping my hands over here, all right? And then I can come, if I don't knock anything over, I can come over here, stand in the middle. I can come sit in the story chair. And you know what? I have my glasses on. I didn't even take the glasses off. And the Christmas tree lights are still a little on the soft side, because at 1.4 I'm maybe 5 feet in front of the tree, maybe 6 feet. Okay, so how do I like the camera? I like it a lot. It's a really, 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 really probably one of the best cameras. And I think the people that are buying the R5 that are kind of like the other choice have that same feeling towards the R5. I think those that get the R5 in their hands are going like, dang, I like this camera. And that's the way they're feeling, because the camera, unless you're going to go test it to make it overheat, that's what Kippy told me. He says, if I try to make it overheat, I'll make it overheat. But if I just use it, it works awesome. And then who else told me? Who else has the R5? And they said the focusing is amazing on it. It grabs focus, and that's the way I feel about this. So that's and the grip on this A7S Mark III, the best grip on a DSLR mirrorless type camera I have felt in a long time. They really spent a nice amount of time working on the design. The camera feels great in your hands, because Sony cameras have a tendency of drooping in the front, because they made the camera so much smaller that the lens had to become bigger, and the weight is front end weighted, you know, so it feels good. So it's probably one of the best cameras. I can turn it on, I could talk to you and not even think about the ding dong camera. I know it's going to do good. It looks great on the screen. The colors right out of the box look great. Now, I did tune it in. I spent some time with Randy, who looks at it like on 3 or 4 monitors in his room. He's got like a worldwide broadcast station going on in there. So this is kind of like a happy medium between Safari, how you see things, and Chrome, how you see things, and Windows, whatever that's called, Explorer, how you see things, and Mozilla, Firefox. Each one has a little bit of a different color interpretation. So I used to be like all freaked out when I would put up a video years ago, and one person, that's the best picture quality and color I've seen. That would be in the comments. And then 3 comments down, it's like, you look sick, you look terrible, you need to go back to the other camera. And I used to go like, what is going on? How can the same picture be the best picture they've ever seen, and at the same time being the worst picture they've ever seen? And that's because Chrome has its own color interpreter in it. Safari has a different. These are all the browsers. The phones have different color interpretations. So we're kind of like in a happy medium. Okay, so I'm looking at it on a calibrated monitor, And when I look at my calibrated monitor, it's like, dang, I look good. However, other people will look at it and go like, you look too red. You look too green. Well, look at the blues on the light, the colors of the blue lights, the LEDs, okay? So this camera actually has it, wait, let's get this right. All right, so this camera actually has it, that's not the right camera. I guess it is the right camera. I don't think that's the right camera. That's the A7S III. This is the Z6. So the A7S III is pointing to the wrong camera. Where's Norm when you need him? Norm is the one that finds these things. All right, so I'm on the A7S III, and I need to point to the camera, and it needs to go right to who I'm pointing to. Okay, so that's the Z6. Okay, and no, that's the Z6. Okay, so that's the Z6. That's the A7S III. So if I walk over there and put my hand on the lens without falling down, we should all black out. Boom. Okay, so that's the A7S III. Okay, so now I'm going to lock that so it doesn't change. Locked. Okay, so I don't know how I got screwed up. I did that, so that's that. Here's a 6100. So this is the best bang for the buck. For the dollars, the 6100 is amazing. And I know I have a hand cam in here somewhere. There we go. Clap your hands, everybody. Clap your hands. Boom, boom, boom. And what else? Who else do I have? I have a, which camera is this one here? That's this one. And that's supposed to be the ZV-1. And I don't know what's wrong with her. Why she's not coming up on the screen, because I do have it connected to the ZV-1. So let's go over to the ZV-1 and press the button just in case it went to sleep. Okay, I'm pressing a button. Wake up. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let the good times roll. All right, so it's not making it into the black magic, which I don't know why. So we'll work on that later, because after we get bored for a while. All right, so I'm back on the A7S III. So I was answering the question that nobody asked. How do you like the camera? I love the camera. I think it's awesome. I am missing that amazing feeling that I had gotten when the Canon 5D Mark IV came in here. And even when the Z6 came in here. Maybe I'm getting desensitized with so many cameras coming through here where I'm actually getting confused as to what the heck is going on. So that is what we've got going on. And do I see the Z6? Nope, that's not the Z6. You know how I can tell? Watch. I'll zoom the Z6 out. Okay, and then I'll be able to find it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. So the Z6, the Black Magic, for some reason, it is decided to go to sleep. I can't disconnect it and reconnect it because the microphones are coming through there. So that is unfortunate because I was getting a really nice picture of it. And we'll just leave it there. Here, there, everywhere. Ba, ba, bum. I wonder if I could bring it in under camera. Camera. I could do that. EOS utility. Blackmagic design is grayed out. And that's what the problem is. The Blackmagic design is grayed out. So you're getting to see behind the scenes. Anyway, I got a remote control so I can zoom and I can see the camera. I just don't know why it decided to go to sleep. The Blackmagic has put it to sleep. I unplugged the HDMI. I'm plugging it in again. I'm fade to black. No, not wanting to fade to black. Okay, so let's keep it rolling. Where did I leave off? I had to have left off at Raymond. because Ray is a place where I would stop. Okay, so I never read the whole thing. Congratulations on your Nikon video, getting a good like to dislike ratio. Tony Northrup's video about those same two cameras didn't go over so well with the Nikon crowd. Well, I believe you have to respect the person that owns the camera. Okay, so if I own a camera, like if I have the Z6, and I do, here it is, it's right here, Z6, hello, where are you? I have it right there. And if I was watching PeterGregg, and PeterGregg is going like, what a lousy camera you bought. How dumb are you? How do you feel? Now, I'm sure that Tony didn't say that, all right? But, you know, I've been trying to prompt Nikon to get their butt moving a little bit, but they don't have the money. So I actually have to compliment them for what they did do for the less amount of money that they have. They put 2 card slots in the Z6 Mark II, and the one that I have here now, which is the Z6 Mark I, can we say that, is got 1 card slot. I thought that was a mistake to begin with. So the camera that they have now, the Z6 Mark II that's coming out, it's just actually called the Z6 II, but somehow the mark got stuck in there on all those names. The camera that just came out now should have been the camera they came out with 2 years ago, okay? But they do have a cash crunch there, which means they don't have a battery of people working on those cameras. So I do have to compliment them on what they did. That's what it is. And you know what? That's going to make the Nikon people feel good, Ray, and it's important. Okay, if you own a camera, you don't want to hear somebody bashing your camera. It's like they're not your friend anymore, honestly. And this is the Christmas room. It's my favorite color, right, Ray? So you got it right. But I didn't watch that one. I don't watch as many YouTube videos as I did before. Here's Woody. How you doing, Woody? Woody says, hi, Peter, Tony Northrup. Oh, we're going to talk about Tony tonight. Good old Tony. I like his wife better. A lot cuter. Oh, I'm talking to the wrong camera. Trashed the Z6 pretty good today. He urged not buying until he and others had a chance to work with the camera. Well, it's a good thing that Tony takes care of all of our thinking for us. So don't buy it until I actually work with it for a while. Don't think for yourself. Let someone else think for you. Let someone else decide how you're going to vote, how you're going to walk, how you're going to talk, and what cameras you should do. The point is, I want to hear from you guys too, because you have experience. I have experience too, and we're supposed to share it. So, got to be careful not to go negative, and that's why I have the Christmas room here to remind me. See, I really want to walk around, but I want to do it on this camera, because don't buy the A7S Mark III until I work with it for a while. So I have the Z6. So I've worked with it. I had the A7S, no, what was it? Yeah, I had the A7D3, the A7 III before that for 2 years. And I had purchased the Nikon Z6, and you guys, it's kind of like your dad saying the same story over and over and over and over and over. I see 9 thumbs up, so thank you. It's kind of like I used the A7 Mark III for the longest time, almost 2 years. And then my friend Peter, which same name as mine, okay, he's up in the Massachusetts, New England area. He moved, so I don't know what state he's in now. And so he said, Peter, you got to try the Z6. And I said, Peter, I bought it. I sent it back. It couldn't do the simple walk of focus where I come walking all the way down here. I turned to the wall. I would play with Jingles. I had Jingles. That was the time period when Jingles got killed. Okay, but when the Z6 first came in, Jingles was here, and I'd play with him. It was in the other room, so it was a couch instead of a chair. Then I would turn back, and I would slowly walk up, and then about halfway up, I would stop and look. We had a beautiful painting, which I don't have anymore. So I've got a beautiful wall. And the Z6 couldn't do that. But now, in February, Nikon upgraded the firmware, and it works great. And so I sold the A7 Mark III because I got a lot of Nikon lenses sitting over there. And I bought the Z6, this guy right here. I bought the Z6 that you're not looking at. I bought this guy right here. So I could do the same thing with this one. I can walk to the back, I can walk to Jingle Bell's spot, and you know what? 9 out of 10 times, it works just fine. Can I trip it up? Yeah, I think I can. I think I can trip it up. And then I can walk over to the Christmas, to the story chair, okay, and then walk back up to the Christmas desk. And the Z6 is pretty solid on that. I can't say it's perfect, but it's very solid, okay. So we also can, we can do this. We can hold up. That's where all of this is coming into this. All the cameras in here are coming, well, 4 out of the 5 cameras in here are coming into this reader right here, this Blackmagic thing. And so the Z6 is being pumped into that. So now I have an even higher expectancy of this one. This guy focuses like a champ. Okay, it just, and I don't even have to worry if my glasses are on, my glasses are off. I can walk anywhere I want. I can come back here, I can turn around, I can say, you're missing a beautiful opportunity to find the Windex bottle. Okay, a beautiful opportunity right now to find the Windex bottle. So now I'm going to walk right up the center. I'm going to come right and stand right underneath this. It's a hair light for there. So for right now, it's an angel light. It's making me shine, touch like an angel. Woo, I see into your future. I'm an angel, and I can see you're going to be healthy and prosperous, and you're going to smile a lot this next week. So then I walk back up here, and that light now serves as the hair light for me here. So I've been over how I've got this set up. So this guy, the S3, solid. I mean, it's, I don't want to say bulletproof. It's kind of like a little over. I can go over here and look through my table, barely be in the picture. You know, just my butt, big fat butt, and it doesn't jump to the tree. The camera, it just works awesome. Okay, so the Z6 Mark II is going to work even better than the Z6 that I have here now. So Nikon did a good job with the money they had on hand. If I had a choice between a flippy screen or 2 card slots, which one would you take? Okay, the 2 card slots. If you're a working photographer, or there's anything that you're taking that is like valuable to you in any way, I'd rather have the 2 card slots. So they didn't have enough money to put the flippy screen in there. I'll keep quiet for a little bit, but when they start teasing with the Z6 Mark III, it better have a ding-dong flippy screen, okay? That camera, this camera, should have had a flippy screen. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cameras. Every single one of these cameras have a flippy screen except the Z6. So it's like in the video that I said, it's kind of like electric windows in a car. You don't think about them anymore. You just assume when you're looking at a brand new car, unless you're looking at a car that's $6,000, that it's going to have a flippy screen. I mean, electric windows. If the car has a flippy screen, I'd like to know which car you're looking at. Okay, so maybe I should get back on track. So I left off with Woody. Hi, Woody. How are you doing? I'm surprised you didn't put something in for the contest. I was looking at the email and waiting. So, hi, Rob. How are you doing, buddy? Happy Friday, everybody. I'm so bummed I didn't make the contest submission cutoff. I didn't cut it off till 4 o'clock today. So I was in here working on that. It's my birthday tomorrow. 50 years old. Happy birthday. Holy cow, Batman. Hence, I declare myself the winner by default. No, you don't. No. But you know what I will do? I will grab the mic.
Hark, hark. I hear music. It's coming from the sky. It's coming from the north. It's coming from the south. It's coming from my speakers. Oh, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Rob. Happy 50th birthday to Rob. One more time. That's together, come on. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Rob. Happy birthday to you. Oh. Wait. We've got a professional piano player playing. You know, Rob, what we want to know? I know you kind of gave us a hint, but I'm going to pretend I didn't see it, Batman. How old are you, dude? How old are you now? How old are you now? How old are you, Robbie? Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, buddy. Rob is an awesome guy. I have talked to him on the phone. He's cheerful, he's delightful, he's smart, he's quick-witted, he's happy personality. He's an awesome person. Now you could tell. Wait, I'm reading what he wrote, but you can't see it. I'll put it back up. There he is, okay. I didn't, you timed out is what happened. Holy cow, Batman! I declare myself the winner. You're the birthday winner for tonight, at least up until now. You are technically the 10:39 p.m. birthday winner, Rob. So that's the time that I'm actually doing this. You probably wrote this like 20 minutes ago. But happy birthday, buddy. So, you know, today is Friday. So that means that your birthday, it's a birthday weekend. So yes, I got iced the cream, and it's annoying me why the ZB one is not on because I wanted to show it to you. I got it tuned in and everything. Anyway, back to Rob. So I hope you have a wonderful birthday this weekend. If you want me to call you or anything, just email me and let me know, and I would be glad to call and chit chat and say hello. So happy birthday, buddy. We love you. I love you. All of the people in the room love you too. So just feel, you know, this room does special things. This little channel right here. How many people we got in here? We got 25. How about that? What do you know? So that's a higher number. We usually got like 15, 18. So we filled up the classroom. Okay, class is over. You can go home now. So here's Matt. Matt, how are you doing, buddy? Hello, Peter and everyone. Yes, hello. How are you doing? I'm glad you came in. So Matt says, it's your channel. Yeah, it finally dawned on me. It's my channel. I have to please everybody, and I'm going like, wait a minute. This is my channel. So I thought that was pretty cool. It was funny at the moment. Okay, so where's my favorite Raymond? Where did he go? Happy birthday, Rob. See? Ray is saying hello and happy birthday to you, Rob. Don't forget to say hi to Raymond, you guys, because we want to give Ray a lot of love. And here's how to hermit. How to hermit? How to? Is it how to be a hermit? Have you been in here before? Because I think I would have remembered that name. So I see you were trying to find yourself in your avatar. And I see you. You're all the way at the bottom. You just got to bring the camera down, a little bit further down. Now find the zoom button and zoom in. Zoom in, and then you'll get bigger. Because I can see a little bitty person over there. So I guess that means the hermit kind of like goes with the name. Oh my God. You're a professional branding person. What's up? Thumbs up. Thank you for coming in and saying hello. Thank you for not being a lurker. This room is kind of like the boys getting together on Friday night, playing cards. We're eating our potato chips, having whatever it is you like to drink. I'm doing the hot chocolate. I'm having water with ice, and the ice is melting, and this thing is sweating, and this is when water tastes the best. So I'm guessing that you have a YouTube channel. If you've gone through the trouble of making such a nice, cool-looking avatar, and you've got a really good name, How to Hermit, okay? So I guess if a person gets all disgusted with everything, he learns how to hermit. It's just the way it is. So thank you for coming in. So, moving on. Who's up on desk? Who on deck? I'm at the desk. So Rob is saying thank you to Raymond. And Lewis is saying happy birthday to Rob. And Kip is saying happy birthday to Rob. And there's Scott. Somebody said Scott wasn't coming tonight. Who said Scott wasn't coming tonight? Hello, friends and Brother Peter. Hello, Brother Scott. I'm so glad to see you here. I am happy to see you here tonight. Whoa. I get the preach coming out when you call me, hey, brother. Okay, so anyway, I think I'm being funny, but I'm not. When you think it's butter, but it's not. Yeah, have you graduated at junior high yet, Peter? Woody says, happy birthday to our daughter, Amy. Amy, wait. Amy, the little one? Okay.
Happy birthday. Where's the music? I found the music. It's right there. I found the button. I just had to kind of click on it to make it go. So let's sing. This is Woody's granddaughter. Oh, daughter. And Luke. Is that Luke's ma? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Amy, happy birthday to our daughter Amy. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, Amy. We've heard it's your birthday, girl. And everyone far and wide wants to say happy birthday to you.
Oh, Amy. So now you can show her that part. It's at where are we? Write down what the number is, Woody. We're at 43 minutes and 50-something seconds, so you can come in and find it and say, look, Peter's saying happy birthday to Amy. So Rob says, thanks, everybody. However, I realized I'm stealing Peter's thunder. Oh, no, my God, no. Absolutely, positively not. There's no thunder in here. This is the Christmas room. As a matter of fact, the next one up shared my birthday. Bob. It's Bob's birthday, too. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Bob. Mike and I are checking in from Charlotte. How are you? Hello, Peter. So what are you guys doing in Charlotte? Charlotte is like right down the road from Salisbury, and Salisbury is up the road from Nag's Head, and Nag's Head is down the road from, what's the famous beach down there? So the left foot's connected to the right foot. If that was really true, you couldn't walk. So happy birthday to Rob. Happy birthday to Bob. The best guys, I guess, are born in October. So good to see you, Bob. Thank you for checking in. You're on a trip and you're in here. You're supposed to be having fun. Go have some fun. Here we go. And here's Lewis. 0 Calorie Photography. That's a great name. So if anybody wants to open up a photography store, I would call it 0 Calorie Photography. If nothing else, they'll remember your name. And when you got the name, you've got the game. I was taught that as a kid. And here's Jonathan. Here's my favorite Jonathan in Mexico. How you doing, Jonathan? Jonathan played the song that's you're going to hear on violin. Not only did he play it, he wrote it. Not only did he play it and write it, he recorded it. Not only did he play it and he wrote it and recorded it, he edited. Not only did he play it and write it and recorded it and edited, he's my friend. And I love him, okay? So actually I spoke with Jonathan on the phone today. So Jonathan, I'm so glad that you're in here. And when we play all the contestants before we vote for tonight, you'll hear the violin music in the background. That's this guy right here. That's Jonathan. He's the one playing. He wound up in the emergency room the other night, so keep him in your prayers. Okay, he had a really bad nosebleed. They don't know why, and they couldn't make it stop. Okay, I even got my toilet plunger and I tried to make it stop. No, I'm just kidding, but I mean, keep him in your prayers because he's just an awesome, awesome person, especially when he's sleeping. Everybody's a great person when they're sleeping. Here's MDZ, Mike. Hello, Peter. Yes, hello, Peter. I just want to say happy Friday to you, sir. So, hello, Peter. How you doing, Mike? Mike is going, I love the Sony a7S III. Did you think the tuning looks fairly decent? I've been working on it for a few days now to get the colors in. It takes a while to tune in a camera. It's like that for any camera. There's nothing unique, and you notice I'm kind of like going to that camera more tonight. So thank you for making a comment on the S3. It makes me feel good. The camera's nice too, but I've also been doing a little work on getting it to look pretty decent, which can be a handful for some cameras, I gotta tell you. But this one, it didn't take but 10, 15 minutes to get it like almost ooh la la. And Ray says the colors on the A7S, thank you, Ray, really pop. It looks like Sony made a concerted effort to close the gap with Canon in the color science narrative to attract Canon loyalists like me who like the Canon colors, like me. So it's Raymond is like me, and then I'm like me. So Raymond and me are we like me. So yeah, I have to say, the A73 made my face look harsher than the Z6. So the Z6 made my face look better than my face looked better than the A7 Mark III. All right. Then the A7S Mark III does even better. So I have a built-in whatchamacallit, I have a built-in filter. It's called Peter. That's an old guy that's got an older face. See, my mind is still 25 years old, but the body is getting older. So I have like dark spots, like one goes here and one goes here, and it's not shadows. When I look in the mirror and I'm shaving, there's a dark spot on both sides of my face. So that's from age. I didn't have that. I was like unbelievably, I was more handsome than Raymond. And Raymond is like amazingly handsome. Okay. And I was more handsome than that. So I am noticing these little things. And I think that the Sony a7S III is nicer on the complexion, on pictures. So I think they finally are discovering, okay, that when you compress or expand on the midtones, it makes a difference on how the results of your face comes in. Because when I work on actual pictures, like wedding pictures or portrait pictures or anybody pictures, okay, I actually expand the midtones and start to compress the others. So my curve would look like that on both ends and wider in the center. And that actually makes it look almost like I'm doing skin smoothing. And I've had people go like, do you wear makeup? You know, so I'm going like, do I look that bad? Where I have to wear makeup? I better check the mirror over here. There's a mirror on the wall. Yeah, I'm not conceited at all. There's a mirror over there. I got 5 cameras watching me. So there's no conceit here, only humility. Wait, I can see myself in the water. So I would agree, colors are getting closer and closer and closer and closer. So, where did I leave off? It was Ray. My favorite, Raymond. David, I'm supposed to get up at 5 a.m. for a walk, a photo walk, at the Great Falls National Park. So you could do that now? Well, that's good. That's excellent. And I'm guessing that the walk is going to make you and help you feel better. It is. Matt, is early voting allowed? Well, I mailed out the ballots, but I heard they got stuck in a truck that overturned. So none of them have gotten here. No, don't vote early because I screw up. It's not you. It's not you guys for the voting. Oh, he says for the contest. That's what I'm talking about seriously for a second. When we do the voting for the contest, okay, I'm going to get the paper and the pencil and write them down because this is people's pictures we're talking about. And this time I put the names on the pictures because I took the names off. I got into a mindset that we're going to be doing like a really serious contest and it's got to be just right. We're having fun, guys. If Raymond takes a picture of a dessert, I want to know that Raymond took the picture of the dessert because this is not about me. This is about you. This is basically your channel. When we get together, you're who I'm interested in, okay? So I put the names on the picture. So sue me. What can I tell you? As a matter of fact, why don't we take a little run? Well, let's go through this real quick, and then I'll play the tape with the contest entries, and then you guys will be able to vote. So, how are you doing? Ray, I haven't seen you in a while. The A7S shows your blue LEDs as purple the way the 90 did. I don't think I agree with you. I think there's the A7S3 and there's the Z6. Okay, so on my screen, let's see. All right, on my monitor that's calibrated, the blue looks a little richer on the, let's see, can I do a split screen here? Oh, Peter, this is so dangerous. Okay, let's go to the main camera.
Hold up, I am on my way, I'm in motion. Let's go to the ocean.
To the camera. Okay, now I can pick cameras. So this is not the camera. This is one of them, and this is the other. So now which one is which, I don't know. I'm going to go put my hand on the lens. Okay, so the one I'm putting my hand on the lens, that one is the A7S3. I got my hand on the lens, which means if I put my hand here, that's the Z6. Okay, so the Z6 is on the left and the A7S3 is on the right. So you can see a little bit of the lights, but don't forget it crops the center of it out. So it gives me the split screen. And actually, if I wanted to, I can actually add the 60-100 in there too. So the one I'm looking at is the Sony A6100. That's straight on. Boom. Okay, so on your left is actually the Z6, and in the center is the A7 III. So are we confused enough? So, but this looks cool. I have to admit, this actually looks pretty cool. So looking at my face, I guess I'll have to count on you guys too. The face doesn't look bad, but I'm looking at this. Okay, these are age spots. There's a line that runs down here that's just a little bit darker. I don't know why. And then there's a spot right up here. Okay, so let's take a look and see. I'm going to put my hand on one of the cameras. This should be the Z6. Okay, that's the Z6. Okay, that's the A7S III. And the other one is on the other side of the room. All right, so let's walk back here and see. They all grab the focus pretty well. We're kind of really making this Mac work for its money right now. I mean, we got 3 live streams, 4K, getting pumped up to YouTube. And this is the iMac 2017. So that looks pretty cool. All right, does anybody know how I get back? I pushed that button. Okay, so we are on the A7S III now. All right, well that was fun. I'm gonna have to do that again. So that was Ray. Okay, So if you're actually seeing purple, I gotta tell you gently and nicely and sweetly, it's leaning towards the purple. However, it's not purple, it's solidly blue. So I would say that your monitor is the calibration. Now over here on the Z6, it actually has a deeper, richer blue. But look at my face. My face also has got less red in it. So if I did that here, I don't know, the red seemed to pop over here on the S3 a little bit more than on the Z6. Now, we're talking minuscule movements here, guys. So this is not something to make a judgment on and go run out and buy a camera. Either one is going to give you great picture response, and nobody's going to be looking, you know, can I see my picture on a Canon R5, please? Okay, now can I see my picture on a Sony A73, please? Nobody's going to get that kind of selection. When people look at pictures, is what you present is what they're going to see. Okay, now the Canon 90D, which is this one right here, okay, now this I have a hard time getting those blues to come in as blue. They are purple as purple can be. Mr. Purple, yes? This guy's answering. Okay, so this is the a flippy screen. If you guys are in the dark and don't know, it flips out all the way like that. It turns around, and then when I close it, it's got a hard back. Okay, so it doesn't scratch the screen and stuff. And then when you go to take pictures and you go into the portrait mode, because the cameras work not only in this way, they work this way, in case some people didn't know. Okay, so now I could do this, and I can raise this up, and I can see the LCD. Or I can drop this down really low. So for pictures and for security of your LCD, the flippy screen is the way to go. Now, if you're talking video, that adds a whole new dimension to it, because now you can turn it and face this to you, okay? And if I turn this camera on, you'll see that you could be, the battery's not in it, all right, if it went on, you'll see that you could see in the front. And that's what I've got running right now. I got 5 cameras running, and I could see all of them except for the Nikon Z6. So on the last video that I did, Ray, I did torpedo them for that purpose. Okay, I was hoping to get them, Nikon, not the Nikon people, but Nikon itself, to understand there's certain things that are expected of cameras these days. But now that the camera came out and people are going to buy them, now I pulled back, and apparently others are stepping forward to be aggressive. And that's why this is the Christmas room. I don't go to hurt anybody's feeling when they open up their Christmas present and go like, what the heck did you get? That is a piece of garbage. That would be a terrible thing to hear or do to anyone on Christmas morning. So this is Christmas evening. So have a drink, chill, but we all still are nice. I don't know where they make this Miami water, but it's delicious. So here's Adrian. Hi, Adrian. It's not Adrian. Andre. How you doing, Andre? He is in Romania. And so he has to be my favorite Andre in Romania. There's just no way. It's got to be. So good to see you, Andre. Hi, how are you? I'm glad you're in here. What time is it? It's 11. So what? It's like 4 or 5 in the morning over there? You're awake? I guess you got up to go pee, and you saw I was on. Okay, you can go back to bed now. Don't forget to wash your hands. That goes for everybody, whether you peed or not. Wash your hands. So good to see you, Andre. And how are you doing? You got the S3 in hand too, right? So we're like S3 brothers, S3 bros. So Brian is going, I'm watching you on the iPad. The images from the Nikon look better and rich. See? That's what happens. The different units, you get a different look. And that used to confuse the heck out of me, even stronger than heck. You know, down there. That used to confuse where they put that new ice skating rink down in hell. So it becomes important, and that's why I'm kind of balanced between all of the browsers. So Andre says happy birthday for Tuesday. It was last Tuesday. Oh, for last Tuesday. Thank you, sir. And we have other birthdays too. So it's a happy week, October. Brian A says, Richard, it should be question mark. Maybe it's the lens. Well, I do. This is a good point, Brian. Brian is bringing up, but I'm talking to Brian. This is a good point, Brian. Okay. I have a $1,500 to $1,800, I don't know what it's going for now, Zeiss planar lens on this camera. Okay. And I have a $400, $300 to $400, it's used, 10-year-old 50 millimeter 1.4 on an adapter on this camera. So the coatings make a difference. One is a super, this one here is probably one of the sharpest lenses that I have run across, honest to God. And that's why when I sold the A7 III, I put it up as a package unit to sell it with the camera, with this lens. And I said, no, I want to keep the lens. So I kept the lens, and look at now, whatever the amount of time is, a year later, I'm back in Sony, and I have this lens. And I'll tell you something else. What camera is this? This is the A6100, and this is a Sigma 1.4 30 millimeter lens. And this lens is a very rich, it's a workhorse lens. It just, it works amazingly well on the Sony body. And it's not a native lens, but I would say it works as well as any native lens. And I think it also, it does my face. I thought there was something on my face. Why didn't you tell me there was something on my face all this time? So I think it does all right with this snarl here. And it's a great camera. So if you're looking for a camera, it's hard to find a bad camera. So when people get on there and they actually are not against a particular camera company maker, but against a particular specific camera, that camera is not for them. But like, I don't like the X-T4, which I haven't sent back yet, okay? So this is the Fuji X-T4. You know, this is a marvelous camera. It's an excellent camera. It just doesn't work with me for video. The focus, I can't walk from here to the Christmas tree and come back and have the camera follow me. So am I gonna smash the lens, the camera? No. There's a lot of people that love their Fujis. And you know what? Rightly so. This is an amazing little camera. Probably one of the best crop sensor cameras you can buy. However, for video, the A6100, I would have that camera any day, any week, any hour, any minute over this camera. And that's the camera you're looking at right now. And I can walk around with that camera. I can come back, I can actually go behind the story chair. Okay. And I can stand here, and you know what? That A6100, if I had it on so you could see the box, there's a box on my face all the way back here. And I'm between two lights, so my face is not the brightest thing you're going to see right now. So, should I get back on track? Yes, Peter, please. You think we want to sit here all night? No, but I like talking, and I don't like it when you go away. So Brian is right. It could be a lens difference here going on. If I put the 50 millimeter 1.8 Z lens, or S they call it. So they make a Z camera with a Z mount, but the lenses are called S. Naming, okay, conventions. So it could very well be a difference of lenses. That's why I don't look too hard, like when Tony doesn't like something and he's making videos and doing that. Well, he kind of said that the A7C focus system wasn't so hot. But that's not true. He actually proved that the focus system works great. He accidentally tapped on the LCD, which will take a Sony camera and put it into a tracking mode. Okay. So he tapped on it with his pinky, with his knuckle. I don't know when, but he was, I watched that part. I think it's at 18 minutes and something seconds on that particular video on the A7C. So he had the camera on his face, all right, and then he turned the camera around Okay, and in the process, he swung the LCD so he can see it. I mean, what's the sense if you can't see what you're shooting at? So in that process, I'm guessing he tapped on the LCD right where that tree trunk was. And you want to know something? That tree trunk stayed in focus for the rest of that clip. He tried to move it, get it on his wife's face. It wouldn't move. It focused where he tapped, and it proved how good the focus is on the A7C. So see what happens with user error? And I'm not picking on him because I've done that too. I have accidentally tapped on an LCD and the camera will start to focus on that spot. And Sony doesn't show you, like Canon, blatantly where you're focused. Because if it did, all he had to do was look at the LCD and he'd say, oh, there's a box over there on the tree trunk. I'll just tap on my wife's face. But see, Sony doesn't put a big box so you can see. They got a gray, darked out box that's hard to see. And they were outside. So I'm sure he didn't realize what was going on. So he got a little flustered and he was going like, I don't know why this camera, well, maybe the focus system is not as good as the A7 Mark III. No, it's got the focus system in it from the A7R Mark IV, which is better than the focus system from the A73. Okay, so if you tap on a tree trunk, you're going to get your focus on that tree trunk, sure as day. And the same thing would happen here. If I walked over there and accidentally tapped on the A7S right now on that screen, it's going to lock like a homing device for a missile on whatever I accidentally tap on. So it worked, and it worked well. It made me chuckle. So Andre, the A7S III is pristine. You mean Christine, right? Oh, no, pristine, like in just awesome, amazing, super duper well. Yes, I agree. I happen to agree with you. And who do we have here? No smoking in here. Who's got that cigar? Who got that cigar? Hi, Peter. Don't look. Happy Friday. I'm singing in the shower. Oh, my God. Don't tell me that, Frosty. I'm going to have to go have a bowl of Frosted Flakes. He took me in the shower with him. No, I can't handle this. This is too much for me. Frosted Flakes in the shower? Your sugar's running all over the floor. What can I tell you? You set yourself up for that one. So don't look. Well, I'm glad that Frosty came in and he's saying hello. Oh, Mary, it's her birthday today. You know what that means. There is no way in hell, Mary, that I am not going to sing happy birthday to the only girl we got in the room right now. If there's any other girls, speak up, okay? Please. But the only one that I'm aware of is Mary. And you know, dingle dongles, dongle dings, that I am going to...
We're going to sing happy birthday to Mary. The sweetest gal named Mary. Her name is Mary. And in case you didn't know it, we're singing happy birthday to Mary. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mary. Happy birthday to you. One more time, boys. Let's go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mary. Happy birthday to you. Oh, Mary, 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 what can I say? Sweet, sweet Mary, today is your birthday. Mary, Mary, today is the day you look 1 year younger. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Mary. Happy birthday
sweet Mary. Happy birthday, sweetheart. Thank you for being with us for so long. And we know you've had a rough year, but just know we love you. We wish you a happy birthday. And we are very happy that you're here. And you told us it was your birthday. So thank you. Everybody say happy birthday to Mary. Look, I don't even have to say it, Mary. Look, Ray is saying happy birthday to Mary. Lewis is saying happy birthday to Mary. Mary is thanking Mary. Rob says, thank you for the song, Peter. It made my day, night, week, month, year. Well, you're not hard to please. What does it take to please you, Rob? So that's good. So we got Rob's birthday, we got Mary's birthday, we got Bob's birthday. We are just birthday happy here. And Rob is saying happy Mary birthday. Mary, is it truly your birthday today? We share a good one. It's Saturday. Have a great birthday. That's right. Did we cross over yet? No, it's 11:13. We got another 45 minutes to go into October 17th. So Andre says, don't try to try out the 4K 60. Yeah, I'm going to try that out. But right now I'm trying to fly the plane, Andre. Trying to get 30p to work. Okay, so don't push me into the 60p yet. But not only do I have 60p in here, I got 120p. I got P's everywhere. I got more P's than Carter has liver pills. Okay. So Brian says, oh, I was supposed to look at the face? Yes, you were supposed to be watching my face. Up here, Brian. Mary, yes, Ron, today is my birthday. Yay, yay, yay. I was distracted by the, don't pick on the shirt. Sly gave me this for my birthday. She's one of our members in here. And she comes in and she sent me a package and I opened it. And I said, oh, Sly. She sent me this beautiful shirt. She sent me a t-shirt. She sent me this elf, this little elf named Peter. I should actually call the elf Jingle Bells. No, that's for Jingles. So we got the little elf and she sent me $50. $50. So eyes up here, Brian. Eyes up here. Here's Norm. I was beginning to miss you tonight. Merry Christmas, Peter. Thank you, Norm. Happy birthday, Libras. Good evening, Greggies around the world. Well, let me tell you something. Norm, listen. Nobody has even mentioned the Windex bottle. That's how much excitement we've got. And I hit it pretty deep. That's a hint. Okay, so Norm says, I thought we were having dessert at 11. Did you save me a piece of the cake? No. Yes, I did save a piece of the cake. I put actually an extra large piece of cake. I put it on the special plate, and I wrote on the plate with Hershey's syrup, Norm. And every time I passed that plate, I looked at the chocolate syrup, I looked at the cake, and it was standing up. The cake wasn't laying down. The cake was standing up. It was nice. It was a nice, fat piece of cake. And then I walked back, and I just wanted to make sure that chocolate syrup didn't run, so I ran my finger. And then I went over, and I fixed Jingle's blanket a little bit, made it look nice, all that kind of good stuff. And I came back, and I noticed right next to the plate with the cake with the chocolate syrup that said Norm, I noticed there was a fork over there. So I picked up the fork, and you know, I had to check and see if this fork actually worked. I've seen news reports on, what do they call it, fake news? I was watching CNN, and I saw a report that forks all over the world were failing to work. So I took the fork, and I just kind of like, ooh. And you know what? A half hour later, the cake was gone. I licked the plate, and I washed it, and I put it away. So I did cut a piece of cake for you. It was really good. I have to tell you, Norm, it's one of the best pieces of cake I have had in ages. All I needed was a cup of coffee, and after I finished, I could have had a cigarette. That's how good. That's how good the sensation of that cake was going into my stomach. It was an amazing piece of cake. So yes, I did save a piece of cake for you. That was story time, guys. Hey, what are you doing up? Here's Simon, and hello, brother from a different mother. Happy Friday. I missed the intro. Yeah, you missed a lot. You missed a lot. We gave away $1 million to 12 people, and you weren't one of them. I love the colors in this video. More red, more alive. Are you setting a theme? Will you have a red Komodo? A red Komodo? Will I have a red Komodo? I might. I might put one right up here in the Christmas room so I can have the best picture possible ever. And you know what I'll do? I'll take a video of me eating a nice big bowl of Frosted Flakes with my red Komodo. The only problem with the word Komodo is it makes me think of something else. I don't know what. I just take the O off the end and you'll get my drift. Okay? And I don't know how many people have a red one. I don't think I've ever seen a red Komodo. So, how you doing, Simon? What's going on up on the northern headquarters up there? So Ray says, speaking of the 6100, I wonder if that camera got a recent spike in sales after the disappointing announcement of the Canon M50 Mark II. The M50 Mark II is basically just $599 firmware update. Yeah, Canon doesn't even recognize, if I needed to get a fast camera company, I would go buy the M50 from them, fix it up right, and I would have one of the best, a better camera than this X-T4. That's what I would have in my M50. Not Canon though. Canon, you gotta admit, they stay true to their colors. So, there we go. What can I tell you? So Mario, hi Mario. I haven't seen you in here for a while. Happy birthday, Greg. You mean Peter. It's PeterGregg. PeterGregg, not Greg, Peter. But PeterGregg, PeterGregg. I don't want to confuse you, but it's Peter. How you doing, Mario? Are you out of jail? Are you still in jail? We're in October. So what's happening? I'm so happy to see you coming in and saying hello. Here's Gabriel with the big beak. Happy birthday, Peter and Mary and Bob and Rob. You know who else's birthday? I looked it up. Anthony's birthday too. From I forgot the name of the channel. Well, when he comes up, I'll tell you the name of the channel. But it's Anthony's birthday. So thank you, Gabriel, for saying hi and happy birthday. I appreciate it. I sure do appreciate it. Happy birthday, Mary, comes from Mario. Norm says, cool. Peter has a back-up group. Shall we call them the Greggettes? No, I want Peterettes. Happy birthday to Mary. Mary, you're getting a lot of attention. All the guys are kind of like making eyes at you, Mary. Okay, here it comes. Happy birthday to Mary from Mel. Hi, Mel Feliciano. How are you doing? Hola, chico. What you doing today? I am so happy to see you here and saying hello to Mary. I'm sure you wanted to say hello to me too. I'm sure you wanted to say hello to me too. Let's make sure I'm all okay. How you doing? Good to see you, Mel. So thanks for coming in. Thanks for not lurking. Don't sit there, anybody. Don't sit there and lurk. Seriously, we don't have that many people in here. I can use all the hellos you'll give me. Okay, so what am I going to do? Pick on you and make fun of you? Watch, look at Mel. Look at Mel, looks so handsome. He's got this yellowish shirt. It looks like possibly, it's kind of small from here. I'm on a 40-inch monitor. He might be leaning on something. Very professionally taken picture, you know. So it must have been taken by me, right, Mel? I probably came over and took the picture. But welcome. And anybody, don't lurk. Say hello. Seriously. Brian says, I like the shirt. The colors just grabbed my attention. Mary says, thank you for all the birthday wishes. Mel says, happy. Oh, not happy. Hey, Peter, I just tuned in. Have you noticed the horizontal green flashes at the top of the screen? No. I do not see any horizontal green flashes at the top of the screen. So what I want to suggest is pull out and log back in again, okay? Because the people in here are all photographer types in their minds. If I had green flashes happening, they would be telling me. So I'm kind of thinking it's YouTube's connection with you, because they run through this thing called the internet. It's something new. I know everybody doesn't know what the internet is. So it is something brand spanking new. And it screws up and it messes up the digital image. So don't just assume it's me and don't assume it's you. So what we do is we log back in. We have another pretty lady in the room. Happy Friday, Gregg family. New camera looks stunning. I've been showing off your shirt. This is Sly. If anybody wants to know who is Sly that sent you a shirt and a t-shirt for your birthday and then sent you $50, and on top of that, she sent you an elf. Here's the elf right here. Perfect time, guys, for you to be hunting for the Windex bottle. I hung it right there. I was going to put it on that wall, and I said, no, Sly's elf, that deserves a special spot right under the reindeer. So in case the reindeer ever need a push up to take off, Sly's elf is right there. So how you doing, Sly? I'm so happy to see you. Mario says, sorry, PeterGregg. You never have to say sorry here. There was a movie. Love means never having to say you're sorry. So I'm just glad you're back. I'm glad you came in to say hello. So Rob is talking to Norm. I think we are the Greggettes. Norm says green flashes. Norm would have. Norm is the one that noticed I was on the wrong camera last week. I'm going like, camera G, camera G, camera G. And he's going, you're not on camera G. Okay. And I'm going like, what? What are you talking about? And lo and behold, Norm is right. And so I'm careful now what I make sure I point to the camera and it should look like I'm pointing right at you. So when I'm at that camera, I should be pointing at that one. So now I am not on the A7 III. I'm on the Z6. Should drink some water. I feel like I'm in, and now I'm in the A6100. So that's the camera that I'm running right now is the A6100. The good thing is all the blues and those LEDs are actually behaving on all the cameras. They're not perfect on each one. I should do 2. Where are we? 2. All right. So, Norm, green flashes? Not on my screen. No, I don't see the green flashes. I think it's the connection to YouTube. I've seen it where it doesn't work, and then all of a sudden, I didn't see Randy tonight. Where's Randy? David Crook says, happy birthday to all the October birthdays. Now you're talking. Now you're talking. Rob, I think you're right. Mel's happy birthday. Mel says happy birthday to PeterGregg. He's giving me big smiles over there. Peter, if you sit down in the story chair for a minute, Lewis and I might find the Windex. And Norm says, wait, I just saw a flash. Do I hear the music? Flash. Boom. So let's, wait. Oh, you want me to go sit in the story chair? Okay. I'll go sit in the story chair. Oh, I can hear Norm now. I can just hear Norm now. No, not on that camera. Well, actually, Norm, to be honest with you, you're better off on this camera because it's a 1.5 and that will give you a little bit more depth of field, okay? So what you really need me to do, okay, since it's been so long and nobody has found the Ding Dong Windex bottle, is you really need me to go over to this camera and you need me to come over here and talk and tell you about the elf that Sly sent me. Got a nice red hat. It's got a nice flesh color face, skin color, so this would be good for pictures. It's got nice white bib, a nice red chest, a green lower half of his thing, and striped pants like he just got out of jail. So by me standing here, or maybe even just a little bit farther back so it focuses on me, you should be scanning like crazy now, Norm. Take a picture. Do a Control-Shift-4 and take a picture, unless you're on Windows. I don't know what I think it's Windows Shift. I think it's Windows Shift F. What's the new one for Windows? Windows, the window button, Shift, and I think it's S. How do you take a snippet or a screenshot on the new Windows with all the updates that you're doing? Lewis says, "You're fishing, Norm. You're fishing, Norm." So Mario says, "Yes, there are horizontal green flashes at the top of the screen." I don't think I can make my eyes any bigger, guys. And I do not see horizontal up. I think I saw one. I think I saw one. I haven't seen another one. So Brian says, "I see the green flashes as well." Norm says, "Right over Dancing Santa's head." Where's the Dancing Santa? Oh, I see green flashes. They're happening like crazy now. Well, I think we're going to have to close down this stream and go to bed. October 23rd is when the Hallmark Christmas movies start, by the way. So there's, I would say, let's switch cameras. Okay, let's see if we get the green flashes there. And the reason I say that is this one is set to H.264 and the Sony is set to H.265. Shh, shh. So I wonder if I need to change that and actually switch the Sony out of this setting, at least for Ecamm, which is the software that I'm using. So watch for a few minutes and see if it's the camera or if it's the, could be the computer getting tired. I see it too, but I thought it was me. It's not you. Randy, I was just talking about you. Hello everyone, I just pulled the Norm. I woke up when I heard happy birthday. I just want to say happy birthday to everyone and Anthony from the Jones family. That's what it is. Thank you, Randy. It's Anthony from the Jones family. It's his birthday also. So he hasn't come in or anything, but hey, we wish him a big, maybe he'll see this on the rerun. So tell me if the green flash is stopped. I might maybe need to take the Sony A7S, which I'm not going to do live on the air, off of the H.265 setting. It might not be playing nice with the computer. So thanks, Norm, for reminding me, and I'm glad you woke up. I was going to call you and go like, hey, where are you? So Sly says, hello, hello, hi, hola, ciao, Peter. That's all the ways I know to say hello. Arrivederci, Harry Verderci. And Lewis says, only on the A7S III. Norm says, Sly wins the Windex challenge. Did she say something? Did she say something I missed? Nothing came up here. Sly, if you said something, say it again, because nothing came up pertaining to Windex. So Sly wins the Windex. I see some stuttering. Well, that could be me. Okay. And don't forget, I'm shooting 4K through... wait. Mark. Hello. I was waiting for you to come in and say hello tonight. There he is. Mark, I see some stuttering. Don't forget, I'm on the iMac, which does not handle 4K well. But Randy's got it down cool. Let's see what the temperature is. 71 degrees. We're running cooler tonight. I got the ice up against the computer. I got fans running on the computer. And I got the AC on nice and cool. and so it brings the stuttering down. But the Randall computer is where the stuttering is not. But I would lose the ability to put, Mark, I see some stuttering. How you doing, Mark? I love you, Mark. I see you there. You're trying to hide. You didn't say hello. Are you still at the bar? Did you stumble your way home, or are you still at the bar? So Lewis says, inside the main Christmas tree, on the right side, red tip facing up. Yes, sirree. It's inside the tree with the red tip facing up, like it's belly up. It died and it's a belly up. So Lewis, Mr. Camera Junkie, has actually found the Windex. So let's go back over to our little green streaker here, and I'm going to go step by step. Slowly I turn. Step by step I go back to the tree, and I go into the main branches where Mr. Camera Junkie, Lewis himself, has found the Windex bottle. Follow your nose wherever it goes. Right there. That's the Windex bottle. Let me get closer. Let me get closer. And I will just slide it right out. Whoa! There, she swallowed this baby right up. Look at that. Lewis. 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 Sorry, I got stuck. He found the Windex bottle. So let's give Lewis a round of applause for finding the Windex bottle. If I can find the applause button, we'll be doing great. Lewis, that's for you, buddy. No. That's not right. Lewis, this is for you. Much better, much better. So Lewis is our Windex, our crown champion. Windex crown champion of the night. I get to sing a song for Lewis.
Do you see the Windex bottle? Lewis, Lewis, he has found the bottle. Lewis looked and he found the Windex bottle. Lewis looked and he found the Windex bottle. Said the big Friday night crowd to Lewis, do you see the Windex bottle? Lewis said back to the crowd, yes I do, yes I see the Windex bottle. Lewis, Lewis, you are our Windex crown champion winner for tonight, October 16. For tonight, October 16.
Yes, Lewis, you found the Windex bottle, dude. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, let's see if I can get back. Let's see if I can get to the bottom of these chats, because I want to run the contest. Not on that camera. Windex. Lewis won the Windex, so everybody can rest. Windex inside the main tree, in the tip facing up. Randall, print screen button. Green flashes only happen when you are on the A7S III. Okay, so that's see, now that helps me find out what the heck is going on. Okay. Norm, the print screen button takes a window shot on Windows. I didn't know that. Wow, that easy? Okay. Randy says, turn off the blue screen. That's a good idea, Randy. Let's turn off the blue screen. Okay, so we turned off the blue screen. Let's see if that takes away the green stripes. Nope, I just saw a couple of green flashes. So I think as the computer is getting tireder and tireder, it's having a harder time with dealing with HEVC. But I did turn it off. Thank you, Randy. The green screen flashes must be the northern lights. It's up at the north side. The Aurora Borealis, evening for dancing Santas. It flashes only on the A7S III. So when I finish the whatchamacallit, the show tonight, I'm going to go and change it and take the thing out of the HEVC mode. which is where I have it. The Windex is behind Sly's Elf. I don't think so. Hey, Peter, happy 30th birthday. Thank you, Mark. I knew Mark loved me. I knew Mark loved me. There's love right there. Happy 30th birthday. MDM, can you show how you keep the cameras cool? I'm keeping the computer cool, not the cameras. And the cameras are getting the benefits of it. So I just have a big quiet fan sitting on the side of the computer, and I have it blowing right across the computer. So if this was the computer, my hand, there's a fan right here. So it's blowing across the face and it's blowing across the back. But on the bottom, I have 3 of those gels that gel packs that you put in your freezer, that you freeze them and you take them with you when you want to buy some food or something, and you've got like a little pouch and you buy some cheese or something that can spoil, and you put these gel packs. I got 3 of those gel packs leaning up against the iMac, and all it's doing is leaning there, not doing anything else. So my temperature right now is 67 degrees. So it keeps the computer fairly cool. It's not doing too bad, and the fan is at 2700, so it's pretty much spun up as high as it'll go, 2700 RPMs. So the other night we were doing this, and for some reason it was like in the 85-90 degree, and this is Celsius range. So and I don't know why. I had the same setup I have now. So computers can be finicky. There's Craig. Everybody said Craig is not coming. Hi, Peter. The Windex bottle is stuck into the branches on our right side of the large Christmas tree, about 30 inches up from the base and 8 inches from the right side of the tree. Now that is a definition of where the bottle was. If you guys want to see an example of what a definition of what the defining where the bottle is hidden, that's it right there. Craig, you get a winning something just for that. But like you said, you were too late. Congratulations, Lewis, Camera Junkie. Congratulations, Lewis. That's from Sly. Congratulations, Lewis. That is from Craig. And Lewis says, I thank you. My mother thanks you. My father thanks you. My sister thanks you. My brother thanks you. And Camera Junkie goes, enjoy, Norm. It's a good thing the Windex was stuffed in the tree and not in the Dancing Santa shorts. Yeah, you squeeze it, it's going to pee right out. Okay, let's keep it clean, guys. But it would just kind of fit right there. Now, the problem is the dribble. When you squeeze that bottle and that Santa pees and then that Windex drips, it's like, oops, I must be getting old. Woody, the flashes are on the right side above the Windex. Yeah, they're there. I'm on the A7S III. How are we doing with the flashes now that we turned the blue, the scrolling thing off? Did that help it? If that actually helped it, that means I'm probably overloading the computer with the HEVC setting and the scrolling bar, and the computer was probably not able to keep up. So, I don't know. I'm not a technician. I just play one in the movies. Frosty, Rudolph is going up for auction November 16th, along with Santa and the other items made for TV special. Well, I'll have to set the prices, because I want to keep Rudolph and all these guys. They need to stay. Norm, lots of green flashes now. Must be the Sony sensor overheating. No, I don't think so. But, something? You just made me curious. I'm going to go feel. This is going to be bad. Pretend I'm a doctor, okay? It's Sony, pretend I'm a doctor. Oh my God. This thing is not even warm. Doesn't even feel like the camera is on. Let me feel somewhere else. Maybe there's other hot spots. How can it be that cool? Well, the front is nice and cool. The grip is cool. All the way across the back is cool. Let me feel the back of this camera. Oh, that camera's warm. Okay, the ZB1 is really warm. We're not even using it. Let's try the Z6. The Z6 is nice and warm. Not toasty warm, but you know it's on and you know it's being used. But the S3, I'm trying to find a warm spot. There's got to be something going on in this camera. Well, no. Camera's not overheating even a little bit. That's the coolest. That's the coolest camera of all the prostate exams I just did. Those poor cameras. I was feeling around their backside, but seriously, the A7S III, not even warm. I've been seeing the green flashes from the start. You guys are kind of fixated on them, aren't you? Waiting to vote for the best dessert. Yeah, let's get to that. The blue stripes are a bit purple on the A7S III. Craig, nice description. Yeah, Craig nailed it on that description. That's a work of art, Craig. That description was a work of art. So less flashing now. What did I do? I turned off the blue scrolling thing. Have not seen them since you turned the bar off. Yeah, I've been kind of keeping my eyes. I'm sure they must be there, but I haven't seen one, not even a tidbit. Norm says, I don't think the green flashes coincide with the blue bar, info bar, the scrolling bar on the bottom. Well, since I turned it off, I see nothing. Oh no, it's a Sony colonoscopy. Okay, I have reached the end. Now let's play. Let me find this, okay? And then I have to remember to unmute. All right, so this is the video.
Sit back, relax. You are about to watch it.
All right, so I turned the mic on so I can talk through this. So this is the video of the contestants, and I put their names in it because this is all about us. So hiding the names, I don't think is a good idea. This is Jonathan playing the violin. Okay. This is a song that he wrote. It's called Campfire Nights. It's going to be on his new album, and he gave me permission to use it. So let's get our juices going, guys. We're getting to see some high sugar. And this is Randy's mocha, whatever it is that he gets every single day, sometimes twice a day, from McDonald's. And then we wonder why Randy is flying. Okay, remember the entry numbers, because you're going to vote when I say to vote. Okay, so the entry numbers are at the top, and it's mixed. It's not in order. It's random. I had Final Cut Pro change it so that it's in random order. So if you wanted to vote this by David Crooks, you want that entry. This is the entry. Oh my God, Sly. This looks like I can see faces in there. I can see faces in that ice cream. Oh, one looks like a Halloween face. Ooh, how creamy. Oh my God, that was like sensuous. And here's another one by David. And this is entry number 3. I better get closer so I can read it better. So this is entry number 3. Oh, Lewis, what are you doing to me? This is entry number 3 by Lewis. That is so darn sexy. It shines. This dessert shines. Whoa, strawberry ice cream and a powdered sugar cookie. And, oh, Danish in the front. And Jell-O? Who put Jell-O in there? Hello? Give me the strawberry ice cream. Oh, now I haven't licked a plate since I was a kid, but this is just the kind of plate that I would actually lick this plate. At my age, I would still lick this plate. Look at the cream just running down the sides. Amazing. And here's Mike, entry number 6. And it looks like somebody took a bite, but Mike says, nope, that's the way they brought it to his table. So I'll bet you they let that little piece break off. Then they served it to Mike. And then the waitress said, oh, boss, this broke off. I'm going to eat this. Oh, here's another plate licker. Entry number 5. Oh, good golly, Miss Molly. That is gorgeous. Oh, look, it's the notes that Jonathan is playing. See the notes? They're in chocolate. And here we have another one by Mike. Keep track of the number that you're going to vote for. Don't vote until I tell you. Okay. This is pancakes floating in syrup with a cup of coffee. And there's that fork that I was telling you about. And you guys thought that the fork was, you know, not really true. Let's run that through one more time.
Relax.
Let's go past the Peter Relax business. And this is what we're getting tonight. And I do want to play Jonathan's. This is the credits for Jonathan. This is his song. Now I'll be quiet so you can concentrate. Concentrate, okay? We've got 25 people in here. I expect 25 votes. Okay. This has an entry number, upper left-hand corner. So if this is the one that you want, remember, because I'm going to tell you what to do in a minute. Okay? Don't be voting, Woody. Don't be voting until I tell you to vote, okay? Ooh, this is ice cream triplet. Did I ever mention that I like ice cream? Not one to say anything. I don't know what was in that bowl with slime, but it looked like amazing stuff. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at that. Shiny, dark plates, glass plate with a dark bottom, 2 forks. This is meant for 2? I don't think so. I'd eat the whole stinking thing by myself. And here we have the strawberry ice cream, Danish cookies. I'm not sure, are those scones? And something with powdered sugar on it. And Jell-O. Just when you think you're all full, there's always room for Jell-O. And there we have, God, look at that. Round and round. Follow me until you get to the cake, the good part. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. And here, I'm thinking this is a cheesecake. I'm not sure. By looking at the top, the way it's cooked, it's got to be a cheesecake. This has got to be one awesome tasting cheesecake. I can tell you that right now. So, oh, there's notes. This is what Jonathan's playing right there. See the notes? Just squint your eyes and you can see the notes on the paper. Okay, so this was the second round. Pancakes floating in syrup. That's the way I do my pancakes, to be honest with you. There's a little bit of pancakes with my syrup. And look at the coffee is hot. It's still bubbling in the back. Woo! You can see the steam trying to rise up off the surface of that coffee. So what you think, guys? What you think? Are we ready to vote, or do I need to run that one more time? So tell me what you think. Are we ready? Tell me if we're ready to vote, or if anybody wants to see that tape one more time, let me know, because I want it to be fair to everybody. If not, somebody needs to be recording these with me so I don't make a mistake. All right. Nobody's saying anything. I'm going to give it a second because I know we got like a 40-second delay. Mark, did I say to vote yet? No, I didn't. So don't go putting numbers in there. Okay, so whoever's already voted, your vote didn't count. So here's what's going to happen. All right, so we're ready to vote. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in a note. Start voting. When you see that, I want you to put your vote in and only put the number, okay? And I'm going to start writing it down. Don't make any jokes or comments at this time, okay? So start voting. Okay. Mark is voting 1 for 5. Woody, 1 for number 9. Brian, 1 for number 9. I don't know what that means. But I think he's voting 1 for number 5. Come on, guys, just put in the number. 1 for number 9. That's David Crooks. Lewis, I put you down for a number 5. If it's not true, you're going to have to tell me. Mike says number 9. Mel says number 3. Randy, number 9. Lewis, number 5. Anybody else going to vote? Charles, number 5. Hi, Charles. By the way, hi, Boat Bum. Thank you for voting. So the last vote I recorded was Charles, number 5. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 votes. Whoever's running along with me to make sure I'm doing this correct. So we'll wait another minute or so. We've only got 10 pictures, but we got 22 people in here. Sly's registering a vote for number 3. The last vote was Charles for number 5. Slide with number 3. Anybody sleeping on the couch? Wake up. Get up and vote. The votes are open. They are running in. So far we got 2 for number 3. We've got 3 for number 5. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for number 9. So number 9 is in the lead right now. So if you've got a number that you want to put in, now's the time. Well, hello, do you want me to sing while you cast your vote? I can sing you a song while you cast your vote. We've got all these pictures up there, and they want you to share which one you think is the best. And we can say great to the rest. I need to see what's your vote. There's 22 people in here. We need more votes. You must have a vote in mind. So cast your vote. Please vote. I want to know what is your dessert. Which is your dessert that you like the best? Picture of. Remember, we're voting for pictures. We're not voting for ice cream because all the ice creams would win. We want to know who is creative in this big old group that we're in. So please cast your vote. I want to see what you think. Your vote, it counts. Your vote, it counts. Please cast your vote right now. If you want me to stop singing to you, please cast your vote. 'Cause I think that I'm going to sing until I get all the votes. Norm, I don't want a stinking sentence. I just want a number. Did you vote before? Because I'm running this with a paper. Okay, so if you voted, don't screw it up. It's going to hurt somebody. So I don't see a vote from Norm, but thanks for making me go through all this to find it. Nope, I still don't see Norm. Okay, so Rob has number 4. 1 for number 4. Norm, if you really want to make a serious vote, just put a number. So I'll write it down on the paper. All right, Sweetie Pie, Honey Bunch. I'm not reading no damn sentences to put down a vote. So I don't have a vote for you on this paper yet, Norm. So if you're going to vote, put down a number with no other letters. All right, we got Randy, are you counting? Who else is counting? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 votes. Norm, a vote for number 5. You still can't write just the number, can you, Norm? You are a born writer. Your fingers just leak letters, don't they? That's funny. You see how everybody else did it, Norm? All they did was put down a number. That's all they did. Except for Mr. Camera Junkie. So the last vote is Norm. So now, anybody that's tracking me to make sure I'm doing it right, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for number 9. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 for number 5. I got 1 for number 4. And I've got 2 for number 3. So Randy or anyone else tallying the votes with me to make sure my ASS is correct. Okay, Randy says number 9 has it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. All right, so we'll call it number 9. Whatever number 9 is, let's go find out. Number 9 is the winner for tonight. So I will put it into the record. Number 9 wins. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, number 9 wins. So let's go find out what number 9 is. Okay, now you guys can start your banter up. You can start your banter. 6 for 9. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, I'm in agreement with Randy. Randy, again, is actually keeping my butt in line. All right, so let's find number 9 and post our winning picture. Let's post our winning picture. Oh, heck, I'll just run this scene again.
Sit back, relax. You are about to watch a
There it is. I had to go over to the computer to stop it. That is number 9. That's it right there. I had to walk over to the computer and stop the video. So that's it by Sly. Sly, 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 Sly. You have won with a cherry on top. And I don't know how you put all those wonderful faces in there. I see like a Halloween face on the right. I see a uh-oh face on, the Halloween face on the left. I see an uh-oh face on the right. I see what looks like a poodle wearing sunglasses all the way to the right. There's a lot of cool things going in here. All right, Sly, so this is what has to happen. Here, I'll tell you what has to happen now, Sly.
Hello, Sly, you won it. Oh, yes, Sly, you won the contest tonight. Oh, Sly is the winner, but the winner has to do this. You have to make one for each of us and have us over for dessert. Sly, we're coming over for dessert. Clean up the house real quick. Like when we have company here, I gotta run around and clean real quick. So clean up the house, 'cause we're coming over. One of those for everyone. I call it melting ice cream. It's just pretty, pretty, pretty. Sly wins the night with the nicest picture to boot. Sly says she calls it melting. Oh, I got to turn off that mic. So Sly calls it melting. So Sly has won it for tonight. Congratulations, Sly. I'm so proud of you. You have won the photographic contest, and I'm pretty sure you took that with an 80D, unless you took it with your phone. I got the results written right down here. Sly, I gotta hand it to you. That's and you want to know something, guys? All of you people put in amazing, beautiful pictures. They were really, really beautiful. The cheesecake with the little bite that came out from Mike, and the coffee from Randy. I'm trying to think of them all. And Lewis, you're a chocolate syrup artist, dude. Would you squirt chocolate syrup? I mean, it was just like awesome. Did you make that? So the Sly's picture, her title of it is Melting. The Melting. So Jonathan Anderson, he played the violin behind your picture. Sly, Jonathan, this is Jonathan right here. Let me put it up so you can see it. Jonathan played the violin behind your picture. So Jonathan is saying congratulations, and it's his playing that we enjoyed it. So we can also give Jonathan a thank you or a hand for allowing me to use that song, because I had to get permission from him, and I got it. I had to hold him down for a little while, but he finally said, okay. So it was a beautiful, the dessert one, we're going to have to run that one again. So we're going to skip a week because we didn't get a lot of entries this week. So it might be a little bit too much to push something every week. Sly says, thank you, Jonathan. I love your music. There we go. We're giving the good old boy, he's only 22, but I call him the old boy. We're giving Jonathan a hand for his music. And there we have another show and another winner, and it's Sly tonight. You will be added to our our Hall of Fame. Going to say I swallowed a fly, but there's no flies in this room. Jonathan is going, aw, shucks. Aw, shucks. So, no, you did a good job on that song. And that's an original composition, too. So, you guys that are not subscribed to Jonathan Anderson Violin, you really need to be subscribed. The boy is talented. Talented times 10. So, we got some amazing people in here. Sly, you just did a great job on that. You did a great job on that, Sly. That was a great picture. Let's give Sly a big round of applause, and we'll give Jonathan a round of thanks. That is for Sly's picture. And Jonathan says, I have to go eat now, but I'm back. Or he had to go. I guess it got hungry. Oh, Mark is revving. His motor is running. Mark's motor is running. What's the next contest? What's the next contest? Oh, this is a trick question, Lewis. I made all 3 plates last night. Guess which one I ate? Dang, dude, if you didn't eat all 3 plates, what? What were you thinking if you didn't eat all 3 plates? Okay, my hair is becoming a mess. Who the hell cares? When you see ice cream like that, who cares about your hair? So, that was awesome. So, tell me about the pancakes. Who made the pancakes? I forgot. The one floating in the syrup. I want to know if that was a real breakfast and you ate the pancakes. So what I want right now is I want a bowl of ice cream, and I want cheesecake.
I want Lewis's plates with the Hershey syrup all over the place. Oh my God, I can't take this. I just can't take it. I have to have a cookie. I have to have a cookie. There we go. I got a whole box of cookies here for emergencies in case you were wondering. What are you talking about? There's my box of emergency cookies. Okay, can you see how much of that I ate? I'll bring it in closer. Let's see if the S3 can handle cookies. There. Go ahead, S3. Focus on that. I dare you. Is it focusing or not? Maybe it's too close. Okay. There. I have cookies. I have cookies. Lewis says it's impossible to eat all three. Lewis, you're a man. Suck it up. You can eat all three. You can eat all three. So Lewis says, guess which one I ate? Impossible to eat all three. Well, share. You're not that far from me. You could have sent the other 2 plates. I'm sure you maybe only can eat one. Woody, yes. Woody says, I'm diabetic, so we do not keep a lot of desserts around here. I bet you could have done something really good with sugar-free Jell-O. I bet you could have made like blocks. Like, what do they call those things that snap together? All the kids are into it. Liam loves those things. Mike says, I made the pancakes. I made the pancakes this morning for breakfast. It was really good. So I want pancakes and ice cream and Hershey's syrup and cheesecake and Randy's drink, and I want Frosty to send over a bowl of Frosted Flakes. Watch those Calvin highlights. I always watch my Calvin highlights. Turkey Hill Cocoa Mint Chocolate. Mint chip. I want some of that too, by the way, David. Those cookies look delicious. Well, I gotta tell you, Sly, those were all pictures. None of us can have any of that. But this cookie is actually going over the gums and through the throat. Here, look out, tummy, here it comes, or whatever the saying is. Buildings would be a cool theme. You guys want to do a contest for next week? We can do it. It's just I don't want to overstress everybody. How about Halloween shots for next entry? How close are we to Halloween? What's the date? 7 and 7 is 24. No, I think we got to wait one more week after that. We got to do it before Halloween. Who knows when Halloween is? And which is the Friday before? Excuse me. We'd have to have the Friday before. But the problem is kids aren't going to go out this year. I don't know a single parent that's letting their child go out for Halloween. So Sly says Halloween would be good for the 30th. Is the 30th a Friday? Woody says first. I don't know what that means. Oh, Friday is the 1st? Now we got to do it before. Mark says, anybody seen the green? Yeah, we're all aware of the green flashing. I have to turn that on. I mean, I have to turn that off. But if I change the camera to this one, you won't have that problem. I wonder if I can change the setting since I'm ready to log off without upsetting the entire stream here. Let's see. Here's the menu. Nope, that's not what I want. I'm going to go to image quality. Nope, can't get there. Image quality, file format. Oh, there it is. So I'm at XAVCHS4K. So I'm going to move it down to XAV S4K. Okay. All right. So I just switched it to a different format, and now I popped out. All right, now let me get back over here. So I took it out of the HEVC mode, and I dropped it into the next one down, whatever it was. I think it's just the regular one. So let's see if that eliminated the green flashes. I'm on the wrong camera. I don't even know if we're actually broadcasting. Nope, the green flashes are still there. I can see them myself now. So I'm going to check and see if it's a connection problem. I'm going to plug that in a little better, and I'm going to plug this in a little better. Okay, I'm going to unplug the HDMI is kind of like hanging off. If I just move it just a little bit, it'll pull out. Okay, so I pushed it back in. So now it's snug. Snug as a bug in a rug. And nope, green is still there. I thought it disappeared there for a second. I don't think it likes me. When I'm in the picture, oh no, I'm going to have to do this and not be in the picture. Oh yeah, I see the green. All right, so let's change it to another one. That's a CVS 4K. So that is kind of like a normal setting. And let's see what new movie settings does. Frame rate. I'm at 150 megabits per second in 8-bit mode. I still see the green up there at the top. All right, let's do something dangerous, okay? I'm going to turn the camera off and then turn the camera back on. And pray we haven't lost that camera. Okay, it's back. Okay, so I forgot where I left it. I think I'm in the XAVC. No, not HEVC. I was just in the regular S, the standard mode. So let's see if the green goes back. Let's see if I knocked out anything else. That's there. That's there. Up. I think I froze up to 6100. Hi, how you doing? And there we go. Okay, so we're back. Now let's see if the green appears. I am looking intensely for green. Everybody's looking for green stripes now, right? I turned the camera off and I turned it on. And that's actually a very interesting discovery. I'm going to have to watch this again and see if this started right from the very beginning, or as time goes on, those they look like synchronization stripes to me, or they look like, you know, when it's trying to tune in the picture or something. That's what it looked like, and that's why I turned the camera off and turned it back on. Okay, so let's see. Rob, Halloween week after next then. If that's actually before Halloween, we can do that. So let's do that for the week after next Friday is Halloween. We'll have a contest. Mark, you paying attention? We'll have a contest for the week after the next. So camera junkie's talking to Norm. Norm, Nikon beats Sony by a green flash. But some of us still decorate regardless of the kids. We are, okay, Halloween, not next Friday, but somebody give me a date. Let me open up the calendar here so I can actually say it properly. Okay, come on, calendar, open. All right, my calendar doesn't want to open. I wonder if my computer's overheating. It says 71 degrees, so it seems to be doing fine. There's the calendar. Okay, Halloween is on the 31st, which is a Saturday. All right, so Friday, which is a day that we would meet, is the 30th. So next Friday, there's no contest, but the Friday after is Halloween, which is the night before Halloween. So that's perfect timing. So 2 Fridays from tonight, we will do Halloween pictures, okay? Remember, 3 pictures per person maximum. And Rob says, all of us are kids at heart. Is this the new camera? Yes. Did the green stop? I don't see any green anymore since I turned the camera off and turned it back on, which could imply a connection issue between the camera and the iMac. Remember, the iMac is a little handicapped here. So if this does this on the Randall Tower, it would be much more serious because the Randall Tower is like almost bulletproof. Not quite. It's a computer. Okay. But this computer here is a little bit right at the edge. So Randy has coaxed it into streaming. Let me make sure I am streaming 4K. Yeah, 4K 30p. So that's what we got going. Let me do one more quick check because something else that could be off would be a user error. Shutter speed is 160. That's what I wanted to check. All right, so we're at 1/60th of a second, and it's the right, everything is synchronized correctly. So my highest suspicion, let me get the chair. My highest suspicion and why the camera being turned off and turned on again might have helped is I'm not sure if the Blackmagic card can read HECV H.265. So I'm thinking that caused the problem. But once you make a connection with Ecamm, it locks in the connection that you have. So when I turned the camera off and turned it on again, it might have made a change because now I'm not on H.265. I switched the computer over to H.264. But it is running at 150 megabits per second, which the old Sony ran at 100 megabits per second. So that's what we got going on there. And the Nikon is running at 144 megabits per second. So to be honest with you, since I turned the camera off, I haven't even seen a hint of a green flash. So you guys, I'm sure, are watching this a lot closer than I am because I'm kind of talking to you into the lens. So if you do see a green flash, I guess you should speak up so that I know. Because right now, I am considering this fixed, which means, Peter, don't use H.265 when you're going to live stream in 4K on a computer. And maybe that was a very bad choice. I was kind of living on the edge when I did that. I was thinking it was compressed. But when I think about it now, what's going to actually read it? I don't know if the card can read H.265, and I'm not sure Ecamm can read H.265. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? H.265 is the setting that you set in your camera as to whether it's going to be MP4, .mp4, .mov, or H.265, which can have any kind of a container. So I'm going to be bold and I'm going to say I see no hint of a green issue here on H.264, which is actually very nice because if it's that easy to fix, that means it was like Tony Northrup did by tapping the screen. It was a user error. That means it was a user error. And if it's a user error, we should know it. So this way the next user doesn't make the same error. Okay, so I am... the green Norm says the green flashing is probably a defective sensor connection inside the camera. Restart helped for a few minutes, but I would not count on the camera until it goes in for a checkup. I'm not shipping this camera anywhere. If the green screen appears, then the next step that I will do is connect up the camera to the Randall tower. If it does the same thing on the Randall tower, then it's a different card and a different computer, because there's one of these is in the Mac and one of these is in Randy's computer, the Randall tower. So it'll be different computer, different card, same camera, same cable. So the next thing I would do is, just for giggles, I would change the cable. But I don't see anything happening here. So I really feel that the H.265 was not a good choice. Okay, October 30th is Halloween picks. Okay, so Sly, yes, October 30th we're doing the contest for Halloween pictures. Something pertaining to Halloween. It could be Halloween candy, could be a costume, could be like Rob said, he decorates the house. Okay, some kind of decorations, and all you guys are going to vote. So now that nobody has taken a single picture for the next contest, I want to say, when you're taking and doing your picture, don't think of yourself. Think that it's going to be judged. And now you've seen us, the group, judge 3 times. Okay, so try to present a picture that isn't totally you, but it might coax the group to vote for you. Just a tip, okay? You could take that or leave that. That's up to you. Sly says Mark suggested cityscapes. Well, Mark's going to have to take a Halloween picture. No nude pictures, Mark. Camera Junkie is saying fixed but still checking. Yeah, I'm watching too. I didn't see it. It kind of like grew in there. So Randy's more technical than me, so he's probably able to tell better if the H.265 was messing up the system and eventually something was giving out. But I'm actually looking at the iMac itself and the monitor that I have up on the wall. I see no green flashes. So I guess we'll have to stay on for another 2 hours to see if it, let's see what time. We're on 2 hours and 23 minutes. So right about the 2 hour mark, no, not you, Mark. Go back to sleep. I love you, Mark. So that's where it was. So I'm going to leave it be. I will check it out with the Randall Tower this week. And next week when we do a live show, we're going to watch like crazy to see. Rob says, crazy idea. I have a cell muted and using messages on the CPU. If something goes wrong, we could text but not call it out on live chat. Then you could fix the fly and no one watching would replay knows. Okay. Can you say that a little smoother? I have a cell muted and use messages on the CPU. If something goes wrong, we could text but not call it out on live chat. If we were a really big group, I would say yes, but unless you want to say I'm ugly, I think everyone should watch, especially when we're going through with the new camera. If that bothers people that we actually are fixing things as we go, then okay, we'll make some kind of a change. But I would like to have Norm's input and other people that are like Randy, Norm, and who else is technically, I think Frosty is, Flakes is technically involved, and have them put input. Now that doesn't mean I'm going to do everything that somebody says. That doesn't mean I'm going to do everything everybody says. Okay? It's my show. I discovered that at the beginning of the show. This is my show. Okay? But we're at the end, so now is the time to fix something like that. So let's stress it out a little bit. Okay, let's turn the blue scrolling thing back on and see if it's the computer stressing or if it was the camera communicating with the card, the Blackmagic card. or the H.265 was just putting a wrench in the whole thing, because it might not be able to read H.265. So what Rob is saying is he wants a communication way. The problem with the communication thing, Rob, is me. Like, I have auxiliary phones in here, and Jonathan, the other Jonathan has the number, and he can call me, but I forgot to bring the phone in tonight. So that's a good idea, but if you want to get through to me, type it into the chat. But just be kind. I've seen people write things that were not so kind, and that I don't even want to get my feelings hurt or to hurt anybody else's feelings. So, David, I was watching you the other night. Hi, how are you? I was watching a rerun because you come on right before I come on. So it doesn't allow me to sit and chill and watch, you know. So let me make sure my mic is on. Yep, the mic is on. So how you doing, David? Your shows are always excellent. David has a live stream, and it's called David Osler. And you guys should be watching him because he's a lot better at this than I am. Norm. I'm going to dye the last 2 hairs on my head orange and spike them. No, you should do a football thing. Orange and green would be the Florida Gators. No, orange and blue. I better keep my mouth shut. Pick a football team and dye your hairs for a football team. Or make them blue and red. And whoever wins the election, you got to cut the other one off. So you only got 1 hair left. Poor Norm is going to be left with 1 hair. Nothing worse than an intermittent camera problem. You never know if you can trust the equipment. And that's why I used to go with 4 to 5 cameras at a wedding. And for the first 2 or 3 years on the switch from digital to film, I kept a complete film setup in a bag in the trunk in the car. So if everything went great, if everything went crazy, I can run out to the car, grab my old film gear, the camera that's sitting back there, this one. This one was loaded for 2 or 3 years in the trunk. And I had packages of films in there, ASA 100 and 400, and this thing was in the trunk. So if all the digital went crap and pooped out, the film would come back in. So after 2 or 3 years, I don't remember how long, I finally brought the case in, and now the camera sits here in a place of honor because it has shot probably over 1,000 weddings. We used to roll through weddings really fast. At the very beginning, weddings were a lot shorter. Now it's kind of like a big party. I haven't seen a green flippin' anything. That doesn't mean we can't create a new problem. Okay? How can we create a new problem? You know what I could do? I could go back over to HEVC. And if the green appears, it means that I can replicate the problem. And if I can replicate the problem, that pretty much sums it up. So now that this has been rolling for so long, now is the time to test this. Okay, so I hear you moaning. All right, so I'm H.265 4K HS for those of you that actually have one of these cameras. Okay, and then I'm going to come out. Okay, so on the LCD, I see no green stripes. David, I think you have one of these cameras. So if you're interested in knowing what's going on, I will tell you in a second. I am eager to come back over here. So what I really need to do is to get Ecamm to register this new setting. I need to turn the camera off and turn the camera back on. And before I do that, I want to make sure I did the setting correctly. Okay, yes, I did. Okay. All right, so you should, I don't know if I have this camera on or not. If I do, you should see the camera disappear, off, and back on. All right, so now I have this, if we come back, I have this set to H.265, which is technically not something I should do on a live stream, because I don't know who's able to encode or uncode H.265. I have the thing streaming across the bottom. So, David, if you're still in here, I was getting green flashes like right along my fingertips, right across the screen, right here, about 2 hours into the live stream. So I switched it out of H.265 because I had a feeling I should not have put it there for the live stream to begin with. I turned the camera off and I turned it back on, and the green flashes went away. So now trying to recreate the problem, I put the camera back into H.265. It's set to 420, not 422, at 150 megabits per second. And we'll just let it and see what happens. Norm says not likely to be a user error. You speak English? MDZ Mike says any ideas on how to eliminate hissing when using a boom mic? It's again like we're doing here, a process of elimination. So first thing you do is unplug the mic and the hiss should be gone. You plug the mic back in and the hiss comes back. That means that the mic is actually picking up air. So you don't want the mic to be picking up the general air. So what you need to do is find a setting balance. I'm going to move around a little bit, make this thing actually work rather than just sit still. So you would use the balances that you would have to try. For instance, this mic picks up a lot of hiss where the singing mic doesn't. So this mic is set up so that you actually hear me pretty well, where the other one is meant to be right up at my lips. So no, I'm not mentally going off. I'm actually trying to make the focus aspect of it work, trying to work the camera like I did before. Regardless if this succeeds or not, I'm not going to stay on H.265. I feel in my heart that it's wrong for a live stream. So, but I do want to recreate the green stripes, the green flashes up at the top. So you're going to have to test it, Mike, until you get it to go away. That's different than a hum. So if you're getting a hum, it's a very different creature. Now the boom mic automatically has atmosphere or air because it's far. See, my lapel mic is under my shirt. When I sing, this mic is right up to my lips.
Hey, what you doing? I see you looking in the window. Hey, what you doing out there? So there's not a lot of space. You can't even hear the air conditioner. I can walk around the room, but the distance between me and the mic stays the same. Now if I go farther back like that, and I raise the volume up on the mic, you would hear hissing. So that's what's happening with you.
The mic is actually picking up the atmosphere. So how to eliminate it, that's where the skill comes in. So Norm, I highly doubt that the problem is a cable or a computer error. If it was an H.265 error, it would have been more obvious. Review the video. You see there is a correlation between sound and flashes. Okay, well, that's interesting. So the sound is up. Can you hear me? Yep. And the sound is up. There's no sound coming through the Sony. I don't have a mic connected to it. I don't even have the sound set to be used. It's actually, well, not even connected to that. Okay. So the sound is coming in from the Blackmagic directly into the computer through a USB-C. And along the way, it's actually going through an equalizer, a compressor, and a limiter, and whatever else. And that's all software generated. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so that means when I speak, testing 1, 2, 3, I'm back in H.265 right now. Anybody that's keeping a record. Rob says scroll up to 12:11. I can't do that. The reason I can't do that is it's not giving me timestamps in Ecamm. So MDM was skipped. I didn't mean to skip Mark. Are you kidding? I make extra fanfare over that guy. I love that kid. Here he is right now. Fujifilm is coming out with a new 18mm 1.4 and a 10mm to 24 zoom f4. Well, I hope they aim it a little bit more towards video, because that's one of Fuji's weaknesses, is their connection with video. For pictures, the camera is probably the king of the hill. So the way I'm rating the Fuji is they don't have a native lens that works well for video, and that's my opinion. Okay, because there's Fuji gurus out there that would come in and wipe my face on the floor with those kind of statements. Okay, but I got to tell you what I think, and I'm not knocking the camera. I hope they do well, because it's an awesome camera, but it's not not a contender for me. So I'm just pointing that out. And the reason that I do that, Mark and Rob, is because there's people that listen to me and I might have influence over them. So I want to know, I want them to know what I'm thinking, but nobody should go out and buy a camera based on my recommendation alone, unless you're one of the people that's really tight in my circle and I know you like the back of my hand, and I tell you, this is the camera you need to buy. In that case, that person needs to listen to what I'm saying. And I have 3 or 4 of those friends that don't do technical research. They don't look anything up. They don't look at any tests or YouTube videos. They just want me to tell them what to do. So I'm aware of that, so I take my role seriously. I'm not just going to throw something out at them and then, oh, okay, I'm sorry. That's not my style. I don't deal with people like that. Okay, but now the general population, that watches my videos, they need to take what I say, and then they need to go over to Martin Halliburton, or whatever his name is. He's very much into Sony, and other people that are into Sony. Charles Richard is into Sony. I'm sorry, I mean Fuji, not Sony. Those people are very much into Fuji. Martin. Charles has actually he just bought the GFX 100, the big expensive one. So he's got the medium format. So you make a compilation of those people, then maybe even test the camera out if you can. And now in these days you probably can't as easily. Okay, so that is what I think, Mark, when that comes up. Where did you go? I was talking to you. So when you tell me about these, their focus system seems to do very well on the LCD, but when I play it back or I watch what actually happens, it's almost like a Panasonic thing, where it looks great here. It could find my face, and when it can't find my face, if I turn like this, I get a box around my body without my head. It's kind of funny. Okay, and I walk around the room, it kind of turns into a body cam. Well, this does something similar. But the problem with the Panasonic is the camera doesn't obey its own analysis of a scene. And this does the same thing, number one, to a certain extent. And then number two, it seems like the lenses don't have the right gear ratios or something to make it focus well. So I come into the game with those cards in my hand, and I want you to know it, because I don't want you to put the camera away and go, Peter didn't like it, I'm not even going to look at it. Okay, but I want you to know through my set of eyes and what I have going, that's the way I saw it. I don't see any green coming back. I wish it did, honest to God, because then I would say, there it is, H.264. But I haven't seen a hint of the green. Let's see what the temperature still is. 66, 75, 71, 69, 71. It's bouncing around in the cooler areas, so I don't know if it's got to do with the computer. So Randy says, okay, I got the voice synced on 2 computers and I see no green lights. I don't think you can go back in time at this point, can you? It was at the 2-hour mark, and we are now at the 2-hour and 42. So right around the 2 hours is when people started saying things, and I wasn't sure that I even saw them. And then when I started to see them, that was there. What am I going to say? But I wish I could make it. You know, when you can repeat a problem, you're like 85% of the way towards solving that problem. Okay, so I put it back to H.265. I'm not going to leave it here. I know better. I know better than to leave it on H.265, to be honest with you. So I will put it back to H.264. But, you know, we're pulling straws out of a hat right now to figure out what started. We got a computer that doesn't do well with 4K. We've got an external Sonnet box which has the Blackmagic card in it. We've got cables, okay, and then we have the settings in the camera itself. So where that happened, okay, I don't think I have a really good guess. And no, Norm, I do not think that the sensor is broken. Oh, here's Norm. He's insisting. It's probably the sensor as the line scans across the frame. Well, if it did it once, it should be twice. All right, we've got a problem going on here, guys, that we need to pay attention to. Harry's in the room. He says, I'm here, barely. I'm struggling bad. Please, prayers. Okay, Harry is having some very, very serious health issues. So for him to say something like that, anybody here that's actually a praying man or woman, you need to stop and say a prayer for Harry right now, for him to call for help to do that. All right, so anybody that does pray, you know, say a prayer for Harry. We want him to feel better. So David says 69 days until Christmas. Well, that's a cheerful thought. Every day is Christmas in here. So here's Harry. He's saying hi to David. Tell us a little more what you're going through, Harry, so we can pray for you. Lewis is praying for Harry on the spot. Harry is saying thank you to Lewis. Thanks. Had 2 hairs left for the last 20 years, lefty and righty. Neither rain nor snow, no excess light can hurt them. I love both cameras. Oh, that's good. Live. I figured that out, Harry. I figured that out all by my little self. I use Norm's brain a little bit too. Don't sell yourself short, Peter. I am short. All right, here's the thing. I wouldn't say this on the big channel because I used to be so sensitive about this. How tall do you think I am? Okay, I'm short. Shorter than you think. So what pops into your mind? Because I'm not going to make you guess and write it down. Okay, I'm 5'4". So that in high school that used to bother me. Oh my God, it's like, and nobody was picking on me. I was picking on myself. Now, I don't give an SHIT. I don't really give a hoot. I am what I am, and I know what I am, and I get accused of the weirdest, strangest things, from exactly what you're thinking to other things that you would have never thought. Okay? And I figured out why God created us with 2 ears. It's so things can go in this ear and come out that ear. David and yourself a top tier. Well, David is top tier. Me on the other self. Be right back. On mobile, it's being wackified. Reboot. Radio. Okay, Randy. Thank you. I got my computer trained, so I just talk to it and it does what I want it to do. Okay, I got the voice synced on 2 computers. I see no green lights. You're looking great. Of course I'm looking great. This is my birthday week. Next week, it'll be a different story. But when putting on the blue screen, there's more stuttering. It still stutters after that. Then put it in H.264. Well, I agree 100%. The blue screen's got to be on for a while. And actually, the blue screen is actually smooth. But if I do a little dance, okay, you want to see some stuttering? There's some stuttering, okay? That is definitely the iMac. No questions about it, okay? And Norm, just to come back to you for a second, I'm not putting you out, but I'm not ready to start shipping cameras around until, I'm a photographer for how many years? I want to diagnose here what's going on before I send it to people that probably don't have a clue. They're going to look at it, they're probably going to screw the camera up and then send it back to me. Now, if I see that online or on YouTube where people are starting to get green lines, now the ears go up and the radar goes up, okay? But as photographers, when you're at a wedding, you don't have tech support with you. You've got to figure out what to do, what to make the change, and to make it work on the spot because you're at the event. And then you have backup cameras on top of it. So thanks, Randy. Here's Ann. Hello, just dropping in for a few minutes. Hi, Ann. How are you doing? How are you doing, Ann? I haven't seen you since last Friday, Ann. You're looking good. Turn around. Let me see. Your hair looks great. Thanks for coming in. And I need to rhyme something with great. If I was in Australia, I'd say my mate. That's as good as I could rhyme for great at the moment. I've been streaming for almost 3 hours, so rhyming great. Great. Slate. Plate. You're better than any food on my plate. That's not so great. I'm back. I rhymed it and I wasn't even trying. So thanks for coming in and saying hi, Ann. I appreciate it. Harry says, I need a better autofocus. I've only got a G7, Micro Four Thirds, not much money though. Maybe the M52, but I'm a Nike guy. The Z50 is an awesome camera. It has one major flaw, is the stupid screen flips down. But it's just like a Z6. It's a baby Z6. Honestly, I had it in here. It was awesome. Just forget about the screen. Okay? If you need the screen, the screen on the Z50 from Nikon, instead of going out, it goes down. So as soon as you put a tripod in, like that, you've blocked the screen. So if you only need it to kind of like centerize yourself, okay, but I mean, that's really crappy. But other than that, the camera, the focusing system is awesome. It takes the same lenses, the same adapter. Everything is the same. So, Harry loves a lot of cameras. Aaron. Hi, Peter. Will you be getting the new iPhone? No, I'm in a non-spending mode. So my phone is an A. I'm thinking Sony. Sorry. My phone is, I don't know what it is. How do the numbers go? It's a 7, I think it's a 7S or a 7 Plus, one of those two. It works great. I don't do a whole lot with it, so I won't be spending money on that. I would spend money on a camera before I would spend it on the phone. Wait, on a computer? Yes. And it looks like there might be some surprises coming up, because they were talking that the ARM, the silicon, is not going to come out till next year, and it looks like it might be getting bumped up a little closer. We won't know until anything happens, of course, but I thought that was really good news. All in the eye of the beholder. Randy says, dealing with computers all the time. Sometimes you have to turn it off and back on again to get it to work right. And that is why I turned that camera off and turned it on. Which is not something you really want to do, by the way, on a live show. Okay? But I took the chance because I have the Z6 available here. Let's go back over here. Ah, I saw the green. See the green? As soon as I came in. Now let me be quiet. Somebody said it was voice actuated. Okay, so I have officially recreated the problem. Okay, now let's see if I can recreate the fix again. All right, so what I'm going to do, don't get flustered, guys. I'm here, so I've got to run the boat here for the plane. All right, so I know each of you would probably do something different. All right, so let's go back over here. I'm going to leave the camera connected this time so you can watch. There's not much to watch because I don't think you get to see me making these changes. Okay, so I'm going to go up. I'm going to take it out of H.265 and pull it down into H.264. I'm going to go into the frame rate settings, and that didn't change. Okay. All right, it has record frame rate set at 60p. That's not right. It needs to be at 30p. So I just changed it to 30p. And I'm going to go to 8-bit 420. All right, so I don't know how it went to 60 frames per second. I didn't see that the first time either. Okay. All right, so what questions are running through my mind right now? Who can tell me what questions are running through my mind? All right, so now we're on H.264. I did not turn the camera off. Okay, I did not turn the camera off. So what I did was I switched it to H.264, but there was a bad setting in there. And I just got to go see if that was the problem. Okay, I just got to do it. I'm sorry. I know you guys think I'm all goofy right now. Okay, so I'm going back to H.265. Well, nope, I don't think it likes... All right, it cleared up. All right, so now I'm in H.265. Okay, when I go to H.265, listen, because this is going to get confusing. When I go to H.265, the camera automatically switches to 60p. I didn't do it. Okay? So if I come in, I cannot choose 30p. It is set to 60p. Do you understand what I'm saying? All right, if I go to H.265, the camera is now sending out data at 60 frames per second. That's wrong. Everything in this room is set up to 30 frames per second. Okay? So now I'm going to go back and go and take it out of H.265. Okay, and now I'm going to go and move it out of 60p into 30p. Okay. I'm not sure if I explained that right, but in my mind it's making perfect sense. Okay? So let me see if I can explain this to the top, from the top. When I'm in H.265, it's called HEVC. I know this is boring, okay? But for some reason the camera goes over to 60p, not 30p. And I didn't change that. I promise. I didn't even go in that menu. I just saw it now because I went in the wrong menu and my eye saw 60p. Whoa, that's wrong. Okay? So I just put it back to H.264, but the camera is still in 60p. Okay? But Ecamm is set to 30p. And the Blackmagic is set to 30p. So it's feeding it the wrong numbers. So now we have a much more solid evidence as to the potential problem. Now, I didn't know when you went to H.265 that it switched it over to 60p. What's up with that? That doesn't make sense. I don't know. Okay? But now we're 30p, 30p, computer 30p, and you are receiving in 30p. So now we're synchronized. Okay? So now let's see, did the green go away? Now if you notice this time, I did not turn the camera off for it to re-register everything. So let's see what's going to happen. All right, where did I leave off? Let's start. I know I read Aaron's. By the way, Aaron, how are you doing? What did you wind up doing? Did you send the ZV-1 back and get a 6100 or exchange it for a different ZV-1? We never did connect up to communicate. So after that, Randy said he turns the computers off. I read that one. I didn't read Rob's. Okay, as I moved to Sony recently, I should sell off all my Nikon glass. Should I sell off all my Nikon glass or hang on to it for a while, given I have an older Nikon camera body? What to do? I'm in the same boat. I don't have but one lens for that guy, which is the Sony. I don't see any green coming. Any hint of a green, you gotta let me know right away, because I kind of like watch there and then I look at you when I'm talking. Okay? But I found a big mistake. It was technically user error because the user, this guy, didn't know when you went to H.265 that the camera switches over to 60p, and I don't have anything set for 60p. Everything is set for 30p. I understand that's double of 30p, but we could be overwhelming somebody someplace somehow. As a matter of fact, even the stuttering at this moment has gotten better, Randy, if you notice. It's actually, the camera is actually showing me smoother because it's in lockstep. It's 30p, everybody else is 30p in here. All the other cameras are 30p also, by the way. 29.97. Okay, so Rob wants to know, if you moved 100% to Sony, then yeah, liquidate, unless you'd like to run two systems at one time, which I don't think you really want to. But if you feel more comfortable having a Sony in your back pocket, a Nikon in your back pocket, then yeah, go ahead. I really don't want, I want to sit down because I'm tired, but I don't want to sit down because I see a possible solution in sight for what just went on tonight in the with the camera. So I want to keep the focus going. So my best advice is to pick a Tamron lens, the 17 to 28 2.8 as your main camera on your main lens on your Sonys. Okay, and if you're happy with that one move, then go ahead and start migrating over from one system to the other. I like it when we have a solid answer in mind. Mike says, I think the green came back. The green definitely came back, and now I definitely got rid of it. And now I know why, and I can make it happen again. Mario is wishing Harry best wishes for you. Eric, hello everybody. Eric, I sent you some stuff. I sent you extra in the envelope. I gave you some free stuff to go with it. Did you get it? I did not receive, I did not check on it, to be honest with you, but I sent it out priority mail, and I want to make sure you got it and you're happy. I want all the people that do business with me to be happy campers. I don't want anyone unhappy. So Lewis says, Rob, I adapt Nikon glass on my Sony mirrorless. There you go. If you want to adapt it, that's excellent. Randy is praying for Harry. We're also going to say a prayer for Harry either now or tonight. Here's Joey. Hi, Joey. How you doing? Any ideas why my output resolution in Zoom is 320? Using the ATM Mini Cam Link and wired connection to the new computer. I receive 480 but send 360. Well, the ATM Mini, I'm not smart enough to answer your question. Let's start off with that. But I could tell you little hints. Okay? The ATM Mini allows you to get free software from Blackmagic. That free software will allow you to set the ATM Mini to the frame rate that you want. Okay? So something might be getting pulled in at one frame rate and being sent out at another. That is addressing the ATM Mini. Okay? Let's see. The other thing would be the settings possibly in Zoom, and that's where I'm weak. I think I've used Zoom twice and that's it. So somebody, maybe Randy or one of the other guys that have used Zoom, might be able to help you, Joey. State that same question in the PeterGregg Live group, PeterGregg Live group on Facebook, and somebody might interact with you there, or they might interact with you right here. Joey says, I could also use some prayers. Just started my 10-day isolation. Okay, so Joey, we're going to pray for you too. We're going to pray for Harry. You better start writing this down. This is too important to just, okay, I'll pray for you, and then it never happens. Because I take prayers seriously. I have a prayer journal, because there's too many people. I say a prayer for you, and then I write it down in the prayer journal. Okay, so we got Harry. And I'm calling you Joey, just kind of like being brotherly with you. Maybe it's probably Joe. So, but God knows who you are. When I pray for you, and any one of the other guys in here pray, and some of the girls, when the girls pray, watch out. You got some powerful prayer happening. And Joey says, prayers sent, Harry. See, now you praying for Harry, it's going to open a channel for God to touch you. And I pray for you to do well too. And like I just pray for Harry to do well, be healed. Our healing comes from Jesus' finished work on the cross. That's the way the Christian faith works. So if you're in another faith, then you pray and do what you need to do to ask for healing. But I know the healing works. And when it doesn't work, that doesn't mean I'm going to drop my faith or drop my belief system. It's probably something wrong with me. Okay? So Rob says, we all just need to pony up and donate the funds for a new Mac tower and eliminate that Sonnet box. The Sonnet box bothers me. Even when they come up with the new, what do they call it? Silicon. It's still going to need the Sonnet box, which is external, which is limited to the 40 gigabyte highway. So yeah, it's going to cost $8,000 to go there. So when I win the lotto, I might get a Mac Pro tower. And I don't think it needs to be. I did find out a few things that's interesting. Anybody that's interested, I have a tendency to talk too much in case you haven't noticed. Ecamm, believe it or not, does not. This is the shock, okay? Ecamm does not, which is the software that I'm using to broadcast, offload its load onto the GPU. It keeps it on the CPU. What's up with that? Everybody else and his uncle, I'm getting riled up now, okay, puts the load over the GPU. So you get a higher, better GPU, it does better. So I got the iMac 2020 in here, and I still got the stuttering. I was like so annoyed. I thought for sure a 16 gigabyte GPU, this is the graphics card, graphics processing unit is what GPU stands for. Okay, so when I got the 16 gigabyte, oh my God, for sure, I'll be able to stream 4K, and it'll be like cutting Sly's ice cream with a hot spoon, okay? Or David Crook's chocolate mint. Get a hot spoon, and boy, it'll cut right through that. No, I still got stutter, at least 50 to 60% less. I got to hand it you there, okay? And it ran 50% cooler too. However, until you can get a powerful enough processor working in there and put the card, who just said that? Was that Rob? Get the card into the computer, okay, you're always going to have these hiccups. So I'm just waiting to see how it unfolds. You know, if the software that I use on the Randall Tower allowed me to do this, see, watch your screen. I can turn Rob off. I can turn Rob on. Okay? I can turn Joey on. I can turn Rob on just by looking at what you're looking at, clicking on it, and Ecamm pops it up on the screen. And to me, it's like very important. I want to talk to you. Anybody seen any green stripes happening here? I want to talk to you. This is a person-to-person type of a show. It's not a, I'm going to talk with a microphone and pretend nobody's out there, okay? I do that when I sing so I don't get nervous. But when I'm talking, I don't get nervous. So, yeah, Rob, just write out the check and I'll just order the, whatchamacallit, the Pro. And I'll tell you what, if the Pro doesn't work, okay, I'm sending it back. Apple's going to pay to send that thing back. Because if the Pro doesn't work, what more do we have left, okay? So, where was I? Ken, how you doing, Ken? I got your name in there because, you know, Ken is one of the most consistent contributors every month. The beginning of the month, Ken donates to the Christmas Room. I am so grateful. I am not boasting, and I'm not shopping for more donations. The hair got caught on my collar, and it's pulling. Okay? I am just, it's like Ken really needs to be showed off. What do you call it? When you praise him or something, you know? It's the guy just keeps, and it's not a big amount, but he keeps every single month. Ken sends in the donation like clockwork. So I just want to say thank you for that, Ken. It makes me feel happy. It's a pick-me-up. You know how you get a gift card and you open it and there's a $10 bill in there, okay? It's like it's not going to pay the rent. It's not going to buy a new car, but wow, somebody put a $10 bill in there and that makes me feel happy. So I'm just, you know, loving on Ken for a minute, okay? So thank you, Ken. I just want you to know I put you in the list here for the October givers. So Mike says the green yes came back. I saw it twice. Well, if you saw it 2 times out of 20 minutes, we don't have a problem anymore. But when it does it, boom, 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 like Morse code, then it's a problem. So I'm watching it now. I'm watching. I'm watching. I'm watching. I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm looking. I don't know if you're talking about since I switched it to the 30p like it belongs, which is a blatant no-no to be pumping 60p into a 30p card. Okay, that will definitely cause a problem somewhere. It could actually have been causing the card to overheat. You know, F-Stoppers called me on the phone. All right, their Blackmagic Mini was overheating, and somebody mentioned to them, "Oh, PeterGregg can help you." No, I can't help you. But when I heard they had all their cameras set to 60p, and they're running 30p into the 30p on the Blackmagic, on 4 cameras, that Blackmagic unit, okay, they said it was burning hot, almost so you couldn't touch it. So I said, change the cameras to 30p if you're going to run the Blackmagic at 30p, because you set the Blackmagic as to what you want it to run. And lo and behold, it cooled off, and they did not they got tossed off the air they crashed like 3 nights in a row. And that night they didn't crash. But the interesting thing is, you know that scripture in the Bible where Jesus healed 10 and only 1 person came back to say thank you. So they just kept on rolling and then added and changed their computer, not their computer, their setup and everything. I never heard from them. Not even a thanks for the heads up or nothing. So stuff like that bothers me for a few minutes and then I move on. But it's like they couldn't give me, I mean, they're huge. 1 million subscribers, it would have been a great tap on the back. We thank you for helping us. Because I was on the phone with them for a day and a half. Okay? I'm kind of like sour grapes here, right? I don't want to do that. So I wish them well, and I'm glad they solved their problem. Their show is not really for me. And they're a little bit short on temperament, but that's their own thing. And their fans, apparently their subscribers, love them to no end. Craig, Harry Burnett, I am praying for you now and will keep you in my prayers for healing and for rest. I agree. I agree. In Jesus' name, we pray for Harry to be healed, for God to touch him, whatever the problem is, get to the root of it, and God, Jesus, to manifest the healing. Scott says, I'm starting to explore using speed lights. Do you have any suggestions about some kind of modifiers that could soften things up? Scott, seriously? You need to email me your street address, and I will mail you something for you to try out, a modifier, okay? The PeterGregg A Better Bounce card. I will send you one. You will put it on, and you will play with it, because that's the reason I invented it. Kevin just ordered some, and I sent him extras, okay? Email me your mailing address, not a post office box. A box where a box could come to your house. Ann says, thank you, I feel like a star. And da-da-dun-da-da-da star. Da-da-da-da. You are a star, Ann. What are you talking about? We're all looking at your comment right now. You, Ann, are the star right now. So, and that's the point of this show, just getting serious for a second, is to focus on each person that comes up. I want Ann to feel special, like a pick-me-up. See, I grew up in the flower business until I was old enough to start my own business inside my dad's store, because he had a big retail store where that's where my photography started. But Dad was very customer oriented, and it was to make the customer feel good, okay? And that kind of got inbred inside of ding dong, whatever's in here, and whatever works between in here. So I like doing that with you. So Ann, did I make you feel special? You know what? And it's not just me. All the guys in here are going to make you feel special. I don't even have to look. I know that they're going to make you feel special, because we're all similar type of people. So Scott says, Peter makes us all feel special. That's what I was just saying that, Scott. You took the words right out of my mouth. Stay out of my mouth. So Lewis says, Scott, are you shooting with the lights? Scott was just showing me, prodding me to show my awesome products. I knew you were doing that, but they're all over here, Scotty. They're all over here, but I'll go get them. You know why? Because what time is it? It is 1:16. My dad used to have a rule. After midnight, the pool was only for skinny dipping. No bathing suits allowed. So after midnight here, I can walk in and out of the picture. I can turn cameras on and off. I can make mistakes. I better make sure everything is running okay. All right. So this is what Eric ordered, in case you wanted to know. Okay. This goes on a flash, and the purpose of it is your flash comes like this, okay, and then you aim it. So I'm in a commercial mode, so if you don't want to hear a commercial, now's the time to go get some ice cream, okay? When you aim the flash straight at the person, Okay, it's called harsh. It's a single point of light. So these flashes have these little cards built into it that you can slide up, but they're very small. All right. Checking for green stripes. No green stripes. Okay. So Peter invented this little doohickey. So you put it on, but when you put it on, oh, it's facing the wrong way. This goes on the camera, and the flash is supposed to go that way. So you turn this. So now, this is now giving you 2 flash units in one. It's bouncing the light off of this. So the light is going up, it's bouncing it off of here and sending it forward. But because it's bouncing it, it's getting diffused. And it's also sending light up and bouncing it off the ceiling and back down. And all of this happens very quickly. So it takes away the shadows, the harshness. See, look at my cheeks. Cheeks, chin, forehead. It's the lighting that I have set up so that it's not shiny, 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 shiny. Even the nose tips can get shiny. Okay? So now, this is what I invented. And it's got a Velcro band, so it comes right on and goes off. You don't even have to open the Velcro band. You just put it on in the back, and you pull this around front and pull it down. Make it so it's sitting straight. That's for looks. If it's not sitting straight, you can still work it. Okay, so now it's going to diffuse the light. Now, this doesn't come in one size. It doesn't come in 2 sizes. It comes in 3 sizes. So you've got the, what I call the small. Okay, and because you put it on and turn your flash sideways, if you go into a portrait mode, which I do a lot, you can just, with the push of a button, aim this up. And you're back in business. So now the camera's sideways, I'm still shooting and diffusing. So it works in 2 different directions. Okay, so you got the small. Then I have the normal. We call this the large. So this would compare with the amount of light, like say a Gary Fong light sphere would put out. But the Gary Fong light sphere sends light all over the place, all 360, which means a person standing behind here like Santa is going to get the light every time I shoot a picture, and I could shoot a dozen pictures. Boom, 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 boom. So Santa's going to get that light and he's going to go, Cole, no, bad boy. Okay, so when I invented this, the backside is black. So the light doesn't come out the back and blind everybody that's standing around me as they're watching the cake getting cut, or a little kid with the birthday and all the people are around, happy birthday to, and I'm flashing, flashing, flashing. Okay, so with the other products, they're sending light everywhere, blinding the heck out of people. This one only allows the light to go forward. So it comes in small, large, and if you get yourself in a place where it's really dark, it comes in extra large. And all of these go on here and they diffuse the light. So that's what Scott was trying to do to help me. See, you guys all got my back. It's so amazingly interesting. Okay, so this is called a Better Bounce card. These are available on PeterGregg.com, which is my website. And if one of you guys order, let's see how many people we got in here tonight. There's 19 right now. If one of you guys order, you're going to get extra. Just let me know that it's you. I mean, don't send in John Wayne as your name, and I will never know that you're on here. Okay? So that's what Scott wanted me to show you. That's one of my products. Okay? That's what I sell on the internet. I don't make a habit of making commercials on my products because it sounds like I'm begging, you know, that type of stuff. The products do okay on their own. They're not super sellers because I don't push them all that much. But that's what I started doing on my YouTube channel in 2006 and 2007. It was technically created, okay, for those bounce cards because I was very involved with photographers at that time. So if I went to a wedding and a couple of guest photographers were there with me because we have like a little group of 5 to 7 photographers, and we back each other up free of charge. So that does something for the photographer, but what it does for me, or what it does for the others, it gives you experimentation time. In the meantime, I might have 2 or 3 photographers that I can rely on if my equipment goes bad. or if I dropped dead. That wasn't very nice. But I mean, we weren't showing up at weddings, our little group, with one photographer. And there was no money exchange between us. And we all had an understanding. If I was at your wedding, you're the lead photographer. My business cards do not come out. They don't get passed around. When somebody asks, oh, where can I reach you? You lead them, you give them to the photographer that they hired. So we did not steal business from each other. And that worked well for years and years. It worked well for like 11 years. Okay? And that's where I got a lot of extra time in to test in the back, whoop, there we go. Oop. Oh, good, that wasn't it. Okay, so that's how this guy has a wing on it. And these things are die stamped and stuff like that, because this was all tested in a lot of different weddings. Now they've been out there for 10 or 12 years, so it's still my favorite thing, and I can have any flash diffuser I want. Lewis says, yes, I see the green at 12:54. All right, we're at 1:23. And there is no green. I was able to make the green come back, and then I was able to make it go away. So Scott says the green is pretty severe. Okay, by the time I get to the bottom of this, you guys should be saying, there is no green no more. Okay, Harry, I'm praying for you, says Sly. I hope you feel better soon. Joey, I just finished 8 days in ISO. I actually enjoyed the solitude, to be honest, but glad my results came back negative. Okay, Kippy says, sorry, out of sync here. Just editing my review. Okay, and he's laughing. Norm, got the solution. It's an alien message. Did you ever watch, what was that movie on NBC? It only got played once, called V, the letter V. And it was an alien message that was being broadcast inside of the broadcast system, kind of like Independence Day. Randy says 30p did it. Yeah, that when I saw that, my eyes went boing. What the heck? And use the double hockey sticks. That is just plain wrong. You don't feed 60p into a 30p setup and expect a problem to not happen. Does the green flash, Craig wants to know, show on the Sony's LCD screen? No, it does not. That might tell you if the problem is in the camera. I did mention that, probably I'm behind on the comments. When I was looking at the LCD screen, there is no green on the LCD. The green happens like right along here. Wrong hand. Okay, so from this hand, higher, all, I can't reach. Okay, from here, like a signal, like Norm just said. Okay, it was like giving signals out, boop, 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 like Morse code. Okay. So Mario says, it looks like it's the sensor. Send it back right away. It's the sensor. It's the sensor. Green is one of the colors of the sensor. We don't go from A to Z, guys. We will go from A, B, C, D. Okay. Joey says, should I be at 30p? Yeah, you should be at 30p. Anybody that's doing anything online should be at 30p. Don't get fancy with 24, okay? And don't go to 60 unless you know what you're doing. 60 is great, but there's got to be things in tune all the way across the board. So, for instance, this little knockoff, okay, what do they call it, capture thing, does not do 60. It only does 30. So if I feed it 60, what's going to happen to the components inside? They're going to get confused and start inserting things that are not part of my picture. Okay? Now, technically, that's what I was just doing. All right? They're all capable of handling it, but you can't have 30p coming out of all your cameras, and this guy is, oh, let me send you 60p. So the mistake was, on my part, not knowing the camera well enough, to say, you know, this has to be at 30p to match all the other cameras. And it wasn't. It was at 60p. So, yes, Joey, you should be at 30p, everything. Because everything that they're going to watch on the other end is running 30p. It's just part of the makeup of the system in the United States. Okay? In the EU, they're running at 25. But they do have 60 also, I think. Yes, they do. But when you double it, it goes to 50. So it can get confusing. So Lewis says it looks like it's the 60p. No restart needed. No, I didn't restart it this time. I actually just set it back to 30p, and I haven't even seen a hint. All right, let me ask a question. For you guys that have been watching really carefully, did it change the quality? Does this camera not match with the Nikon anymore? It looks good to me. The Nikon quality looks good. The face looks good. What a handsome guy. What can I tell you? And when I come over here, again, it still looks better. Now remember, you're seeing a stripped down 4K. When we finish, YouTube is going to process this as if I just sent the file up. For those of you that have never sent a file up to YouTube, you send a file to YouTube, they process it, then they make it public. Okay? So right now you're getting a very skinny mini version of 4K. You're still getting the quality of 4K. All right? But when it gets processed after we're done, it's going to actually look better than what you're looking at now. All right, so the big question should be, how do I know when it's processed? All right, when I go off and I go, good night, see you guys next Friday, okay, when you go back to see this, any part of it, you'll notice that the chat is missing. Okay, so while the chat is missing, it's still playing the file that you're looking at. But in YouTube's back room, they're processing the entire thing, and when it comes back later processed, the chat will be back. So when I go off the air, until you actually see the chat again, it's in the process of processing. Bad choice of words, okay? So that's what it's doing. So Lewis says no restart needed. That's true, because it was an obvious plain Jane mistake on my part. See? You can't trust that little chubby Greek guy. Scott, just wait till the big guns at Canon watch this. They have a lot to condemn about Sony. Oy vey! I don't think Canon watches me at all. Only when they want to, I guess. Joey, do I need to run software? You're on the PC for CamLink ATEM setup. For the setup, yes, you need to download the PC version of the software. So what you do is go to blackmagicdesign.com. Go to, I'm playing it back in my mind. Go to support, okay, then put in the white box ATEM Mini. Okay, when you put ATEM space Mini, it'll show you ATEM Mini, Mini Pro ISO. They got 3 of those units out now. Okay, so when you see that, click on ATEM Mini. All right, then scroll down. They're not very friendly, just FYI. Then scroll down, and the top box on the left of your screen. So the top box on the left of your screen, okay, you will see the software that you need to download, and you need to download the Windows version. When you get that software, you will install it. After you install it, you will run it. It needs to find the ATEM Mini, or it's not going to connect up. When it finds it, you will have plugged the ATEM Mini into the CamLink, or whatever it is that you've got, into your USB plug. All right. So the HDMI will come out of the ATEM Mini. It will go into the CamLink, which will go into your USB port. Now you open that software. When that software is open, again, I'm looking at it in my mind. On the bottom left, there's a gear. Okay? When you click on that gear, you're in the settings area that runs your ATM Mini. So you can go to the camera area and you can set the camera to the settings that you want to use, which should be probably for zoom, I would probably pick 720 30p. Okay? Now, here's one of the other gotchas. You have to click done for it to register and OK at the bottom for it to work. So it's not change it from the drop down menu and then click OK. No, you got to click the right one, then click done or whatever the word is there. Okay, that will register it into the program. Then you click OK. Then it sends that data into your Blackmagic box. Okay, so that's how you work that. I hope I didn't confuse the hell out of you. Sorry. So Ken says, we can turn the blue thing off. I can feel Randy talking to me in his brain. Turn that blue thing off. Okay. Ken says, Harry, prayers and wishes to you, Harry. Okay. So Harry is thanking him. See, Harry, you got a nice thing. Eric, I have not received it yet. Eric, I sent you an email with a tracking number. It went out priority mail. Priority mail is 2 to 3 days. So click on that link. It gives you the tracking number. Okay, I can't do it now because I'm on the air. Okay, but if I go to that tracking number, I could see, because sometimes it'll say delivered and it went to your neighbor or something, and you got to get on the ball and find out what happened. Okay, because the farther it goes down the road, you know, it could disappear. But it should be 2 to 3 day delivery. I'm in Miami, so I don't remember where you are. If you're in California, it might be a 3-day delivery. Okay, and then we got tomorrow, which the post office delivers on Saturday also. So Mike says, I don't see the green after you fixed it. I'll let you know if it comes back. Thank you. I know you're all watching. You guys are a great family, I have to tell you. Wonderful. Harry is saying prayers for Joey. Yep, Harry and Joey. Ken says prayers and well wishes for you, Joey. And Harry says thank you for everyone. Love each one of you. We're quite a nice little family. We're not very big. It's like I don't have 100,000 people watching. We got 20. But we cover each other's back. So Ken says quite welcome, Peter. Joey says thank you in all the chat. If you don't want to be called Joey or something, please let me know. That's the only thing I remember when I see Mazurki 3. Ken says, was looking at cameras today. I saw an XT3 on sale. What might be better between an XT3 or the A61/64 100 from Sony? If you're going to be heavy in pictures, the Fuji is set up for pictures very, very nicely. But it does not do very well for video, in my opinion. This is only my opinion. If you're going to do video, like on Twitch or on YouTube or wherever, then definitely the 6100. The 6400 is not something you really need, but that's guys' bragging rights type stuff too. I got the 6400, you know. But the 6100 is what I got here. Perfectly fine. Perfectly lovely. I think it went to sleep. Let me go turn that guy on. Let me get under the wire here. Pick up this thing I dropped. And let's wake up this 6100 so I can show this good old girl off. Okay. Turn it off, turn it on. I don't know if I killed the battery. Okay. Now I'll come and see. All right, where do I have The 6100 is right there. Okay, so she's back on. I don't know if I ran down the battery. If I did, it'll just pop right out again as soon as it decides it has no more juice. But I think I got the USB plugged into a phone charger, so I'm assuming it should do very well. So for video, you definitely want the 6100. I have the 30mm 1.4 lens from Sigma on there. Did I write down that this was from Sigma? Yes, I did. So Ken, I would go with the 6100. I think you'll be in a bigger marketplace of lenses, users, interaction, and stuff like that. Because I know you just built a computer, right? So you got that up and running. I will go with the 6100. But I would wait for that sucker to go on sale because they jacked up the price, which is annoying. I keep touching this. I need to actually put it out of its misery and have a cookie. Actually, I don't see any reason why I shouldn't have two. Anybody think that I shouldn't have two? This is the best cigarette you ever want to have. It's filled with chocolate all the way down from one end to the other. I look terrible eating online, don't I? So that was Ken. We got Mel Feliciano. You related to Jose? I just had to ask. Mel says, I just started watching you tonight. Welcome, brother. On my MacBook Pro. Then I switched to the Apple TV in a 42-inch set. And now I'm watching on the iPad. So I find that interesting. Tell me which one you think. Tell me first of all how much of a difference there is. So the MacBook Pro is got the best screen, okay, in terms of quality and resolution. Now the Apple TV is limited to your 42-inch set, whatever you got. This is a 40-inch set that I'm watching all of the controls in here. And it's not anywhere near as good as my iMac, which is on the counter underneath it. But I can't see the iMac from here. Even with the glasses, I can barely see you over there, Mel. So the picture should be the best picture on your MacBook Pro. Then the Apple TV, if you don't have the TV set right, they come out of the box hot. Meaning that they, I'm sorry, this cookie just wants to be eaten. Because the chocolate covering is melting on my fingers. Mmm. 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 I sound like Frankenstein waking up. So, on your 40-inch TV set, it comes with the 42 that you got, with the sharpening turned way up. You got to turn the sharpening way down, almost to nothing, okay? Otherwise, you're going to see the pores, the pimples on not only my face, but whenever you watch TV, everything is over sharpened. It doesn't look like a TV, you know? And your colors, it takes a little bit of time to tune in one of these sets. There's some easier ways and harder ways to do it, but if you're pretty good with cameras and stuff, you should be able to tune that in. And the iPad, there's not much changes you can make on the iPad. I should actually look really good on the iPad. I look terrific on my iPad when I go to bed at night. Okay, so, but then the iPad won't let me go to 4K. It keeps it at 1080. But it does deliver a very, very nice 1080. So I was talking to Mel, but it timed out. So that's the rundown while I ate a cookie while I was talking to you. I see not even a hint, a peep, a peak of a green. So the green has been blown off the map. I dare you to come back. No, I don't. Shh, don't talk like that. No, I'm happy when I think I have... Hey, Norm, wake up, Norm. Don't fall asleep on the couch there. I'm happy when I have a really good suspicion as to what happened. Okay? So Rob says, when I win the lotto, my Greek brother, I'm sending you that Mac Pro. Well, you know what? You got somebody that hopes you win the lotto now. There you go. Don't you have a curiosity if it would work or not? Wouldn't it be something, Rob, if I ordered a Mac, what is it called? The Mac Pro, the tower, the cheese grater one, the new one, and the darn thing stuttered like this one does? Wouldn't you just kind of scratch your head and go like, what the hey? You know, it's just crazy. Now I'm seeing a silver line right here on the screen, and that one's not moving at all. You can see that silver line? I wonder if that's the sensor. I better pack this sensor up and send it back. Oh, it was the cookie box. Sorry. Who said Mark went to bed? Mark, I'm glad you're still up here with me. Peter, you would have made a great bartender. Did you go to the bar tonight? What did your buddies and you do tonight? Did you drink too much? Are you okay? I wouldn't have made a great bartender. You know, I know hardly anything about mixing a drink at all. But you know what? It's a good place where guys just hang out and talk. And that's what's missing in this world is good, friendly, very friendly talks where you don't have to have your guard up, you know. That's one thing people don't have to have is their guard up with me. I'm not their judge. I'm not God. I don't think I would want to be God. Mark, you're cool. You're a cool guy. Especially when you're sleeping. Joey, anyone know if I can load settings that will stick to the Blackmagic even though I'm using it through the cam link? I know. When you're in that software I'm talking about, before you exit out, on the top left it says File. Click on the file and down there you'll see for the Blackmagic to save these settings inside of itself. So I am not connected to the software right now with this Blackmagic. But every time it turns it on, those settings have been pushed or saved into the little black box. Okay? So just read those choices carefully. Okay? And the choice that you want is you want the Blackmagic to use those settings that you just did as the default. And every time you turn it on, even if you turn it on in Timbuktu, it turns it on with those settings even if you're not even connected to a computer. So you can go from computer to work, from home, anything you want. And unless you interrupt it somehow, which I don't know how, but I'm just giving you a word of caution, those settings will stay in that box. Joey, Randy says, make sure you have the same USB cable for your ATM Plus, ATM Plus, and everyone also. Prayers, and everyone also. Harry, I love those products, Peter. They're still my favorite. And like I said, they made everybody and his uncle wants to make a flash diffuser. I don't know what it is. They think it's something that is going to make them a big man. I don't know. So mine came out in 2003, 2004, and they've been progressing. At first I made them by hand, believe it or not. Kind of funny. I would cut them out with an X-Acto knife and glue the stuff on, and it was like, really. Now everything is done with machines. Gets stamped, glued, stamped, the things goes on it, and the last thing that happens is it gets packaged, and I have a what do you call it, service that mails that stuff out, and they charge me per package. Mel says, I typed this comment 45 minutes ago. Nobody ever said I was fast. Nobody said I was fast, Mel. That's one of the features that comes with the Christmas room, and when PeterGregg is like, I stop and spend time with every person, one at a time. That's my shtick. It probably keeps me from growing, okay, because it's not like I'm rattling stuff off like a mile a minute, but you will get your time, you will get your love, because I love everybody that's my subscriber, that watches. I care about all of you guys. And when I go to bed at night, I usually finish like here. I go potty, because I haven't peed in what? Almost 4 hours. So the urge is there, okay? Then I have a bowl of Frosted Flakes, thanks to Frosty, who's introduced me to eating those again, like when I was a kid. Then I have a walk-in closet, and I have a prayer journal, which just sits up on the shelf, and I pull it down, I write in a few names, and then I pray over every single name, just like I'm going with you. So God sees me when I come to say my prayers at night, and goes, oh God, not him again, please, I'm going for coffee. And I go, wait, God, wait, I haven't finished yet. I got a few more to talk about. So I don't hide the fact that I'm a Christian, but I don't push it down anybody else's throat. You could be an absolute atheist for all I shouldn't say for all I care, because that's not true. But I pray for every one of you guys. Everyone that's in my Friday night live card group. It's the way I call it to God. So it's like all the boys getting together for our card game on Friday night. So you are in my card game. We're just playing with cameras instead of cards, okay? So Scotty, how you doing, Scotty? I know you have other products like sensor cleaners. I remember getting a new Canon DSLR and shooting an image of the clear sky and found out there was a lot of spots. That could have helped. Scott says, do you still stock those? I stock the, I stock these and the a better white balance. So this is a better white balance. So this is how all these cameras are balanced in here. I take a camera. Oh, where's a camera? Okay. And I set it up properly to receive a custom white balance. I take this, which I have custom made. This product is not from America, and it's not for the photo industry. It's for another industry. But it shreds light like nothing else I've ever seen. So I hold it about 1 inch in front of here. Okay, for every camera that's in here, this is what I've done. I set it to receive a color balance. I put it like right here, and I will come and step like a step behind myself, and I will push the shutter and do a custom white balance. And that's the other major product that I keep in stock that I invented. So the unique thing about this is I'm very protective of what this is, because you can't find it. Okay? So I'm sure that kicks a lot of people into gear. I'm going to find out what Peter's secret is, and I'm going to tell everybody on the internet. Well, thank you. That's very, very kind of you. But this thing does better than professional white balance setting stuff. That in like channel 7 here, I've got a friend that does, he's one of the cameramen. He goes, I got to have this on me all the time. I gave him one of these. And they've given him all these like things that blow up and stuff like that. White balance, great cards and everything. This works. Okay. So the sensor cleaner, I don't keep in stock that much. Because they don't sell too much. And I also, with the way people's personality is these days, I can just picture someone sending me an email. I bought your sensor cleaner and it just scratched the F up out of my sensor. Well, I know that's not possible. You scratched your sensor, okay? I've given clear directions and every kind of stuff, but I just, there's 2 areas of the body I don't like being touched on my body. One is the eyes. I can't stand it when I go to the doctor and they want to touch the eye. They want to put this pressure thing on my eye. And the other is in the lower parts. In the parts we don't discuss down there. Okay, I don't like those getting touched. Okay, so the sensor is kind of like that to a lot of people. They're very scared of cleaning their sensor, but it's kind of like cleaning the windshield. But the problem with people is they don't follow the directions, so there's safety precautions that have to be done so that you don't scratch your sensor. So I don't push that, Scott, just to answer your question. But the white balance and those, I could sell those all day long. Anybody that wants to buy it. Wait, I didn't eat the rest of this cookie. It's a good cookie. I can highly recommend it. Harry says, I spent 2 different times. Doctor ordered isolation, and myself once. So, Harry, are you telling me, contrary to everything that I see on CNN and the other wonderful news stations, that you're catching COVID over and over? Or is your immunity system really low and you're just catching a lot of different things? That would be interesting to know. Sly says, Peter, do you have any tips on creating an intro and an outro for YouTube? I've made a couple of videos, but can't figure out those two. One of the best ways to get it done, honestly, I thought I saw a green spot. It was probably reflecting off my glasses. That happens when you get older. So, is to go to Fiverr and type in YouTube intro. That's where I got mine done. But I got 4 or 5 different ones over a period of a year, and then eventually put them together into what you see now. Okay? And then out of the blue, one of my YouTube friends that's very close to me made the intro that I use today. So he created this. I lost my mouse. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Sit back, relax. You are about to watch a PeterGregg
So this
video.
was done by
Something
Osvaldo.
more human and wonderful
From
happens
A
when
to Z.
you watch PeterGregg.
So that's where that came from. Okay. But before that, I had put together 3 or 4 different ones from different people. So I got the voice from one person that has since become my friend. I got the from the old, what my outros looked like my intros. Okay, so if you find my outro, and they were made on Fiverr, but it was me that put them together in Final Cut Pro because I like different parts of different ones. It wound up costing about $100, maybe 130, because I tip people. Mark says the Nikon looks smoother, but the Sony is my new main camera. Actually, I see a lot of stuttering now. Let's see if the green comes back. Yeah, look at that. It's pretty much based on the mood of the computer. The iMac is not made for 4K streaming. It just can't keep up with it. The same card in the Randall Tower is 4K ultra smooth. And don't think I don't want to try 60p on this. I do, because this camera can do 60p. Suddenly I have something I've never had before. The ability to do 4K 60p. Nikon is still rocking Harry's boat. Yeah, it's a good camera. That's why my video that went up today for Nikon was complimentary towards Nikon. It's a good camera. I can't tell you it's not. However, I like the Sony's imaging and everything better when I'm connected to the Randall Tower PC computer, which is a Windows computer. Both are awesome. That's the cool thing now, Harry and everybody. All the little bickering that goes on. So if you order the A7C, if you order the Nikon Z6, if you order the A7 III or Mark III, if you order the Olympus EM1 Mark III, if you order the R6, if you order the 90D, if you order the R5, you can't find a bad camera in that bunch. All you can find is complaining people. Now, don't forget, I make YouTube videos and they're designed to be watched. So I'm not going to go on there, okay, everything is good today. You don't have to tune in. Okay, I have to come up with a little bit of a controversy. And after I come up with a little bit of a controversy, I have to make it sound good. Because people don't want a controversy. But they won't come in to watch somebody that's going to be like a Bob Ross that paints. Okay, it's just easy, smooth going. And that's kind of like my personality. So in order to conform to the YouTube world, I have to come up with something that's controversial and then make it non-controversial. That's what YouTube is about. But for me, it's all about spending time with people. So I'll put up a video, like the last video. Watch the last video I did. That's kind of like a commercial. But look at the comments. That's not a commercial. It doesn't do me any good for you to look at the comments. You will see people on the full spectrum. From you don't know what you're talking about, you should be put in an institution, to you're the best person I've ever watched on YouTube. You explain things so nice and so on and so forth. So there's only a certain amount of people I'm going to connect with. The other style of person is not going to connect with me. They're going to think I'm kind of an idiot, okay? And that's what happens in the real world. So you will connect up with a certain amount of people that are just going to love you. And it's pretty much like that with any singer. There's a group of people that will follow one singer, and then there's another people like, I like Michael Bublé, okay? And yet I'll come across as like, oh, Michael Bublé, man, he's so gay. I mean, what kind of language is that? Seriously. I mean, whether he's gay or not, probably has nothing to do with that sentence. Okay, but even if he was or wasn't, what's it got to do with his singing? His singing resonates with me, you know? And the same thing happens with my own singing. There's people that go like, oh man, you should have been a singer. Tell that to God. I didn't wind up being a singer, okay? So I shouldn't have been a singer. But I enjoy it a lot. And, you know, it just never went anywhere. But that doesn't mean I'm going to throw it in the garbage. I have a friend from high school that was a superb, amazing, stunning violinist. When he found out he couldn't make money with the violin, he never played again. Okay, and he went into the software business and he became a multimillionaire. So for him, maybe it was the right choice. But the point is, if the violin was in him, like it's in Jonathan, okay, let's say Jonathan at some point breaks out big. Well, good for him. But what if he doesn't? Okay, he could go into something else, but nobody said he's got to throw the violin away. Look at Mark. He does a good job drinking. All right, so he can't make much money at it, but I don't think Mark is going to throw drinking away. I'm sorry, Mark. I was picking on you. Sorry, dude. So, Woody, I just ordered the bounce flashes. Thank you, Woody. Well, whatever you ordered, I'm going to give you extra stuff. That's just because you're Woody, and Woody gets extra stuff. He's one of my guys, and we're part of a family here. So Scott is patting Woody on the back. Good for you, Woody. So thank you, Woody. I appreciate any sales that I get, but I will take good care of you. Harry says, question, is there a cheaper price alternative to the Atomos monitor that does similar thingy-miggy wackies? Yes, there is. I don't know what they are because I'm not into that. I actually have the Atomos Ninja 5. Other people that are in here that are run and gun related will probably speak right up. If they don't, which I'm pretty sure they will, Max Yuriev has a channel, Yuriev, Y-U-R-Y-E-V, Max Yuriev, and he has done some very nice videos on the external monitors. So Atomos is not a monitor, it's a recorder monitor. So what you just asked for was just a monitor. Okay, so if you want an alternative to a recording monitor, then no, I would stay with the Atomos. They're finicky, and you don't want to go into an off-brand. And there is, for instance, even Blackmagic has one. But you want to stay with the big boy there, because they will try to address the problems that come up with different cameras. Just my 2 cents. That doesn't mean there's not another point of view, but that's my point of view. Ken says, thanks. May email and chat with you on the phone. I will wait for a sale. They said Sony is strict with pricing, so shops can't offer cheaper than someone else. You're old enough to know better than that, okay? That's a way of saying we're not giving you a discount. All right. However, they do set the retail price, and that changes what the price is that the shops can buy it from Sony. So like me and Randy and Evan bought it at the $600 price. Now that price is not $600, so you are stuck at the higher price. So when it gets back towards closer towards Christmas, let's see if they lower that. Let's see if the 6100 is still running here. That's not a 6100, Peter. There it is. Yep. Okay, so this is the A6100. So this is the one that Ken is talking about. So even at the higher price, the camera's worth it, because I can't think of one I would prefer over this. But like I said, there's so many good ones out there. Scott says, you beat the green out of that Sony. I like success. Yeah, it seems to have solved the problem, and it was a low level. Where am I? It was a low level problem, and that's why I could do that. So Scott says, if I win the lotto, I'll buy you a new home. Scott knows, and I've told you guys there's some problems going on at the house here, which is shaking me up to quite a bit. But I know a lot of you are praying over that. Nothing has happened. Nothing has changed. People are praying. People are stepping in to help. And you never know who, what, where, how, or why God will use to help things along. So Scott says, Mark is right. Peter would have been a perfect bartender. He knows everybody's name. Cheers! You watch that show? That show got old on me, but I still watch Seinfeld. I still watch Frasier, and I've gotten hooked into the Golden Girls, as crazy as it sounds. It's a girls' show, but hey, I'm old enough that I don't give a crap, okay? And Friends. I love Friends, okay? Cheers is... I can't pick out where I like the show. I'm talking about the show where it starts, everybody knows your name. Cheers. Maybe it's a little bit too juvenile, and I'm super juvenile to begin with, okay? So, but a bartender. I would have liked to have been a minister, a cool pastor, where people say, you shouldn't be a pastor. Now that's a compliment to me. It's like, you don't follow what the Bible says. Yes, I do. I actually do follow what the Bible says. I just don't see it the same way that you see it. I'm not talking any particular yous. That's a generic you. Okay? Let's go back here, because I am green hunting. So that's my buddy Scotty. Randy says, okay, Peter, 13 computers with tablets and laptops. I see no green lights on the top. I think we solved it, Randy. You can relax now. Did you just have one of those mochas? Did you go out and get a mocha? Okay, you can relax. If the green comes back, it will come back, and you know what? I think there'd be 100 people in here that's going to tell me, okay? But if it cleared all of your computers, now we're talking some major clearing. It's like we're clearing with the top of the heap. When Randy gives the approval stamp, boom! When he stamps the approval, the house shakes. The house shakes. Wait, I went up too high. Okay, so that was Randy. Joey. Randy is asking you a Joey's asking you a question. I don't even know the answer to that one, so I'm going to let Randy handle that. Randy, Joey's asking you a question. He wants to know, Randy, does this mean I need to have the USB while I use it in addition to the HDMI out? Well, I don't think Randy has the ATM Mini, so I can help with that a little bit. The directions and the settings that go to the HDMI, to the Blackmagic, come over the USB and not over the HDMI. So you will not be able to set it using the HDMI. It won't even give you the option to change any settings. Okay? So you do have to use the USB if you want to use the limiter, or if you want to use the EQ, or you want to use the frame rate and do the presetting and upload and get it to remember your last upload so you don't have to open the software over and over. You need the USB connection for that. Okay? The HDMI is for sending the signal out to the proper one of these things, capture card. Okay, and then the computer brings it in, and actually you need software to run it from that point, like your Zoom or something to that. So Scott says, I don't think you pushed the sensor cleaner, but it dawned on me that everyone here should have a set of those. Maybe we should all think about committing to a purchase. Just a thought. It's a good unit. I don't like the risk involved with that, so I never push that. So why don't you push the color balancing, because people need to do color balancing more than they need to be sticking things into their sensors. Bob, 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 bob. What time is it? Oh, 2 o'clock. It's not bad at all. We have been 4 hours. Honestly, tonight it doesn't feel like 4 hours. Harry says, I had my lower sensors scooped 2 months ago and photoshopped them, the entire pipeline. True. So you had a colonoscopy? They want me to have one of those, and my first response was, no! Harry says, I'm being ornery. Harry, I got a feeling you could let it fly, okay? I get a sense of your personality, and I have to compliment you on being good while you're in here, because we do have younger people, okay? And we all just keep it like we're in a family setting. But I think you could probably let loose with the best of them. So I'm proud of you. Harry says, I'm a Rush fan, though. I'm sorry. I'm a Rush fan through and through, but Peter is great also. I don't know who Rush is. So I don't compete with. Is that a music group? It sounds like a music group. Scotty says, talking about singers and entertainers, I wish they would keep their mouths shut about politics. Well, that's the thing about these kind of people, is they live in a fantasy world, because they go to work, they have to pretend. Then they go and do interviews, and people are like kissing their hand, okay? And then they come and they're supposed to be connecting with the average man, and they're not able to separate, in my opinion, of course, okay? They're not able to separate their their fantasy world from the real world. So my favorite example of that, I forgot his name. He's the one that screamed at his daughter like the worst language you ever wanted to hear. It was stunning what he was saying. It was so foul. But I understand that happens today. I'm not secluded. But to your own child, it's like, oh my God, this is his daughter. He's not talking to somebody that pissed him off. I can't think of who he is. So he doesn't live in a normal mindset. And these people are telling us the political world, which has its own set of problems. So, but I agree with you, Scott, honestly. And then when they actually have to, here's the I gotcha, okay? They are trying to get into doing what we're doing. And they stink at it. It's like, didn't they pay attention to when they were making movies with lighting, cameras, sound? They were on sound stages. They were dealing with professional people that did the lighting. Okay? Then they go and they go like, wait, I want to be on YouTube too. Hi, I'm going to play a song for you. And it's like, you know, they got their backs to the light. They're silhouetting themselves. And it's like, what did you do when you were at work? Did you pay attention? Did you learn anything? This is like something I would tell to a 13 or 14 years old kid. Did you learn anything while you were there? Did you watch what the cameraman did? Did you watch how the lighting was set up? Where was the microphone? How did it get set up? You know, we're talking about 15-year-old stuff, you know. And these are the people that want to tell me how I should interpret politics. Some of them are amazingly talented. I can't take that away, not even for a little bit. But when they open their mouth to talk, it's just downright amazing. So, Lewis, and I know we have a big mixture in here, and I respect all of you guys. Not stepping on anybody's toes in any way. But that doesn't mean I'm going to be totally silent either. Peter, you are a singer. Thank you, Lewis. You sing in front of an audience every Friday night. Ta-da! I finally got my audience. Thank you, God. Harry says, recording monitor. Thank you for answering. Yeah, there's some popular recording monitors, but you're saying it's a monitor. It's not a recording machine. In other words, nothing is getting recorded in the machine. There's some very nice popular ones. I don't know what they are, Harry, so I'm not skipping your question. But I am telling you, I would be able to hunt them down with a little bit of Googling is something new, okay? But I have seen people do reviews on them, how great this monitor is or that monitor is. But my monitor is 40 inches, so it doesn't fit on the camera very well, Harry, okay? So don't be ripping me a new one, okay? Randy says, no, I didn't have mocha, but after this stream, guess what? I'm gonna go get it. I think they're open 24 hours. Are they open 24 hours in your neighborhood? You know, I've never tried it. As many times as you told me that you're having it, I have wanted to have it. So if I have one late at night, I don't think it's a good thing. It's not gonna put me to sleep, right? It's gonna make me fly around the room. You'll see Santa and his reindeers flying around the room with all that caffeine. Mel, Max Shuriev said he's selling his 15,000 Mac Pro because the latest iMac is better at handling the new codecs for a lot less money, and he needed the money for his new house. Yeah, I watch his videos. That's what he says, and that's probably what he's going to do. But find somebody that actually wants to stream 4K. That would be a requirement, okay? Or somebody that wants to record 4K into their computer. And you've got a different kind of a ball game going on than somebody who's going to edit 4K. I don't have any problems editing on my 2017 4K 10-bit, those big, thick, hard codecs from the GH5, which everybody choked on. This computer just eats it like Frosted Flakes. Okay, now connected up to record. I'm streaming 4K. Okay, and the reason for that is pretty childish. Okay, I want to stream in 4K. I want to be at the top of the food chain when it comes to quality. That's something that's important to me in my cameras, in my work, in my photo albums, and now in my YouTubes. I want a good looking picture. I'm not saying I'm good looking. I'm just saying I want that compliment that says, boy, you know, your stream looks great. How do you do it? That is something that I like to hear, because that means that I'm not saying I've been a photographer since I've been 15 years old and I'm producing crap and serving it to you on a silver platter. I want to say I've been a photographer since I was 15 years old and show you that my work looks halfway decent. And if you compare it with other people's work, I'm at the top of the heap or near the top. I'm sure there's people that are better. Okay, so that's how I run this starship. Scotty's in the back, getting as much juice out of that as he can. So, speaking of Scotty, I've never actually watched Cheers and Friends, but still love Seinfeld and Becker. Of course, the original Twilight Zone, Night Gallery, Alfred Hitchcock Presents, Outer Limits. Oh yeah, and Green Acres and Goofy is right in there with the Twilight Zone, Scott, right? And Alfred Hitchcock and the Night Gallery. I do not watch Twilight Zone, Night Gallery, Alfred Hitchcock, Outer Limits, because it scares the living crap out of me and I can't sleep. So guess what? I have the power of the switch. So Green Acres is the place for me. Farm living is a da-da-dum. Darling, I love you, but give me Park Avenue. Ba-dum-ba-dum-bum. Boom, boom. Let's see if we get a copyright strike on that one. So Joey, thanks again all. Looks like I need a USB cable to finish the setup. Okay, if you're going to get a USB cable, it needs to be USB-C on one side, because that's what's on the back of this. And it needs to be USB 3.0 on the other side. So make sure you get that cable, or you will be going and saying things that I really don't want you saying. Okay, so that's what you want to do. As a matter of fact, just an FYI, the sound that you hear is coming through the Blackmagic ATM Mini, through a USB-C plugged in here, and a USB 3.0 plugged into my iMac. Okay, now for some reason tonight I can't get the guy that's supposed to know what he's doing, right? I cannot get this is not the ZV1. Okay, the ZV1 is not connecting, and I don't know why. It was connecting earlier today and now it's not, because now its job is to embarrass me and not tell me why it's not connecting. Okay, so let me take a look and see if there's any kind of a warning on here. Nope, everything seems to be fine. Let's push the shutter button. Okay, so for some reason I got a USB cable right here. This is going to the ZV1, and it is not giving me a picture. And when I go into cameras on Ecamm, which is the software I'm using, the Blackmagic for the camera section is grayed out. So something, somewhere, somehow is not communicating. Just because we can, we are going to change. We're going to change this. And we're going to plug in this guy. Okay, so I'm changing the card. The capture card, and I'm trying to find the hole. I can't find the hole. Okay, and now I'm plugging it in. Okay, it's in. It's snug. Snug as a bug in a rug. So I'm actually, Joey, I'm actually using two paths. I'm using the USB path and the HDMI path at the same time. So the sound is being tracked in through the USB. Okay, that didn't help at all. Okay, so what I can do is I can go to that software that I told you about. It's called ATEM Software Control. It found it. Okay. Just for giggles, I'm going to change it from 60p to 30p. And the button I told you about before, Joey, where I said done, is not done. It's set. Set is the button you have to push. That button, then it comes back and you go done. Okay. So I still have sound. That didn't get interrupted. So now I'm going to go up to the cameras, and the Blackmagic is still not being read. So I would have to diagnose that to see what the heck is going on. But 2 weeks ago, I had the ZV-1 running through this Blackmagic with no problems whatsoever. Nothing at all. Okay. It didn't occur to me to check the plug in the camera. Let's check the plug in the camera. Unplug the camera, plug the camera back in. But it's the Blackmagic that's not registering with Ecamm, the software here. And earlier today it was. So it's just not right. And I don't know. The last thing I can do is unplug this guy. And let's plug this into another slot. We'll go into slot number 2. Okay, I know it says ZV-1, but you're not seeing the ZV-1. You're seeing the 6100. Just everybody so you know. Okay, so the Blackmagic design is grayed out. So it's not allowing that. Okay, so that's actually what I don't want to do. So I want to come back over here, and it's not allowing that connection to happen. I don't know why, to be honest with you. It's something that should happen. So I'm going back and running to the safety of the Blackmagic HDMI plug-in. Okay, that's what that is doing. So if the ZV-1 was working, which is a Sony camera, I would be running both the USB and the HDMI at the same time, which is what I have been doing all along. Now, something changed somewhere. So the way I'm going to diagnose it is I'm going to take all the connections and start from scratch, one by one, and reconnect it. It shouldn't take any more than 5-10 minutes, okay, to find out where, and it usually is user error, honestly. So Harry, what are you saying, Harry? Rush band. Okay, that's what I asked what Rush was, and it's a band. Okay, Joey. Question: I don't think you have to use the Elgato capture card if you're using the Mini. Yes, you do. Okay. Unless you connect the ATEM Mini by USB only, then you don't need to go by HDMI at all. But if you plan or intend on using HDMI, there is no way to connect an HDMI camera to a computer or a switcher without an HDMI capture card. You do not need to use an HDMI cable. Joey, I'm still talking to you, even though Randall's up here. Okay, you can send the signal directly over the USB from the Blackmagic to your computer instead of the HDMI. That means you do not need a capture card. The HDMI plugs directly into the USB plug on the back of your computer. Okay? So to straighten it all out, there's two paths you can choose. If you use an HDMI path, and it's your choice, and they both work. If you use an HDMI path, meaning a cable from your camera, okay, to the Blackmagic, and an HDMI cable from the Blackmagic to your computer, the computer will only accept with a, I lost my capture thing. Oh, I left it over there. Okay, a capture card. So you can bypass the capture card completely. The Blackmagic ATM Mini is a capture card. So how do you connect that to your computer? You connect that to your computer from the USB cable. Okay, that's a very simple answer. I mean, we don't even have to expand on that one. All right. So anytime you invoke the word HDMI, you must have a capture card. If anybody tells you anything any way different, either one of two things: they don't know what they're talking about, or they have a very unique piece of equipment that's got that part built into it. But the computer itself will not accept HDMI. It's not built to do that. That's what the problem is. It's not the equipment, it's the computer, Windows and iMac. So for me to run all these HDMI sources into the Randall Tower that Randy sent to me, I have to have a capture card. So I have an internal one, that one right there, okay? And it takes 4 cameras at one time. Yet it still is a capture card, because the HDMI plug will not plug anywhere into those holes on that computer, okay? However, a USB cable will plug into all the USB holes. You're better off using the 3.0 or the 3.1 to get the right speed, okay? But you don't need a capture card of any kind if you're using USB. I'm just kind of overstating this because this is where people get confused the most, okay? At the beginning, I was very like, wait a minute, why can't I do this and why can't I do that? Well, let's lay down the law. If you say HDMI, you have to say capture card. The two go hand in hand. It's like a husband and a wife in a happy marriage. Okay? So HDMI, capture card. USB, you don't need no capture card. And that includes the ATM Mini, because the ATM Mini is one of the few machines that gives you both the HDMI and the USB. Okay? Did I make that simpler, or did I just scramble your eggs? And I didn't mean to do that. Scott says Alec Baldwin. Yeah, that's the guy I was thinking of. Is a maniac when he was talking to his daughter. It was like, get that. And what was she, 13, 14 years old? Jeez. Harry says, I am a comedian, but I'm sure he's trying to commodian. Too much attention to the bottom half, Harry. Let's get up a little higher. Even higher, okay? Above the chin. Mike says, Alec Baldwin, and yes, he's the guy. Actors should act. Don't go into politics. I agree, Scotty. Scott. I'm calling him Scotty because we're kind of friends, you know. Joey, perhaps not. I thought Peter put a video out saying it worked better. Maybe I should sell it. What? Don't change anything without talking about it first. That's the worst thing you can do. I have a friend that does that. They go and they make the change, then they come to me. And then I have to fix what they did, and then they try to fix it again, and then they come to me. Oh my God, that's like pulling my hair out. It's kind of like, can we please get in sync? Okay? So pretend this is a class. Okay? Now, tell me what you're selling and what you're not selling. So let me tell you what your advantages are, Joey. If you've got the ATM Mini, you can put up to 4 cameras into one black box and connect your USB cable, connect that to your Windows computer, and your Windows computer will see that USB cable as a camera. You have fooled your computer. So once it sees that as a camera, you can switch 1, 2, 3, 4, and the computer will not have a clue what's going on because you're controlling everything inside your ATM Mini. All right? So you connect it like that, and what you will have is a professional broadcast push button changing of the cameras. Okay? So, is there another way to deal with that? Yes, there is. Okay, you can get a software called XSplit Broadcaster. You can get a trial version for free, and it will let you switch as many cameras as you got plugs in the back of your computer for. Okay, but this is a huge but. You've got to get an HDMI capture card for each one of them, or have one of these new software thingies that the camera companies are giving out, like Canon, where you can connect up by USB. All right? So the thing to do is, if you have an ATM Mini in your house right now, stop. Don't make any changes. Don't change a thing. Make the ATM Mini work for you first. And then you can continue and evolve into changes. Because number one, you've got a very powerful unit in your hands. Very high-end, very powerful unit. So that's a big plus. So don't go shaking up the carts. You know, I haven't been watching my monitor for quite a while, guys. Have we had any signs of green? Has the green gone away? Did we fix it with that 30p change from 60p in the 4K? Okay. So, I sound like I'm yelling, and I don't mean to be yelling, Joey. Just slow down and chill. Scott says, I think that David Hasselhoff, I used to like Knight Rider, had some kind of a meltdown when communicating with his daughter, too. Kids can really rile you up. They really can. Their brain sequence is very different from an adult brain sequence. Mel says that Rush was the greatest rock band ever. Changing your words. And Harry says, yes! And Scott says, truth! And Harry says, word to your mother! There's a saying like that, right? Or just word. And Randy says, Harry, Google your question and you will get examples. Arthur R. just did one. Oh, good. So you can get a monitor recommendation from Arthur R. by just Googling it or YouTubing search. Randy says, if you drink that mocha too fast, your eyeballs will freeze and burn at the same time. Okay. Sounds like a very dangerous drink to me, Randy. I don't know what you're trying to tell me. Okay, Randy says Harry, and Scott is laughing. He must have experienced it. And okay, Randy says, Harry, you know, I'm here, guys. Hello? I'm sitting here right here. I know of no one-man show that looks better production-wise than this channel. Well, that's a very nice compliment, Scott. You know of no one-man show that looks better production-wise than this channel. All right. I have been complimented, guys. A pat on the back. Not so hard. Rob says, do you know why we should shoot 4K? Why, no, Rob. Why should we shoot 4K? So when we are dead and gone, someday we're not looking like those old VHS tapes of days gone by. We'll still be crystal clear. Or it might be the VHS of the future. I don't know how much clearer I could take. I mean, sometimes I look like, wait, that's too clear. I need to lower the sharpening and so on and so forth. Sly, your shirt feels comfortable after all these hours. Nice material. Good choice, young lady. Good choice. Okay, we are 4 hours and 35 minutes. I wasn't planning on doing a long one tonight, but I figured if I'm enjoying it and you're enjoying it, we'll do it. We go all the way up to 25, 28 people watching. They come and they lurk, then they leave. I wish you guys would say hello. I mean, I'm just going to bite your head off and embarrass you. That's the worst that can happen. So Scotty says, my youth was captured on Super 8. Silent films. Thank goodness there wasn't sound back then. Oh, I was the first child. There is more movies of me than any of the other 3 brothers. And it's like they always, like, there's Peter again. There's Peter again. They're shooting pictures of Peter all the time. Peter's first birthday. Peter's first 1.5 years old. Peter 1 3/4 years old. Peter 2 years old. Then the next one comes along. We got one tape every 3 years. I feel sorry for my brothers. I didn't do it. I was the object of being recorded. And no, I wasn't a ham. I was probably crying. Get the camera out of my face. Rush was the greatest rock band from Canada, and Neil Peart, the best drummer in the whole wide world. Even I know that, and I'm a Puerto Rican. Puerto Rican. Arriba. Scott says, was the drummer one-handed? Harry, awesome. Love Rush since 78. Oh, I guess we're getting into a Rush love fest here. Rush, I should go and find one of the songs they did. No, Neil Peart, he's not, Scott Rogers. Okay, I'm mixing up my rock groups. It's just like Scott to mix up his rock groups. I can't believe it. Was not. As long as I can figure out your words, guys, I'll fix it. Don't worry. Because I've got a lot of experience with Siri or whoever it is that tries to fix my sentences. Sly says, Peter, have you discovered TikTok yet? If so, there's a youth minister, Reverend PB, Peanut Butter and Jelly. Woo! He's hilarious in a good, clean way. I'll look that up. I started to play a couple of the younger guys in here and other places really tried to push me towards TikTok, and then I got scared of it because of the stuff that was going on, and I don't want them embedded into my computer, so I stopped watching them. But I like PB and J. It's got to be Peanut Butter and Jelly. He doesn't put himself on YouTube. Wait, let me write that down. I'm gonna have to look that up. So it's PB_J, Rev PB_J. Nice to pick up a pen that doesn't write. And he is on TikTok. Okay, this is getting me annoyed. One of the things I really love is pens. I love pens, but I can't stand it when pens. Oh, this one worked great. TikTok, almost. I talked too soon. TikTok. I will look that up, Sly. For him to meet your approval, I'm going to check that out. Harry says Def Leppard's drummer was one-armed, one-handed. Scott says thanks. Wow, sound goes over USB. The sound that you're hearing right here, Joey, is over USB. But you run both USB and HDMI? Yes, Joey. Don't ask me to explain it, okay? I like the quality of HDMI. And I connect USB because I need the sound to come through. And HDMI will not take the sound from here in through the cam links. Okay. Scott says, Peter says Scotty is kind of a friend. I knew you were going to hear that. Okay. Art, you're more than kind of a friend. We've spent hours on the phone all the way into the night. So you're more than kind of a friend. Okay. You are my friend. And I love you as a friend. So don't, I said, you're kind of a friend. And I'm going like, okay, I know it's coming, and it didn't come. And here it is, like a half hour later. I hope you're laughing because you deserve it. Yes, I refer to you as my friend in Miami when speaking about you to others. You saved my sanity during shutdown. Scotty, you're my friend, okay, buddy? You want it in writing? You're my friend. I love you, my friend. You are my friend. We spend so much time on the phone. You have done counseling to me. and I've done counseling to you. So we enjoy talking, and we enjoy each other's company. So now I expanded it since I shortened it too much, and it got through that Scott filter and didn't make it through. It just stopped it like a firewall. I knew it was going to do that. I knew it as soon as I said it. So Mel says, no more green flashing I forgot. Okay, I'm looking. Okay, so the combination that I'm in right now is where it's going to stay. I'm going to put it in the memory so I can bring that up. So thank you, Mel. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you for telling me that. And Mel, I just want you to know that Scotty's my friend. I love my friend Scotty, just so you know, Mel. And Mike, we are testing the new camera. Yes, we are. This is the A7S Mark III. And Scotty is my friend. I'm going to embarrass Scott. Harry says, hello. Hi, Harry. How you doing, dude? I'm so glad to see you. Kippy is here. Well, you're still streaming. Yeah, you seem to go out, do like a whole day's work, and then you come back. Just finished lunch, and you came back, and I'm still here. Randy says, Beatles is my choice. Yes, Randy, I have to say, the Beatles is one of the most remarkable bands that ever existed. Their writing skills, their ability to be amazing and stupid all at the same time. But the music that came out of them is totally amazing. Yes, the Beatles set a very high standard, says Scotty, my friend. My wonderful, wonderful friend. Randy, did you know that Scotty was my friend? Okay. Have we come to the end? Guys, have I talked you out? I'm able to talk a lot, you know. We are at 4 hours and 42 minutes. So we have done another 4-hour live. Do you think anybody is going to watch this after it's over? Seriously? 4 hours? You'd have to get into bed with a box of cookies, a Coke, or a hot cup of tea or a hot chocolate. Okay, and to watch a 4-hour thing where I can talk for 4 hours without stopping. I do need some water, I can tell you that. I did have a couple of cookies, so you notice tonight I didn't have that energy drain at about 2 to 3 hours, which I had last week. It was kind of like a slump. Ugh. So what camera am I on? I'm on the Sony A7S III. So it's plugged into the wall with a USB, which means the battery would probably have died by now at 5 hours. So the USB is successfully juicing up this camera. I wish I had my iPad in here. I can just read them off real quick. I did that with the Broadcaster software, because Broadcaster won't put the the thing up on the screen, the comments. So you'll say something to me and nobody else can see what you're saying unless you're actually watching. How many of you guys watch the chat on the side while you're watching me? You guys watch the chat on the side of the screen? Or do you make your screen full size? How do you watch this thing? I kind of would like to know, because many times, like on Twitch, there's a few people I like watching there now. One of them, his name is Call Sign Flip. He's a Air Force fighter, jet fighter. What do you call it? Flying guy, whatever. Pilot. I'll get it straight. So I subscribe to him. He's a Christian guy, and he's not ashamed to say it, but he plays all kinds of music. He doesn't sing in tune too much. I shouldn't say it that way. He doesn't sing in tune all the time, but it's not because he's a bad singer. He's actually a good singer, okay? Whatever he's hearing himself, he's not hearing himself good enough, because I know that when I get into the high notes, okay, so let's just change this over.
I know when I sing, I need to hear the tuning that's happening. 'Cause if I don't pay specific attention to my pitch, I'll be just singing like in the shower, and it'll be out of pitch. So I have to pay attention to the pitch as I sing. So I'm singing and phrasing my words. I am singing and communicating with you. But at the same time, I'm also listening, 'cause I could sing a note. It could be just slightly flat. All that is going on at the same time. It's very, very easy to slip out of pitch. So that doesn't mean that a person's a bad singer. It's a skill set they need to develop. The very ending of words can very easily go out of pitch. Even the middle of the sentence can go out of pitch. When I was here before, I couldn't look you in the eyes. You look like an angel. I forgot the rest of the words, but I'm a creep, I'm a weirdo. Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright. Did you ever hear or watch a singer put his hand to an ear? He's paying attention to the pitch in his voice, 'cause the palm of my hand is scooping the sound and piping it right to my ear.
So believe it or not, that was a little bit difficult. I heard myself go out of pitch a couple of times. Okay? I haven't sung in a while, so to make the voice make that slight transition up or down without making it sound like a buffoon, okay, is actually a hard thing to do. So there's a lot of people that sing and they go out of pitch. And when you get nervous, keeping in pitch is harder. It really is. So it's just one of those things that you train yourself to do. But I like singing, and I don't know how in the world I got onto this topic, but here we are. Scotty, I was funning you. I appreciate your friendship. I keep you in my prayers, and I love you like my own brother. God bless you. You have a huge heart of love. And that's the way I feel about you and the other guys here. I love you guys. Each one is special, and each one wants special attention, kind of like a dad, okay, where you have to give attention to each. And I do that. When I get on the phone and I'm talking to Scott, it's all focused on Scott, and that's it. And you know what? Scott actually focuses back on me. He cares. He asks questions and wants to know what's going on here and there. And once I had determined this is a safe guy, I can explain to him anything, and I know it stays private, okay? And that's what's happened with Scotty. So now Mel is a different story. I don't know if I told Mel all my secrets if you go out on the street corner and start telling everybody. I'm teasing you, Mel. Okay, there is one guy doing live streams from the theme parks in Orlando in 4K, all from his mobile phone. He says that he uses a proprietary software that is not available to the public. Well, you could tell us his name if you know what it is. Don't put a link. It won't allow you to put a link. I have the links turned off because I've got a few followers that one's 13 years old and there's some 18-year-old, and I know they've heard all this before, but I wanted to keep it in a family thing. So if you know, I know Charles Richard occasionally streams in 4K, but mostly not, and he's doing it from his phone in the Orlando area. He goes to coffee shops and does the live streaming there, and he's on the YouTube. Norm says, of course we will watch this with a few nap breaks. Of course. Wink, wink. Harry says, I'm still here. Okay, stay. In a text chat with a fellow PeterGregg guest. Okay, you hooked up with someone? That's great. I'm happy to hear that because we all get along together very nicely. I even get along with Lewis. Oh, I'm sorry, there's Lewis right now. Mr. Camera Junkie, yes, yes, yes. Ken says I watch the chat. So you watch the chat over on the right side, right? Because on some people I do watch the chat, and on other times the chat is going like so fast, I just turn the chat off. I really want to hear what they got to say, and I'm not interested in the chat. I'm going to have to get a haircut because it grabs a hair and it pulls me in the back, and I feel like one of those that have to adjust his hair every 2 seconds, and I don't like that. Mike says, I don't watch the chat. I have 3 windows open on my screen, and you are on one of them. Oh, Mike, what's on your other 2 windows? Inquiring minds want to know. What's on your other 2 windows, Mike, huh? Lewis says he watches the chat. Randy, I watch the full screen of the big window on the big screen and watch the chats on the iPad Pro or on another computer. Well, Randy, you have a setup like nobody else, so you could do that. And I'll bet that's pretty cool to watch. It's kind of like you're a fighter pilot. Oh, I was telling you about Flip. His name is Travis Warden. But his name on Twitch is call sign Flip. I think in the Air Force you have like a call sign. Is that the way it goes? And his is Flip. So the name on Twitch is call sign Flip. And what an amazing, kind, gentle personality he has. I have subscribed to him. No questions asked. So he'll play music. I did put a donation in there because the donations are always great to receive. And he just went loopity-loop over the donation. I had this guy that I've never heard of before gave me a donation. PeterGregg, tell me what I can play for you. Anything I can play for you. So I didn't know what to ask for. So I said, well, just play a song that kind of says who you are. Okay? I figured maybe he'll pick something like... you know there's a song coming on, right?
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that raised a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found, was blind, but now I see. Nope, that's not how I want it to go. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
So was I on pitch on that one, guys, or did I screw that one up too? So I was expecting him to do something like that, but he, call sign Flip, he went into this deep thinking mode, and I thought like, uh-oh, what did I do? I don't want to mess the guy up. I love the guy. I mean, he's a lovable person, okay? So he says, I don't know what song represents who I am or what song defines me. And he thought, and then he sang a song eventually, and it was a meaningful song. But I was wanting to hear Amazing Grace. That's one of my favorites, is Amazing Grace. So, Norm, did you wake up, buddy? Wait. I jumped way too far. Randy. I watch full screen on 3 computers and an iPad and a partridge in a pear tree. Randy, you're just fully loaded there. Scott, some guys make love to their girls listening to Barry White. I make love to Barry White listening to my girls. No, that was a joke. I'm not gay. And even if I was, it's none of anybody's business. Some guys make love to their girls while listening to Barry White. I replay these streams. It drives them crazy. I didn't see that one coming, Scott. Joking, but I do listen to those, to these on repeat. That's hilarious. If you make love to PeterGregg talking for 4 hours in the background, I guess the girl that you're with is going to be loco by the time you're done with her. That's just funny. I struck my funny bone. Okay, Norm. Yes, I watched the chat. I switched to full screen to search for the Windex. Well, I figured you had some way of that you're doing some kind of zooming over there. That was no, not even in question. So let me interrupt myself. How is my green Morse code going? Good. The Morse code signals have stopped. That bothers me. The silver stripe right there. It's basically the ledge right there at the end. Makes me want to have a cookie, honestly. Mel says, what does Mel say? If you want to know what Mel says, look on the screen right there. It says on my side that you started the live stream 3 hours ago. Go figure. All right, so let me see what it's got going here. I've been live streaming according to this software for 4 hours and 58 minutes. So if yours is saying 3 hours, I don't know. I know I should have started around 10 o'clock is when we're supposed to go live. And sometimes I'm a few minutes late, but usually not 2.5 hours late. So Scotty says, started at 10 p.m. Eastern USA. That sounds about right. Sly says, now you tell me I could. I've been watching full screen. Full screen makes you taller. There you go, Sly. She's got my number right there. You want me to do a Greek dance? Da-dum, Zorba. Ah. Pa, pa. That's to the bottom of my shoe. But the chair was in place. Full screen makes me taller. It's okay, I'm not that sensitive to it anymore. I was when I was a kid. My grandmother was very sensitive to, the boy is not growing. Oh, Gregorio. That was my dad's name. Gregorio. Okay, then the boy not growing. I'm translating it from Greek to English. So she didn't speak any English, okay? So we're sitting there at the dinner table up at her house in, I don't remember, New York or wherever my grandmother's house was. She's moved different places. But I was a kid and a sassy one. Very polite. I was the favorite, okay, that type of a thing. But there was a sassiness in there. So we're eating at the table. So she's telling my dad, he's too fat, too big. You have to make him not eat so much. He's too fat. This is all in Greek, okay? Inebagos, you know, So I could say it all in Greek, but you wouldn't know. So now, she's saying this with her mouth. He's too fat, Gregorio. The child, the child is too big. He's the, So while she's saying this with her mouth, this is what her hands are doing. She's got the serving spoon, and she's filling my plate with more than I could possibly ever eat. He's too fat. Oh, he's too fat. Then again, and I'm saying, the way my grandmother would talk. It's kind of like, so she's saying I'm too fat. She's filling my plate. My eyes are bugging out. Like, who the hell is going to eat all that food? Okay, what the heck is going on here? All right. Then after she finishes with the too fat routine, she starts that I'm too short. So it's like, what am I? The main attraction of dinner here? Am I going to be served on the platter next? Okay. So she's telling me I'm too short. So my sassiness finally, because, it's your grandmother. You don't see her. You live in another state. I'm not there to be sassy, but it finally got provoked. Okay. It finally came to the point where I was provoked. So I took a big spoonful of food. I have a fork in here so I can show you what I did. And I took a big pile of food. And it was a spoon, not a fork. Okay. And I went to put it in my mouth, and instead I jabbed it into right in the middle here of where my eyes are, and the food spilled and went all running down. And my grandmother goes, and I just looked at her with like the biggest teary eyes. I thought I was taller. And then she ripped into my dad. He has a problem. He has a mental problem. He's too short. He thought he was taller. Oh my God, that went on. If we were home, I would have gotten a spanking that night. But thank God we were at her house, so I didn't. But I mean, she deserved that. I mean, you sit there and call a kid too fat, too short. What did you want me to do? Just sit there and take it? Okay. So Sly says I look taller. Wait till I eat at your house. Scotty says, good way to beat the copyright strike with that medley. If I get one of those, what I'm going to do is I will mute that section, because the chances of people watching all the way through to 5 hours and 3 minutes is not that great. So Harry says, that's a great job, Peter. I don't know if you're talking about me taking care of my grandmother, or I forgot what I was talking about. I kind of got excited there for a minute. Joey says, anyone happen to know how Peter is getting his audio into the computer? Sounds like we have different approaches. Joey, why don't you ask me, dude? I'm right here. I love you. I'm not going to bite your head off. My audio is coming from, get ready, this microphone on my t-shirt all the way up there. It's going into my pocket, and I'm not pulling my pants down, okay? Which is transmitting it over the air into this receiver. And this set is a Sony, by the way, in case you want to know. What's the brand? What's he talking about? Okay? So that is connected into that ATM Mini. That receiver is plugged into the ATM Mini. So what you should say is, Peter, what? Peter, what, Joey? What do you want? How are you getting the sound out of your ATM Mini into your computer? I'm using a USB cable. I'm going into the USB out on this guy. I don't think you can see it. Let me see. No, it's out of the picture. Oh, I shouldn't pick this up. Okay. So I am going, not in focus obviously, from this cable right here. This cable is going into a USB into my computer. Okay. This cable is to the Sony ZV-1, which is not working. So this is what it would look like, okay, since it's not working, what this looks like. I've got two microphones, the one that I'm talking on and the one that I'm singing on right here. I'm sorry it's not in focus. I'm just afraid to pull this anymore. to the point where it's in focus. Okay, that's better. Okay. So this is the power cable. All right, this is the USB. This is an Ethernet, which is used for something else, and I'm not using it. All right, and I have 2 microphones, 1 and 2. One I sing on, and the other I talk with. Okay, now once this gets into the computer, I need some kind of software to manage all that activity. Where am I? Over there. Okay, so I need software to manage that activity. So the software I happen to be using is called Ecamm. Ecamm Live. If I was on the Randall Tower, which is a Windows tower, I would be using something else. And that would be called X, like X marks the spot, X Split Broadcaster. So on the X Split Broadcaster, I record my weekly shows and upload them to YouTube. On Friday night, I send this out through YouTube live. And in both computers, I'm working with 4K. And that's my choice. You would work with 720, possibly 1080 if you're using Zoom. Okay? So you would replicate this and put that cable, USB, into your computer. And once you get it into your computer, you would open up Zoom, and the first thing you should do is see if it recognizes that flow. If it doesn't, then you come back in and ask for more help. But if it does, the problems are now in your hands to actually communicate with Zoom. Okay, so I think you're a school teacher, so you're trying to connect all this up. So you keep asking questions, Joey, in a circle, but let's get to the root of your problem, because this is the group that's going to help you. Okay, because we know who you are. And if we don't help you here, we'll help you in PeterGregg Live group, where Randy is going to get into it and explain some stuff to you. Norm is going to get in there and explain some stuff to you, okay, and other people. Okay, so identify to me what your problem is to start with. You're asking questions, and I like that. I'm not suggesting you don't. I want you to ask more questions, a little bit more precise as to what you're trying to accomplish. Okay, so I have tried to blanket you by telling you the entire lay of the land out, okay, but I'd like to know where your problem is happening. Maybe we can dig in deeper. Because on Monday, you're going to be back in class and you won't have us. So you have us now. Do it, okay? Ask. Don't be afraid of me. You weren't afraid of me before. Now you're acting like, why are you talking like that to me? Say, Peter, how are you getting your audio into your computer? Okay, I would love to tell you and help you. I know you're teaching. I know you're dealing with kids. I want to help you, okay? All right, and that was not a scolding or anything. I mean, tell me directly what your problem is, and somebody else here might be able to answer. Okay, so the one area that I have a weakness is I've only used Zoom twice. And both times, it connected up with all this equipment. So I didn't have a problem. So I'd like to know what it is you're trying to do with your audio. Are you trying to put multiple inputs? Are you trying to get, you have a music class or something? Give me a little bit of an explanation, Joe, because I don't want you to leave and not walk away with something of value, okay, that's going to help you. That's why I keep saying we care about each other. Let me know. Give me a hint. Help me to help you, okay, because I can motivate some of these other guys to pitch in that know what they're talking about. Okay. I need a chocolate chip cookie. Harry says Rob. Rob says Brian. Brian says, what is this, Ringo? Paul? Eric. Neil Peart, the drummer for Rush, has a book out about his travels across the U.S. on his motorcycle. Eric, yes, it's an awesome book, says Harry. Sly says, that's my absolutely favorite version of Amazing Grace, sung to the tune of The House of the Rising Sun. I love that too. Shh, don't tell anybody. The music is The House of the Rising Sun. I heard it done when I was in my 20s or 30s, and I'm in my 60s. And that always resonated with me. I thought it was like the best. And then we have Harry, Ghost Rider riding in the sky. Ghost Rider. There we go. That's an excellent song. Randall, The House of the Rising Sun and Amazing Grace at the same time. The words fit. Okay? So the Amazing Grace words fit in the House of the Rising Sun. Okay? And if you're a person that goes to church and you remember some of the church songs that they sang, what's the famous one that Billy Graham was? Just as I am, without one plea, but that thy blood was shed for me, and that thou da 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 dum da 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 da, O Lamb of God, I come. Well, you can intermix that with Silent Night. Just as I silent night, da 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 da. I have to remember the words to make it work, right? But those two songs intermix too. So Randall says, Sly, you type like Norm. No. She types better than Norm. What was wrong? That's my absolute favorite version of Amazing Grace sung to the tune of The House of the Rising Sun. That's a complete sentence. Norm doesn't make complete sentences all the time. Ghost Rider, yes. House of the Rising Sun. We have a technical problem, so somebody needs to tell me if we're still on the air. Oh, my disk is full, so it is not going to record this program anymore, but YouTube is recording it. As long as I'm on the air, I'm doing all right. Okay, so I filled up my disk, so now we can expect problems from, whatchamacallit, the iMac. So, Joey says, Neil Peart wrote all the lyrics for the band, not bad for a drummer. For a dummy. A drummy. Wait. Joey, I need tutoring in reading. Neil Peart wrote all of the lyrics for the band. Not bad for a dummy. Okay, exactly. He was great all around. Ken says, okay, so your singing mic is USB, not XLR. No, nope. My singing mic is XLR. So this XLR, if I can get it back into the hole. Okay, so this XLR actually goes to a Yamaha mixer, which is receiving XLR. It gets mixed and it gets sent to 3 or possibly 4 different places. So one of them is the ability to record me while I'm singing. Hello, Dolly. Okay. The other place is got a 3.5 millimeter cord that goes into the Black Magic. Okay. Inside the Black Magic, I am using a limiter, even though this is running through a limiter already. And from there, I'm sending it by a 3.5 jack into, I'm sending it into the computer with the USB cable. So the trip is XLR, the mixer XLR, outputs that are XLR, and two outputs that are 3.5, which is like a headphone jack that you would plug in headphones to. From there, it comes into here with that headphone jack, okay, wire. It's not connected to the headphone jack, but it comes in with that type of a wire. And then from here, it goes to the computer with a USB. Now, all of this equipment has to be on the same plug or circuit. Okay, the same if you turn off the fuse, otherwise it will introduce a hum or a buzz. If it introduces a hum or a buzz, okay, you need to have a piece of equipment like this, because that means your grounds are not connecting if you're on a different circuit breaker. So this is what you would get into. You would need that. It's an MPOW open loop ground. And on this side, it's got a 3.5, and this is just the same as the headphone jack 2. I don't know why my focus is all the way back here. Okay, and that will kill the open ground. Okay, so probably more information than you wanted, but I'm trying to be helpful. So the short answer, I'm on both USB 3.5 and XLR. So that would be 3 things that's running to get you all this sound in there. Now my vocal one is just the wireless mic, and then it goes USB into the computer. All the sound is USB into the computer. Mel says, how come you can still show my comment after I have deleted it? There is a reason why I did it. All right, I don't get to see if you delete something. What Ecamm does is, as the comments flow, it's recording it and putting it on my screen. After it's on my screen, I have no manipulation. I can't delete it. So if somebody started to cuss and stuff like that, I would get flustered. Okay, so what I would need to do is get into the Chrome and go into my YouTube, go into my live stream, which I should have, okay, but I do have 2 people that are moderators, but I don't know if they're on or if they're not, okay, and I would have to block it at that point, but I haven't had that problem, okay. So we did have one person come on and was getting rather rowdy, and the moderators didn't do anything. That's fine, because I handled them, you know. I handled them with love. But what if it went the other way and they got much worse? All right. So if you delete it, you'll see, what is it, retracted or something like that? I won't ever see that, because it already streamed it to me. As you see the chat streaming, that gets sent to me somehow. I don't know how. Ecamm is just recording it. Okay. So that's what's happening there. Mel, I forgot who I was answering. So Sly says, Joey, I can never figure out how to connect my 80D or 90D to Zoom. I have tried several things. I ordered a fairly cheap webcam off Amazon and have the Movo WMX1 wireless nav mic. Okay, to connect your 80D or 90D, do you have a 90D now? I didn't know that. To Zoom, you're going to plug the USB cable. Okay, so you got 2 problems going on right off the bat. Canon, and I think most of the other camera companies, did not make it so that you could get the sound that comes out of your 80D. So that's problem number 1. But you can get the picture. So you're going to connect your USB to your camera and the other one into the back of your computer. Okay, then you will turn on, you have to download the beta web utility from Canon. It's free. Okay, and that's the only one you can run. Don't run the EOS utility at the same time. It will knock out the webcam utility. Okay, so that's the only item that you will be running. Turn on the 80D and Zoom will see the camera, but Zoom will not hear the camera. So that's where you would use the WMX1 wireless lav mic to pipe in your sound, and that also is plugged into your computer because you said it's wireless, so the receiver has to get plugged into your computer. And you could run into a problem with that also, because now you need a jack to convert. If you're on a Mac, it doesn't have an input for your sound. So your Windows computer will. So I don't know, Sly, if you're on Windows or if you're on a Mac. So if you're on Windows, you will have a mic in or a line in. So that's where your mic can get plugged in. And that's how you connect the Zoom. This is all kind of like plumbing. It's the water has to run and make it through from the original to the spigot. Okay? Harry says, I'm back. Good for you. Harry is still online. Good for you. Norm says, Zoom lets you select from several audio sources. Internal laptop mic, USB mic, the mic on the external USB camera, a mic plugged into the to the 1/8 stereo jack plug. Just go to Zoom's settings and audio. So Norm is telling you there's a setting in Zoom that is similar to what I have here on Ecamm. I can select what my inputs are. That's why I said the black magic for the picture from the other camera is not showing up, but my sound is. I don't know what the problem is. So if you go into Zoom, Sly, you go to the audio, there's an area where it's got a drop-down menu where you can see audio sources that Zoom is willing to use. So you will try to recognize the one that you want to use. The same thing with the cameras. Zoom will show you, you go to the video button on the left, I remember that, okay, and it will show you a list of cameras that Zoom, again, is willing to use. If it's not on the list, Zoom is not willing to use it, okay? And when you get that connected, you're off and running. Simple as pie, right? Right. Boy, we got very technical all of a sudden. Ken, so you might want to post that if you have more problems, Sly, in PeterGregg Live group. And Norm seems to know a little bit about Zoom. There might be some other guys in here that know about Zoom, and they'll be able to help you. The only thing I could suggest is try to be clear with the questions. So Ken says, okay, I got it. I'm using an XLR mic to USB audio interface, then to the PC. Okay, that sounds fair. I don't see a problem. That's similar to what I'm doing. I'm using an XLR to a device that eventually winds up pumping into the computer at USB. So unless you have a problem, you're okay. Right, Ken? So Joey, thanks, Peter. And I'm a private music teacher teaching drums and trying to build the side gig into something full-time. Multiple mics and cameras help my students see and hear. Okay, so your ATM Mini is going to become an important feature to what you're doing. Okay, so don't get rid of that. Try to figure out how to do all the plumbing so everything works properly. You don't need HDMI. You're not concentrating like on the best of the best possible picture you can get. You just want a darn good picture that works. So USB is great for that. No problem. So you don't need to go HDMI. Okay? So start with that, concentrate on the USB side, and go from there. I can't get into it too deep because there's a lot of people that are watching. They're just going to go, you know, what? Scott says, is dag nabbit a cuss word? No. Just test the system. Yes, testing is free and important. I learned that lesson quite early in my digital days. I was shooting a wedding and I was holding the camera like this. And my dad comes over and says, why are you just standing there holding the camera? I says, I'm waiting for the next thing before I shoot the bride and the groom. He says, how much do you pay to develop that film? I said, Dad, I don't have film in here, Dad. Oh, it's free? Why aren't you shooting pictures? So, is it free for you to test, all of you guys? I do that. You have no idea how many hours of testing I do when I get a new camera in like this one. So you just saw a little bit of a problem that came up with the green stuff fluttering all over my screen. There's all kinds of things that you can test. It doesn't cost anything. Now, it will cost me something to ship the camera in. So, like when Norm, you suggested, oh, ship the camera back. I'm not going to pay to ship the camera back and be without the camera when I can test for free, and probably there's a 50-50 chance or better that I can think it through. Okay, now if I can't think it through, I would probably, before I sent it back, reach out to maybe you guys or a group like you guys and see what people have to say. So Matt says, wow, still alive? Yeah, we're at 5.5 hours now. God, I better have another cookie. I'm going to have an energy down. I'm in my 60s now, guys. I had a birthday this week. Last week I was in my 50s. Okay, what do I want? This looks interesting, and this looks interesting, and this looks interesting. Nope, don't want that. I don't like white chocolate that much. So excuse me while I have chocolate on the outside, chocolate on the inside. Chocolate on the outside, chocolate on the inside. This one is a cookie dipped on two sides. Why aren't I getting this? There we go. And chocolate on the back. It's a white chocolate. I don't really like white chocolate. I'm sorry to eat in front of you. I'm just kind of creating a sugar rush. Let's see, we got anybody in here? Oh, we're dwindling down. We got 16. Okay, so Joey's been using an audio mixer output into the 6100. And audio and video is synced through the HDMI to the ATM Mini. I will try audio to the ATM Mini and consider selling the cam link if it works. Okay, my first question is an honest question. If you have something that works already, why do you need to change it? There's something that's creating a block for you. Reveal what that block is. Why do you want to change that? Is it not reliable? Are you not getting the sounds that you want? Okay, so the first change that you could do is you can change the audio input that you're sending into the 6100, put it directly into the ATM Mini. Okay, that's going to give you two things. First, it's going to allow you to change the frames for lip syncing. Not lip syncing for singing, okay? Lip syncing so that when I say hello, it should be very, very close to what you hear. It could be off by a little bit, okay, but you can control that. Okay, the second reason is if you do what I just said, you can use all the mixing for the audio capabilities that's in the ATM Mini, which you can't use now at all. Okay, and that would be a reason for you to take that plug that you're plugging into the 6100 and plug it into the ATM Mini. But then you're going to have to learn something new. You're going to have to learn how to use the software. Okay, so let me see if I can show you that software. I'm going to go to the desktop. No, I'm not going to go to the desktop. I'm going to go to the main camera. Oh, I got this crap going on. Okay, let's take that off. All right, now I'm going to go to the desktop. All right, so you're looking at my desktop now, okay? Now, if this works, you will be seeing the software for the ATM Mini. This is what it looks like when I open that software up. Okay, now I'm going to go to the bottom left. This is free software. It's called ATM Mini Software Control. It's from Blackmagic Design. You can download this free from blackmagicdesign.com. When you click here, you're coming into the control center. This is where I had this camera set to. Did I make it back up online? We crashed. The hard drive was full and we crashed. So all right, is anybody out there at all? Russian collusion. That ATM Mini is always giving problems, always giving problems. Okay, so where was I? I do need a pee break. Thank you, Norm. Or no, that was Sly. All right, so what happened is the stream crashed, and I don't know why. It just said you are now offline. Well, thank you so much. So I don't know if this is a continuation of the original stream. I will find out tomorrow after I get a good night's sleep. So what I did was I went in and I deleted all the Ecamm recordings that it's been keeping for the last month or so, because I don't know what they're there for, but here we are. Okay, so I was about to show you guys something for Joey, and I don't even know if Joey's back here or not. So if he's back here, I will show him. Let's see. Ba 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 ba. Okay, let's start with Sly, just because I want to start with Sly. We're eating in front of you, so please help yourself. You mean you're sitting there eating? Okay, so I don't know who came back and who didn't. So Norm says, is any desserts left? It's time for my 3:30 snack. Scotty says, is it me or did the show just end? It actually just crashed. It went like boom, and it gave me a little cute box, and it said, you are off the air. It's like, what do I do now? Hello? Jesus? Are you home? So it did also give me a message like 2 in a row. So the second one said your hard drive is full. So Ecamm records all this stuff. So I just deleted it. So it's up to YouTube. It's up to YouTube to still have it. Otherwise, whoosh, I just deleted it. So yeah, the show ended. Yes, exactly what I'm thinking. Thank you. I'll have a cookie along with you. So Sly says, I thought it was my internet. I don't think the internet had anything to do with it. I think that Ecamm said, hard drive is full, Peter. I'm just so sorry. We would be glad to send you a letter in the mail, certified, so that you could receive it. But in the meantime, you are off the air. So Scotty says something died. The connection. He'll figure it out. Just that Sly believed in me. That girl is amazing. Your grandchild is lucky to have a grandmother like you, without question. He's already ahead of the game because there's a Sly in his life. Okay. So Norm, meanwhile, is going like, the internet is just spinning. No live stream video, but the chat seems to work. Oh, you guys were able to chat? Golly gee whiz, Batman. I think this is a first, yes, and hopefully it's a last also. Mel says, same thing here. So this is what you guys were doing while I was scrambling. You guys were going like, gee, I think he went to pee. Actually, I do need to pee. Norm, Peter came back for a second, then the feed dropped again. Nothing here. At least I get to see. It must be the green aliens. Is the green lines back? Please don't tell me the green. I don't even know what camera I'm on. How about paying attention? I should be on that camera. Okay. Are the green lines back? It must be the green aliens. Where? That was Norm. So ATM Mini is always giving problems. Scott says the Russian collusion. We'll have to have a Senate investigation. It'll start tomorrow morning. And if I don't behave, I'm going to get Amendment 25. And I'm going to get kicked out of here. So the question is, who's going to take over the stream? So Scotty says he's back. Oh, now that's interesting. So I'm technically back on the same stream? I didn't know they could do that. Ooh, that's interesting. So Randy says, yes, you did make it back. Joey says, hooray. And here's Sly, very, very practical. He needed to go pee-pee. She didn't say that. I said that. Norm, you're back. Eric, yes. Sly says, I told you he'd figured out my hero. See, I'm curious now to see what happens when I'm trying to solve. 6 Greggies still in the room. How many we got now? 14. Boy, you guys pull right back up. I'm amazed. It looks like a continuation of the original stream. Okay, well I didn't know it could do that, honestly, Norm. So that's new information. Let's start over. Let's do another 4. 4 minutes? I can do better than 4 minutes, Scotty. What's the matter? Mike says, Peter, do you know if you can use the Canon app without Wi-Fi? Let's say I'm at the beach. Can I still use it? The Canon app? Without Wi-Fi? I don't see how it'd work. Well, maybe if you had a long wire while you're at the beach from your little chair all the way back to wherever the other end is, possibly. Norm says no green lines. Good, that's good news. Back to 13, 14 now. There we go. So, I was about to show... Joey, are you here? Otherwise, I'm not going to show this. If you're here, tell me. And I will show you... what I've got. So I'll wait 45 seconds for Joey to answer if he's out there. I forgot why I was showing it to him. I should actually eat something a little healthier than a cookie, honestly. This cookie is a little flat. Oh, good. I don't like it when they got like a Heath bar inside. Are we still on the air? Yep, live, 7 minutes. Okay. I'm not hearing from Joey, so I'm guessing I don't have to show you. Oh, Joey's here. Darn. No, I'm just kidding, Joey, honestly. Okay. Now, thinking this through, do I still have sound? Yeah. Okay, I got a green light. Good. All right, Joey, I was going to show you why you might want to unplug the sound stream out of your 6100, wrong camera, 6100, and plug it into the ATM Mini. Okay, that's what I was about to show you. So what I need to do that is go to the main camera. Oh, that's where the 6100 came from. Okay. Then I need to go to my desktop and I need to open this free software. So it's from blackmagicdesign.com. It's called ATEM Software Control. Okay? So this is where we got disconnected before. All right, so on the bottom left of this, there's a little gear. Okay, when I go into the gear, I am looking at this window. I'm moving it around because it seems a little confusing. Okay, this is where you can control the ATM Mini and what it's set up for. So chances are, I don't even see 720 here as an option, but you might have it available. So you would go minimum 1080 30p. Don't use the 1080 29.97. Your camera will be set to 29.97, but you need to go to 1080 30p. The reason you're going to go to 1080 30p is because everything from here forward is in 30p. The internet operates in 30p, YouTube operates in 30p, Ecamm or whatever, Zoom operates in 30p. Okay, so you're going to set this to 1080 30p. Okay, if yours gives you a choice of 720 30p, take it. Okay, you don't need to be at 1080. You need to be at something that's more solid and 720 would be. I don't have that choice here, okay? So I'm going to leave it at 1080 60p. If I had changed it, I would have to click here and then click done, okay? And that will set up what's going on in this ATEM Blackmagic. Now, I'm going to come back to this wheel. You're going to come back to this wheel often, so make it your friend, okay? Now you're going to go over to audio, next tab over, okay? So when you come over to audio, you can check out if anything looks off kilter or anything to in that area, and then click OK. Okay? So where do I want to take you from here? I want to take you down here at the bottom where it says audio. A-U-D-I-O, audio. Okay, now when I come in here, they give you an equalizer that you can use. So if I was going to equalize this camera, I would double click on it, and that opens up, lo and behold, an equalizer. Whoop, see how that works? I hope you're more advanced than me on an equalizer, okay? So you have all these bands, and this works like a regular equalizer. All this crap down here on the bottom, okay? So, excuse me one second. I'm going to move myself up to the computer because it's very hard to see some of this stuff from from that far. Okay, so now I'm looking at this. All right, so you got your output here, which is your main sound, okay, and you can control all of this. All right, and then you can test it. Equalizer on, equalizer off, equalizer on, equalizer off, wax on, wax off, okay? And I'm guessing that you can make your changes and you can come here and reset it. So I came up into the right hand corner, I clicked on this arrow that goes backwards and reset it. This software is free, no charge, okay? All right, so you also have the ability to run an expander, a compressor, and a limiter. So this is what you gain by moving your sound off of the 6100 and into the input here. So the mic that I'm talking on right now, this is how the compressor is set, this is how the limiter is set, okay, and this is how the expander is set. These are my settings. If this is important to you, do either a quick snapshot or come back and find this later. All right? So it took me a while to get this. I'm not saying there's any magic here, and I'm not saying I'm better than you. Chances are you're better than I am. All right? So as I'm talking, this is how it's keeping me from overmodulating here. It's showing you here. This is the gain that's happening. So if I go, hello, okay, that hello is what you saw happen here with me shout. So it didn't blow out your ears because that hello is being limited. And this is the output that you see here. So this is free stuff. Now maybe this excites you or doesn't, but it excites me. All right? And then I have the overall stuff. So this is what the singing is different. All right? So I have this one set up so only the limiter is in use. All the compression, which it turns on and off here, all the expander, the gate and everything is all being done on my mixer for my singing. Okay? And the only thing I added here is if anything slips out by any chance, I have a backup limiter running here. So this is all this equalization stuff. Now, as powerful as all this stuff is, there's very, very little that you have for the cameras. Okay? So this is where Ecamm, which is a Mac software, comes in for me, or Broadcaster, which is a software on Windows, comes in for me. Because everything that you just saw on here applies to each of the 4 cameras that you've got. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4. But I am no longer using the sound coming in from any of these 4 cameras. I'm using the sound that's coming into mic 1 or mic 2, and obviously the master. I'm not going to turn the master off. Okay? So this is where all this magic happens. I have an equalizer, and in the dynamics, I have a compressor, and I have all kinds of other gobbledygooks, like the limiter. So I'm showing you all this because I'm trying to take you a step ahead. Okay, I closed that out too soon. Let me go back into it. Okay, so when I get all this set up, I don't know, can you see up here? Is that part of the window? If you can, I'm going to show it. Okay, it says save startup state or clear startup state. So when the ATM Mini comes here, save startup state, I'm not going to do it now, I would save any changes I did here, and then anytime the ATM Mini starts up, with or without this software, I will be into the save startup state. Okay, so I'm going to go back here. Yes, I know I look terrible. I'm going to go to the Sony. That's what overbright, washed out looks like. Okay. So I'm hoping there was some valuable content for you there. And that is what you gain when you actually go and start using the ATM Mini and the power of it. So that's my little spiel. Okay. So where was Joey? Yes, Joey's here. So then Sly. Mike, if your camera has Bluetooth, then you should be able to connect to the Canon app, I think. That's interesting. Scott, what's the matter? You know, you're the one that stays up all night, and I'm the one that goes to bed. Norm, let's have some cheese and crackers. Now, that would actually be a smart thing, but I don't have cheese and crackers. So Joey says, epic tutorial, thanks a million. I hope that helped you, because I don't want to see you spending money, and I don't want to see you changing course too radically because you're getting embedded, but your learning process has to continue. Okay, so that's what you need. That is your option for separating it into the Blackmagic ATM Mini. That's why when you said, I'm going to sell the Blackmagic ATM Mini, hold. You stop. Don't do that yet. Okay, so that was your impromptu special class just for Joey. And everybody's calling you Joey. Hey, Nixon is here. I haven't seen you in a while. What are you doing, Nixon? Geez, you're not staying up late anymore? I'm glad to see you. I still like your avatar. I just gave a little class on using the ATM Mini because we were having a little bit of a problem. It's been a while. I hope everyone is doing well. Yes, people are doing well. Everybody's keeping each other on each other's prayer lists. Scotty means 4 more hours than bedtime. No. You meant 4 more minutes. There's no more 4 hours. Where did 4 hours? Are you a superstar and you're living in kind of like a what do they call it? That world, the non-realistic world. Mike says, thanks, Sly. That's what I thought. Maybe I can connect via Bluetooth. A whole lot better than a long beach wire. They have beach wires now, Mike. You didn't know that? I'll test it and I'll let you know, guys know. My parents were from Transylvania. Well, the first thing I would do, Mike, is do a little Google and see what the range is for Bluetooth. And you'll be able to figure it out right from there. So if Bluetooth has like a 10-foot, like I can't run the Bluetooth speakers from my bedroom to the kitchen. It's too far. So I don't know how far your beach run is. So do some research a little bit, just a tiny bit, and find out what the range is on the Bluetooth, and then you can go from there. Scotty says, I'm only a superstar in my mom's eyes. Isn't that sweet? Oh, brother. Okay, guys, I am ready to end the stream this time, and not by accident and not because I'm being kicked off, but because I thought maybe I mentioned coronavirus, or I mentioned, what was the other thing that Facebook is kicking people off for? Mentioning something. I forgot what it was. So let's keep me out of getting from that area. And I guess I will say good night. I will clean up the room. I'll sweep up. I'll vacuum. I'll dust. If you believe any of that, no. That's not going to happen. So I'm going to end the stream now. Sly, this is the what you're going to see. I'm going to play now, if I can find it, is the log off for what I got from Fiverr. So this is created by a bunch, not a bunch, maybe 3 or 4 different things that I put together myself. Nixon says, my schedule has changed, so I'm generally sleeping at the time you're on. I just woke up and saw you were on. What time do you wake up? It's almost 4 o'clock, so you wake up that early? So Scotty says, prayers to you, dear brother Peter. Thank you, Scotty, my friend. Many blessings are in store for you. I receive that. I want the blessings. And I pray many blessings are in store for you, Scott. Surprises and blessings. Norm says, short but sweet. Good night, everybody. Norm is saying good night. Eric, you came back? Good night. I'm surprised. Boy, that hiccup was interesting. We've never experienced that before, have we? And I'm surprised. I don't know how long the battery goes on this wireless Kajibi thing. It's I think I got the link to it down underneath the video. So how do I get out of here? Oh, this one. All right, so when I push this button, Sly, you're going to see an outro and everybody, and this is what I kind of sandwiched together from different parts of different people from whatchamacallit. Nixon, you could watch this in the day. You can watch any of them in the daytime. We actually had a contest tonight with pictures from desserts, and Sly won. Congratulations again, Sly. MDZ Shot says good night all. Okay, I'm going to turn that off so that I can run the end of the broadcast. Okay, so good night, everybody. I love you guys. I'm trying to remember this. If you're a subscriber, thank you. If you're not, I'm asking you, please subscribe. So I'm trying to learn that for the daytime thing. Sly says, thanks for staying up so late. How late do you stay up, Sly? Sometimes I wanted to call you to say hello because you said not to call you before midnight because you're working. Okay, and then maybe it was like 1:30 and I'm going like, she probably comes home and goes straight to the bed. But I do want to say hello and thank you for all the wonderful gifts you've given me. You're amazing, and so are the rest of you. It's hard when I pick on one person and everybody else is going like, oh, about me. You're all amazing. Honestly, you're all very amazing. I watch when I have the chance, and Joey says, ice cream, cookies. You try to make me gain weight. I've already gained too much weight being not doing anything. I have to get back on the low carb diet. Or is it the high carb? No, low carb. Low carb diet. I just don't want to get on all that meat. It's just like, I don't want to get back on all that meat. I don't know how to phrase that anywhere else. And after saying that, I had steak tonight. My brother brought home filet mignon from Publix. They were on sale or something. And so I cooked those up. I did what's called reverse sear. Who knows what reverse sear is? And I did it in a pan. I did reverse sear in a pan. So reverse sear is when you cook the steak really slow first and get it up the temperature that you want. The slower you cook the steak, the more it breaks down the connecting tissues and melts them away. If you cook a steak in a pan or on a grill quickly, those connecting tissues are still intact and the steak is tough. Okay? So I did that on the stove by putting the fire on so low you'd think I wasn't cooking. So I put a piece of aluminum foil over the fire. I don't cook in aluminum foil, okay, to kind of keep the heat in the pan. And it was about 10 to 12 minutes that I kept it on the pan. Didn't even turn just a slight bit brown, hardly not at all. Okay, but the temperature was up to 140. So I like my meat at about 148, right about 147 to 150. Okay, that's like pink inside and not blood red. I don't like blood red. Okay, so after about 10 or 12 minutes on the stove on the lowest heat, I took the steak off, I put it in a plate, then I turned the heat up on high, and I let that sucker get hot, 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 okay? Then I put it on, and as soon as I put it on, all the sizzling, it was like, oh my God, this place is hot. So it crisped up and gurgled on the one side. Then I added some butter into the pan, which browned right up. Then I flipped it over and then gurgled it and made that thing so it's sizzling. And I put it in the plate, and the steak was tender, tender, tender. Talk about storytelling, right? So that is what reverse searing is about. Slow cooking and then giving it the color that you want afterwards. And this can be done on the barbecue, this can be done in the oven, this can be done on the stove. So that's what I had for Din Din. Okay, Joey says, stay healthy, everybody. Mel says good night. Best wishes to everybody in our little group. Sly, my day runs 5 to 6 hours behind everyone else. I get home about 11, and that's if you're home on time. Then I eat dinner, chill out for a few hours, then go to bed around 3 to 4 my time. You're welcome to call anytime. Okay, thank you. So about 1 to 2 is not bad. Okay, I hate to know that you work late and then I call you, and you woke me up. I'll feel guilty. I'll have to go to church and go to confession. Mike says, I think you need to show us how you cook that steak. The story wasn't good enough. You should have kept notes. All right. I am going to push the button and we're going to go. All of us are going to go to bed. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Thank God tomorrow is Saturday. So what time am I going to wake up? What time do you guys wake up when you're up this late? I would guess I'm going to wake up around 10 or 11. That is my guess. However, something usually wakes me up when I want to sleep late. Who knows? Who knows? So Nixon says, Mike, I agree. That sounds delicious. Oh, maybe I'll make that for the cameras. Cooking with cameras. Is that what it is? This is becoming a little bit of a cooking show. I mean, we're doing desserts, and then we had meals. Oh, we're doing Halloween. Yeah, Scott, he says cooking with cameras. The name of my other channel. I agree with Mike. I would very much like to see you do that. Do some cooking. All right, Sly. No, Norm. Oh, that's why you take naps. 6:45, I will not be up at 6:45. What? 2 hours and 45 minutes from now, if you were to go and zonk out now. I don't go to bed and go to sleep like a switch. It doesn't happen. I start to think, what did Norm say? What happened with that green thing? Oh, that green thing is gone, right? The green is solved for tonight, at least. I need a haircut. I like my hair longer, though. It'll be an internal battle. I'll let you know what wins. Okay, guys. I'm going to click the log off. This is what I paid for as a... Norm says I might as well just stay up now. I'm writing the next issue. It's those fingers. Peter, you're like putty in Sai's hands. Yeah, I know. What am I going to do? But she's such a sweetheart. No guards up or nothing. Okay. Sly. This is what I put together as the... oh, I thought you said Slies. See, my eyes are a little fuzzy. Okay, so this is what I put together from Fiverr, including the person that's talking. Everybody else, I love you guys. You're in my prayers. Pray for me. For those of you that know that I'm going through a little bit of a bump right now, and it's shaking me up, okay? But God is on my side. All right, now I'm ready to say good night and catch you guys later. Bye-bye. Nope, not going out that way. Oh, let's see. We'll try this one. Good night. Bye-bye. Okay. We're going to go out without the whoosh. This is just going to go out. So you guys are just sitting there waiting for me to go. You're just wait. You're just waiting for me to go. All right, this is just going to end it. It's going to end it cold because apparently the outro is not in place. I'm pretty sure he hit the wrong button. I'm right here, Sly. You could talk to me. I'm pretty sure you hit the wrong button. This button's going to end it for sure. Without question. Without a doubt. This button is going to end it. Okay? So here we go. Good night. Oh, it didn't end it. I did that as a joke. All right. Good night. I love you guys. Bye.